All right, ready when y'all are. Let's start with this. Video. Okay, all right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, June 9th. We are ready for a very long meeting, so appreciate you all being here. We are going to begin with a flag salute led by Supervisor Holmes. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead first and have our clerk read the meeting procedures, if you would, Megan.
In order to protect the public health and the safety of our Placer County citizens, the public comment for the Board of Supervisors meeting will be offered through a remote call-in line or virtually through a Zoom meeting webinar, which is available on our website, utilizing the raise hand function for public comment.
Thank you. All right. We'll start first with board member and county executive reports. Any reports from board members? No? Okay. I just want to make a brief comment and just speak briefly about the events of the past few weeks that have been ignited by the death of George Floyd. This has been a very difficult time for our nation, for our community. People are angry, they're hurt, and people really want to see change. And we need to listen. I know that I am listening, and I know that we will have future conversations about what public policy looks like. And there's a desire for change, but I want to encourage us all to really seek to understand others. I think that's probably the most important thing we can do right now, is to seek to understand others' perspectives and take time to listen. And I know that no one ever wants to be fearful to walk outside of their home or feel like they're being targeted by law enforcement, by solely on their color. That's not at all something that we stand for here in Placer County. And we've got a terrific law enforcement agency. Our Placer County Sheriff's Office does an excellent job in our community. And so I've asked Sheriff Bell to come on up and share with us and the community what his office has been doing in the midst of what's gone on in the last couple of weeks, as well as efforts that they take as a law enforcement organization to make sure people are treated fairly. So Sheriff Bell, if you would please come forward.
All right, well, good morning, everyone. I think I recognize everybody's eyebrows and hairlines. I'm pleased to be here this morning. Wanted to address what's going on in our country and, frankly, in our community. I watched, like everybody else, the events that happened on May 25th in Minneapolis with the death of Mr. George Floyd. And I think I shared the same outrage as everybody else. It was abhorrent. And it shocked my conscience, frankly, that something like that could happen in the United States of America. And I understand and respect the community's anger. I'm angry too. And I can say with some degree of authority, every peace officer that I've spoken to about this incident shares outrage and anger about what happened. We get it. We appreciate the community's anger. The response in America's cities has been greatly varied. However, we've seen some large communities that have reacted with violence. And I cannot, on one hand, I understand the anger. I cannot support violence ever. And it has happened locally as well. I can tell you, our sheriff's office, for the County of Placer, I'm the mutual aid coordinator. I received a phone call from Sacramento County Scott Jones one evening saying, we need some help. And we had already put some plans in place and lined up resources, and I can tell you for 3 out of 4 nights, we had teams consisting of Placer County deputies and some of our local police partners as well down in Sacramento, helping them maintain order and keep the lid on what was a very tense situation. 2 of those nights, we were assigned to asset protection, meaning ensuring that buildings weren't burned or looted. The other night, we were assigned to protect fire crews, because when fire crews would roll out in the community to render medical aid or put out a fire, they were sometimes met with hostility. So we were there to protect those crews and the fire apparatus as well. I can tell you, in those 3 nights, they saw peaceful protests, but they also saw some absolutely just rioters that were just there looking for trouble and creating mayhem in the community. Our teams made no arrests, had no injuries, and no use of force applied during that time. Their presence alone was all that was required to provide some sense of calm in a very turbulent situation. Our local communities have also protested. And I got to tell you, we not only respect peaceful protest, we encourage that. Our entire system is built around people having a voice. And our protesters are the way, frankly, I think they should go. They're angry, they're upset, absolutely, but they're also peaceful and, frankly, respectful to my deputy sheriffs who are out there interacting with them. They've been met with largely some degree of appreciation, and they realize that we're there to keep the peace. We're not there to take sides. We're just there to keep the peace and keep the protesters safe and the community safe. It's been okay here in Placer County, and I commend our protesters for their behavior, and I'm also very proud of our response in handling them so things didn't escalate. There have been questions that have come in via web, and I think you guys have received some phone calls as have I, about the sheriff's office and how we positioned for the future. I'll tell you, it all starts with hiring good people, and I'm going to commend the board at this point. You guys have provided us, made sure that the deputy sheriffs and, well, all of us, frankly, are appropriately compensated, which allows us to have a broad candidate pool, which allows us to be selective. I don't settle for mediocrity when we hire. We select the best that we can, and that only happens when we have a broad candidate pool. So I have to salute you for creating an environment where people come here and want to be a part of this. Some of it's culture, but we can't overlook some of its compensation as well. So thank you for that. It all starts, like I said, we hire character. We have a strenuous process where we test people. I can train skills all day long. If they didn't learn character from their parents, from their teachers, from their scoutmasters, from their church, we're in trouble. So we hire character, we train skills. So let's talk about that training. Specifically on the peace officer side, California peace officers are trained at the academy. They have training in implicit bias, racial profiling, cultural diversity, and community relations. That was less of a focus when I went through the academy 28 years ago. It is a part of every academy now. When they graduate the academy, they come to us and they join our field training program, FTO. It is again reinforced. What you learned in the academy, this is how it applies here in Placer County. So we reinforce it immediately upon training. And then advanced officer training is something that we do every year. And I'll tell you, we exceed all post mandates, and I'm proud of that. I don't view training as a bottom line encumbrance in a budget document. Training is an investment in my people, in their safety, their professionalism, and the safety of the community. So we exceed all of post training requirements, and We focus our attention on things. We have a frontline leadership program. That frontline program isn't for sergeants or lead dispatchers. It's for the front line, and they learn about principle-based decision-making and how character applies to leadership. We have ongoing ethics training. We bring in subject matter experts like Jack Enter to reinforce the importance of ethics and character in decision-making. We were the first agency in Northern California that not only did we send our people to the Museum of Tolerance in Los Angeles to learn about implicit bias, we brought the instructors here and trained all staff twice. And obviously, in today's climate, de-escalation is absolutely a focal point of everything that we train. So I think we're well positioned. I'm very proud of the job that our team does. I recognize we police our community not because we have badges or not because it's mandated in the penal or government code. We are able to police our community because we have the consent of the community that we serve. And that community consent is built on trust and it's built on relationship. We know that. We work very hard at it. And we also recognize it's fragile if it's abused. And we focus on maintaining that relationship. So it's just kind of a snapshot. I can tell you prospectively, we've got some challenging times in front of us. It's absolutely undeniable and frankly unprecedented in my experience. But I'm confident in the men and women that I have working at the Sheriff's Office, in their selection, their character, and their training. That we'll be able to serve our community, all members, with dignity, courtesy, and respect. That's kind of the end of my update. I'd be happy to take any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Sheriff Bell. Appreciate that very much. Supervisor Euler?
First of all, thank you for the report. I appreciate how your guys were visible and available. You had several of them down in Granite Bay at a time when there were a number of folks who were concerned that there might be a situation in Granite Bay that was going to get out of hand. And I will say that your deputies were not necessarily treated with the utmost respect, but they comported themselves in a way that would make you proud. Those interactions that I observed that they did have with people were completely professional and very respectful in spite of the fact that they were not being treated with respect. And so I very much appreciated that. And I also want to say that the mission of law enforcement, the providing the service that you provide to our taxpaying public is probably more important now than it's been in a long time. And while across this country there are what I believe to be severely misguided movements to defund law enforcement, I want you to know that you have the support of this Board of Supervisors here in Placer County to fulfill your mission in the manner which you do it, which is with proper courtesy and respect for the people over whom you have the honor of taking charge. And so thank you for the tone that you've set, and thank you for the service that you provide. And then if I may just quickly, quick question of Todd, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Sheriff Bell indicated that our resources were called upon to go help in Sacramento in a mutual aid fashion. Was there a state of emergency declared by the governor over these riots? Are you aware?
I'm not aware.
I'm not aware either. So even though in section 8558B, which clearly defines riots as one of the conditions where state of emergency can be called when the resources of any one jurisdiction are or are likely to be overwhelmed, as was the case in Sacramento and numerous other cities and counties around the state, those jurisdictions that did provide mutual aid will not have an opportunity to be reimbursed for the cost that was incurred in providing that mutual aid, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so whereas under the existing state of emergency, we've never been actually overwhelmed, had our systems overwhelmed, or had neighboring jurisdiction systems overwhelmed, here we have a case where it did happen, but we didn't establish a state of emergency which would have reimbursed us.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I could just say thank you, Kirk, for your comments. I didn't mean to imply that we weren't occasionally met with coarse language or some degree of scorn, but it was by and large the exception versus the rule. And yes, this board has been phenomenally supportive of our mission throughout the totality of my experience. So thank you.
Supervisor Wygant.
First, want to thank Devin, you for being here today, and your comments, and Wayne for joining him. One of the things I've always enjoyed about Placer County is we have a chance to take a leadership position, sometimes in the country, on different issues, health and human services, homelessness, and I think your words today are an opportunity for us to do that again. I think Bonnie hit the nail on the head in talking about, and you also referring to, as we move forward, we're going to be dealing with things differently. It's a unique moment in history. And to the extent that you can tell your story, there has to be a huge amount of dialogue. Everybody's input has to be welcome, and there has to be a lot of empathy. There are no silver bullets, in my view, or simple answers. No. But I think a lot of the work that you've done and the kinds of things that we try to do here can be used and discussed to help us get through this and have a national healing. That's my hope anyway. So again, thanks, both you guys.
Appreciate that.
Supervisor Holmes.
Yes, Devin, thank you for your presentation, and Under Sheriff, we're glad to see you here. I'm very grateful for the professionalism that your deputies provide for us and when they're in those types of situations. And I just want to let you know that it starts at the top. It starts under your leadership and under Sheriff Wu's leadership to set that example for them. So I am very grateful for you and your office. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you. I want to echo the comments of my colleagues, and thank you for your leadership and being here this morning to explain to our community and our taxpayers, you know, your charge and how you approach your job and the men and women of your department. What a tremendous example you set for us all. So thank you.
Thank you.
So, thank you, Sheriff Bell. I really appreciate you taking the time this morning.
Thank you.
All right.
Have a good day.
We'll see you soon. Next, we'll move on to the consent agenda, and these are all items that will be considered with one motion, unless we pull any, which I am going to pull one, which is item 27, which is the revenue sharing. Are there any other items that board members would like to pull?
As a point of you're going to pull 27C, so the remainder of the revenue sharing can go forward.
Okay, I'll pull 27C. Thank you. Anything else? And I don't think we have anybody from the public who wanted to pull anything. Correct? All right. So with that, second. Motion by Euler, second by Gustafson. All those in roll call, please.
Wygant.
Yes.
Holmes. Yes. Euler. Gustafson.
Aye.
Gore.
Aye. Thank you. So now we'll take item 27C, which is revenue sharing for William Jessup University, and I'm recusing myself since I serve on the Board of Trustees.
Second.
So Euler and Gustafson, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And one abstain. So motion carries for nothing. Okay. We'll move to public comment. And this is an item for the public to comment on items that are not on our agenda. So we will go ahead and take comments. We really do encourage people to keep your comments to 3 minutes or less, since we look like we have a number of people who want to comment. So we appreciate y'all keeping it 3 minutes or less, and we will encourage you to wrap up comments because you will not hear the beep. So we're going to try to move this along, but we definitely want to hear your input. First caller, please.
Hello, my name is Nancy Jo Rixey, and I'm looking forward to the day I don't have to address you during public comment about Auburn trap shooting clubs and the county's disregard for the health, welfare, and safety of the North Auburn neighborhood surrounding ATC facilities. After 3 years of being blown off, misdirected, told no big deal, and there is nothing we can do, I finally got a response to my numerous complaints, emails, visits to see, etc., phone calls, and requests for documents. I wasn't happy with it, but it was a response. Hopefully during staff's investigation directed by you into ATC's historic use, the board has become aware of the numerous complaints against ATC's business practices. Have you read the complaints dating back to 2006 submitted on violations covering planning, zoning, code compliance, and environmental health issues, many unanswered, including mine? How about the violation document for Placer County Air Pollution and Control District, a fugitive dust from lead removal at the ATC's facility in 2014, done by an out-of-state contractor with no permit in Placer County or California? Was this dust that permeated homes tested for lead by the county? I was told no big deal when I requested a copy from the county 2 years ago during one of my visits to Cedra. I understand enforcement of zoning ordinance 17.60.128, non-conforming use of land, especially when it involves commercial shooting ranges, is problematic and burdensome. But to allow county influencers and ATC, this social club, not a commercial business, to blatantly and candidly do whatever they want at the cost of health, welfare, and safety of this North Auburn neighborhood is not right. And I'd also like to say, since then, I have found out about lead within the water area, the watershed, downrange from them, or I guess it would be uprange, considering. And I'm appalled that you guys have allowed them to do this type of pollution in this area and possibly flowing into Coon Creek, which I understand is a protected waterway. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Jane Haproff with Placer People of Faith Together.
Go ahead.
Well, in light of the events of the past few weeks, I went back to look at Dr. Martin Luther King's letter from a Birmingham jail, in which he states, "In the midst of blatant injustices inflicted upon the Negro, I have watched white churchmen stand on the sidelines and mouth pious irrelevancies and sanctimonious trivialities in the midst of a mighty struggle." Well, Placer People of Faith Together takes seriously that sort of condemnation of our religious communities. And so I've been asked to read into the record the statement that I sent all of you board members, just so that it can be on the record. Placer People of Faith Together is heartbroken over the recent murders of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Stephen Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and Yassin Mohammed. They are simply the latest in a long line of black men and women struck down by police officers who were sworn to serve and protect them. While we reject all forms of violence and rioting, including the burning of taxpayer-funded public property and the destruction of innocent business owners' livelihoods, we are not surprised at uprisings when the powerless have been ignored. These riots are forcing the powerful to pay attention to the systems that keep the immoral status quo. 50 years ago, the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. led peaceful uprisings against police brutality, against black communities. Yet these communities continue to suffer to this very day, their voices unheard, until someone did something that was a last resort. We are tasked to improve the world, and one who stands aside or remains silent at injustice is standing with the perpetrators. We pray for justice for the family, friends, and community of George Floyd and for all black men and women who suffer violence in our country. But prayer is not enough. We must find ways to stand for justice in our communities, to hold each other responsible for attitudes that can foster racism, to engage in more courageous conversations across racial lines, and finally, to work within our communities to identify and correct biased policies and procedures. Placer People of Faith Together pledges to meet with the elected leaders and people in power in Placer County to work on ways to improve the quality of life and the safety for all people in Placer County. Thank you very much for your time and for your efforts on behalf of justice.
Thank you, Jane. Next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Carrie Ham. My husband John and I purchased a home on Lawrenson Road just past the Auburn Trap Club last year. When we purchased our home, we were aware that the Trap Club might be a noise concern. We had no idea that a lead problem in our ponds and groundwater might also be a problem. We have since learned that the ponds that feed directly into our ponds and are in turn fed in part by surface water runoff from the club are heavily contaminated with lead. We have received the results of testing of our well, which was dug in 1985 to a depth of 125 feet. Our well water has 7.5 micrograms of lead per liter. The EPA states no amount of lead in drinking water is deemed safe. We are currently awaiting results of lead testing from our ponds. We know several things about the lead at the Trap Club. The lead levels in the runoff have increased 340% from spring 2017 to this spring, as measured in the culvert that moves the runoff from the club into the Wilson's upper pond. Based on calculations done by Brian Carlisle, approximately 37 tons of lead shot per year are being deposited on the Trap Club property. The amount of lead on the site has increased faster in recent years due to increased shooting from student clubs. No lead cleanup has been done since 2014, when the company doing the cleanup was cited for air pollution and told not to return. The club was in favor of the shot screen that was erected, in part because it would help with the lead cleanup, which they noted as a problem for their own water source and well. Unfortunately, the county required it to be removed because of an increase in noise above what some neighbors had previously experienced. Since the testing of the water in the culvert coming from the club shows lead contamination, it is reasonable to assume that the pond it drains into is being contaminated via that water. The upper pond on the Wilson property contains 14 times the EPA limit for lead in livestock ponds. The lower Wilson pond has lead level 17 times the EPA limit. Those two ponds drain directly onto our property and into our ponds, which ultimately drain into the NID. All of the ponds sustain migratory birds and other wildlife and act as an irrigation source for pasture and a water source for livestock. This situation is unacceptable, to say the least. The county received a complaint as long ago as 2006 requesting investigation into the possibility of lead leaching into groundwater in the area. No action was taken on that complaint. In 2005, the EPA was in its fourth printing of its publication, Best Management Practices for Lead at Outdoor Shooting Ranges. There exists a reasonable expectation that the risks of shooting lead shots have been known for many years and have been ignored by the Trap Club and by this body. My husband and I want immediate action to prohibit further lead contamination of the Trap Club site while an action plan for cleanup is designed and implemented. We request that the frame for the shot screen be left in place until a full plan for the lead mitigation is set up. Additional materials can be viewed in my submitted letter via email to the clerk of the board dated 6/3 of this year. Please give this your immediate attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
That's it.
Do we have any on Zoom? No. All right. Thank you very much for public comment. We will close public comment and we will move to our first item, our 910 item, which is a accommodation of Rosalinda, and I forgot to ask, how to pronounce your last name. Can you tell me? Nicolette? All right. So I have a proclamation for you, which I am going to read, and then you're welcome to come up. In the matter of a commendation recognizing Rosalina Miklat for 30 years of dedicated public service as an employee of Placer County. Whereas Rosalina is retiring from the County of Placer Auditor Controller's Office after serving the citizens of the county for 30 years, and whereas Rose received her Bachelor of Science in Commerce in 1981 in the Philippines and was hired as an account clerk 2, extra help in the Auditor Controller's Office, Accounts Payable Division in December of 1990. Demonstrating a high level proficiency and competence, she was hired as a permanent employee May in 1991 in the Property Tax Division and then transferred to the Warrants Division in July of 1991. Her supervisors found her to be approachable, open-minded, and particularly successful at establishing and maintaining good relationships. And where Rose was promoted to Account Clerk 3 in November of 1992, due to her knowledge and warm personality, she was well prepared to work with staff at all levels of the organization. She conducted herself with confidence and listened carefully. She was articulate and persuasive, and she actively sought the absolute best possible outcome to every issue she addressed. And where Rose assumed a significant role on many occasions, including promoting to the role of senior account clerk in September of 95, she later promoted to account auditor in May of 97, and at this time she transferred to the payroll division where she completed the supervisory and management series training. She then promoted to senior account auditor, eventually promoted to payroll manager. Rosalina was instrumental in providing her subject matter expertise to the Auditor Controller's Office in the GDT payroll implementation, as well as the Acorn and Workday payroll implementations. She was also instrumental on the PAWS project and was the lead on developing the bank reconciliation module. All of these projects were highly complex, contributing to the success of the auditor staff and therefore the citizens of Placer County, while having a direct impact on the auditor controller's day-to-day operations and the professionalism and welfare of our employees. And whereas Rosalina Miklat's dedication to the Auditor Controller's Office and to the citizens of Placer County have been exemplary. She's performed with professionalism, conscientious attention to detail, and a wonderful sense of humor throughout her career. Now, therefore, let it be known that the above commendation was duly passed by our Board of Supervisors today on June 9th, 2020. On behalf of the citizens of Placer County, we acknowledge with great appreciation the exceptional service, your service, and wish you well in your retirement and future endeavors. So congratulations, Rosalina. Thank you so much for all of your efforts. And I am going to pass this to the clerk, who will pass this to you. And then I know that your boss is here and probably wants to say something before you do. So let's let him do that, and then you can say something, Rose. Good morning, Andy. Oh, you're on.
I'm on. Good morning, Chairwoman Gore, members of the board, Andy Sisk, Auditor Controller. I'm proud to say that Rose has worked for 3 Auditor Controllers, myself, the retired Catherine Martinez, and the late Kim Buck Williams Jr. And Rosalina is the second to last employee in the office to have worked for Kim Buck Williams Jr. There's one employee left that has not yet retired. It's also important to emphasize that Rose worked on 5 implementations of software, 2 general ledger implementations and 3 payroll implementations, which means that was 5 go-live dates. I can tell you I've done 3 and I don't want to do another one. So kudos to Rose for getting through 5 of them. When I joined the Auditor Controller's Office in 2003, Rose was working in the warrants unit. At the time, the county was implementing a new payroll system, Acorn. I was asked by my prior boss, Andy, I would like you to oversee our payroll project manager, and thrust me into this payroll project called Acorn. And I figured, this is the easiest thing I'm ever going to do. Payroll, it's just a bi-weekly process. How can this be complicated? Boy, was I in for a world of shock. I started learning words like perceivable, flossable, ficable, pensionable, MOU, side letters, Chapter 3. But this is where Rose found her niche and her calling. And this is where she blossomed. And I got to see that, speaking of Rose, and blossoming over those 17 years I got to work for her. And I got to see that growth, and all that growth all the way to actively managing the county's biweekly payroll process very seamlessly. Rose was our CalPERS expert, and CalPERS is not easy. It's not easy to understand pensions. We have 2 pension plans. You may think that's all we have, miscellaneous plan and a safety plan. No, within each of those plans, we have 3 tiers. Within each of those tiers, we have multiple layers of pension components. So really, there's 41 pension plans that we have to monitor for Placer County. Rose was our CalPERS expert, attended every CalPERS Forum conference on an annual basis. Rose was always good at asking questions. Auditors ask questions. That's what we do. But she did it very respectfully. Anytime I made a decision, well, Andy, why did you make that decision? I would have to explain to her why I made my decision, and she would live with that decision, even if she disagreed with why I went that way. Rose has planned for this day very well. She's trained and succession planned, and so we've got someone in place to follow behind Rose in her footsteps. And last but not least, Rose was always wanting to do the right thing. And just recently, we've been struck by COVID and had to deal with implementing the Coronavirus Act. And there's a piece that we're not able to implement in the Workday system, and that deals with those employees that are on this COVID leave. We're not having to be subject to FICA tax from the employer perspective. It's too difficult to program that in the system. But Rose is manually tracking this, and I can tell you before she leaves, she's going to tell me she's going to tell me, Andy, the IRS, the Social Security Administration owes us $5,452.99. It'll be that specific, and that might be chump change to the federal government, but it means a lot to her, and it goes to what Rose is all about. I think it's only apropos that Rose's last day in the office is actually Thursday, July 2nd, which is actually a payday because July 3rd, we're celebrating the 4th of July. So Rose, happy payday, happy retirement.
Thank you so much. I will be emotional. That is so sweet, Andy. So sweet. Sorry.
That's okay.
Good morning, Supervisor Gore, Gustafson, Uller, Wiegand, Holmes, and everybody here. Good morning. Thank you so much for your time and the chance to thank you personally, despite of social distancing and due to COVID-19. God bless me with 30 years of wonderful professional career with Placer County. I am a proud employee, not only because this is a great place to work, but only because they take care of their employees by providing good salary and benefits to their employees, especially good retirement. But also because we always do our best to provide good services to our residents, which I am a proud resident of Roseville. I came here in 1985 to seek good opportunity from the Philippines, and Placer County provided that to me and to my family, and for that, I am very grateful. I've served during those years, I've served under the administration of many supervisors, and I work under, although Andy says 3, but I will include Dave Irwin as intermittent auditor controller at that time. I serve under 4 auditor controllers. Kimbak Williams, which I dearly respect, Dave Irwin, who's very so intelligent, Cathy Martinez, who's very focused, and of course, Andy Sis, who's very fiscally responsible. I am grateful to our auditor controllers, Andy Sisk, and Assistant Controller Nicole Howard, for trusting me and giving me the opportunity to serve the Placer County employee in the capacity of payroll manager. It's not an easy task, but thank you for trusting me and giving me that opportunity. Thank you to all my coworkers at the auditor's office and all my former managers and supervisors and all the people I work across the county departments. I learned so much from them, and each one of them I have their respect, and I respect every one of them. I will truly miss them. Together with my parents, you all instill in me the meaning and the value of hard work, dedication, commitment, and teamwork. Lastly, I am extremely grateful to my husband, Tony, who's not here, unfortunately, because of COVID-19, and our 3 children, Christine, Ian, and Annie, who all lives in Seattle, Washington now. I hope they're watching. for their support and continue to inspire me and motivate me to be always at my best. Again, thank you, Placer County, for the opportunity and for the great journey. For that, I am very, very grateful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rose. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And if your children are watching, thank you. And if your children aren't watching, remember you can just report, you can send them the clip of the video, and that way they can definitely watch. All right, we will move on to item 2A, which is our Placer Vineyards Property 1A annexation to County Service Area 28, Zone of Benefit 173, Dry Creek. And is this a Zoom presentation? Yes, it is. All right.
Good morning, Chairwoman Gore.
Good morning.
And board members. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, you're on.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chairwoman Gore and board members. I'm Huey Nam with the Department of Public Works, Environment Engineering Division. I'm here today to present the annexation of Placer Vineyards Property 1A within the Placer Vineyards specific plan. As stated in the staff report, we're requesting the board conduct a public hearing, consider public testimony, and adopt a resolution to annex Placer Vineyards Property 1A, which include assessor parcel number 023-221-002 and a portion of 023-221-057 into the boundaries of County Service Area 28, Zone of Benefit 173, Dry Creek provides sewer service. This planned residential development consisting of approximately 120 acres area is located south of Baseline Road and west of Warlega Road in the Dry Creek area. If approved, the project is required to pay annexation fee. The current annexation fee is for reimbursement through the CFD number 1 program. It is $2,723 per lot or EDU. The proposed development is for 327 lots for a total annexation fee of $890,421. Staff support this request. In order to move forward, I request your board open a public hearing and adopt a resolution in the staff report to annex parcels into the boundaries of County Service Area 28, Zone 173, Dry Creek. With that, I'm happy to answer any question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from board members? I want to make sure that we are opening the public hearing, so we are doing that. We'll go to see if there's any comments from the public, and there's not, so we'll close the public hearing, and then we need to have the clerk, yes, give us the results. Oh, it doesn't have that. Okay, so never mind. So we'll bring it back to the board, and what is the will of the board? All right, motion by Wygant, second by Euler. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Item 3A, which is the Primary Indigent Defense Services contract. So, do we have somebody online to do this presentation? Becky is coming on in. All right, so she'll be in. She's coming in right now. See, we're not used to this. We're
People, real people.
okay. Great, thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Gore, members of the board. Becky Riggin from the County Executive Office. The next item on your agenda is a public defender contract renewal with Dan Kokel and Associates. The 4-year contract will be in the amount of $32,012,000 and will run from July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2024. First year costs are approximately $7.7 million, a 17.36% increase over the current year costs, with an annual increase of 2.95% thereafter. Mr. Kokel is in the audience today and has copies of his annual report for you. Dan, if you want to provide those to the clerk, and is available for any questions you may have. So Placer County is one of only 6 mid to large size counties in California that provide primary defense services through a contract service model and has done so since 1941. Following a 10-year period of contracting with a Central Valley law firm, the county conducted a comprehensive request for proposals process in 2016. From 3 respondents, Mr. Kokel's proposal was unanimously selected by a panel comprised of county and superior court representatives. Following a 6-month phased-in transition, Mr. Kokel assumed full responsibility for primary defense services and now manages 52 staff in a 20,000 square foot office located approximately 1 mile from the South Placer Justice Center in Roseville. The county has a total of 3 defense contracts, the primary contract under consideration today, and 2 smaller conflict agreements, which are utilized in cases with multiple defendants or when previous representation creates a conflict. Those contracts are on a different renewal cycle. These contracts are managed by the Executive Office, and we track a number of performance indicators for all of them. Since Mr. Kokel was awarded the contract 4 years ago, all of these indicators have moved in a favorable direction, despite a significant increase in workload. These improvements have not only strengthened access to justice for his clients, but have also resulted in efficiencies and cost savings across the entire justice system. The next few slides will demonstrate some of the data we monitor and the results we've seen in this contract. So, next slide, please. The chart captures the increased workload I mentioned and is shown as total annual cases handled by the office. You will notice on this and the upcoming slide that we do not report data for fiscal year 16-17, the year of transition between the 2 contracts. Because of the 6-month phased transition, we couldn't assure unduplicated counts, so our numbers reflect the last full year of the previous contract and the first full year of the current contract. During the past 4 years, the Public Defender's Office has experienced a 77% increase in total cases, a 100% increase in misdemeanor court coverage requirements, and a 20% increase in felony court coverage requirements. In addition, recent legislation such as mental health diversion, firearms verification for felonies and certain misdemeanors, and Prop 57, which requires a judge rather than a district attorney to determine whether a juvenile is eligible for sentencing as an adult, have significantly increased the workload and attorney requirements regarding standards of practice. However, as noted in my staff report, attorney staffing allocation in the public defender contract has not increased in 10 years. With this contract, Mr. Kokel is requesting the addition of 1 attorney, 3 investigators, and 3 clerical positions, and anticipates adding 2 additional attorneys over the next 4 years. Increases in workload have been largely mitigated by technology and process improvements made by Mr. Kokel and his staff. This chart captures one of the more significant improvements. In the years following implementation of the 2011 Public Safety Realignment, also known as AB 109, the number of court appearances were fairly consistent and averaged approximately 8.5 appearances per case. Through a number of innovative approaches, the office reduced that number from 8.5 to approximately 5.5, a reduction of 30%. These savings are replicated across the justice system in the court, DA, probation, and other agencies. Measures taken by the public defender also reduced the average length of time a case is open from 160 days to an average of 100 days, an approximate 40% reduction. In addition to yielding efficiencies in the system, this also allows a timelier return to work, families, or enrollment in treatment, education, or other rehabilitative services. This chart represents the reduction in bench warrants issued for failures to appear that occurred following the public defender's implementation of an automatic text reminder system, similar to those we all receive for a dentist or hair appointment. This reduced failures to appear and corresponding bench warrants from 12.3% of cases to 6.2%, a 50% reduction. Other technology measures developed by the office include a calendar compare tool that synchronizes the court's appearance calendar with the public defender's calendar, saving several hours of staff time daily and reduced missed court appearances. a case management system that provides efficiency tools to complete what are normally very labor-intensive mandated review and verification tasks. The office also transitioned to a paperless office within the first year, scanning not only current cases, but also tens of thousands of cases, which they are legally required to retain for the life of the defendant. Finally, this chart demonstrates the overall efficiency of this contract by comparing per capita costs of the current and proposed contract with 10 comparable counties that provide defense services. The bar farthest to the left is Placer County, with the red reflecting current contract cost per capita, and the blue cap on top represents the increase with next year's requested contract. In addition to monitoring performance data on a monthly basis, we also meet regularly with the public defender and the Superior Court to review processes and resolve any issues or concerns to ensure appropriate quality of service. I also check in with other Criminal Justice Policy Committee members, including the court, the district attorney, probation, and Health and Human Services. I'll speak very favorably about the professionalism and innovative aspects of the office and the overall improvements realized over these past 4 years. So that concludes our presentation. Mr. Copeland and I are both available for any questions.
Great, thank you very much, Becky. And I think you mentioned it briefly. First of all, any questions from board members? You just mentioned it briefly, which is the monitoring, because we are investing a lot of money in a contract, which is much needed. It's required by us, but making sure that the services are monitored so that appropriate representation is being provided. So you said you meet monthly along with the public defender's office and our courts.
Yes.
To make sure that work is being provided as needed?
That's correct.
Okay, great, thank you.
I had a question.
Go ahead, Cindy.
I had a question on the public defender cost per capita chart. Do you know how many of those other counties are also using this model of defense services?
Yeah, 9 of the 10 are.
Okay.
The Santa Clara, I believe. Is it Santa Clara? Santa Cruz, the very last one there. Santa Cruz, I'm sorry. They actually have a contract model too.
Okay. Great.
The rest are department level. And Supervisor Euler, you may recall a few years ago, some of your peers had an interest in exploring a department model at that point, and so we ran analysis on it. It was, it was.
Yeah. Well, I just, certainly performance is most important, but when we look at cost to our taxpayers, when they see a $32 million contract, that might raise some eyebrows. And just looking, as I've learned in joining this board, what my predecessors have done to set a model of efficiency and effectiveness. So I really commend you in doing that, and want to give accolades to those who voted for this in the past.
All right. No other comments or questions from board members? Do we have any questions from the public? All right. And we'll close public comment and bring it back to our board.
Move approval.
Did you want to make some comments, sir, since you're here in the audience? Okay. Well, an attorney who says it's not necessary.
He understands.
That's right. He's got to get back to work.
Did we have a motion a second? Because
I heard Gustafson, second by Holmes. Yes, all right.
If I may, under discussion.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Just want to say thank you. Supervisor Holmes and I have the pleasure working on the Criminal Justice Policy Committee with our members of the Defense Bar, District Attorney's Office, Sheriff, the judges, everybody who's involved in probation. And especially in light of what we are seeing nationally, with so many people wanting to attack our institutions, the institution of appropriate representation of criminal justice in Placer County is exemplary. The way that you guys handle your duties, discharge your responsibilities, and provide for a very effective defense of those people who are accused should be a model for the country. And so I just wanted to say thank you for your role in making our criminal justice system in Placer County work.
Thank you very much.
Supervisor Holmes, did you want to
I want to echo those remarks. Having toured your office twice, I'm really the innovation that you provide not only does your office good, but it follows through on our district attorney's office and the court. So I'm just really, really pleased with the way you run your operation. It's really been a successful venture for not only you, but for us as well. You do the placer dispute resolution. Does your office do that?
We are about ready to begin.
Oh, okay. Do you know how? I have someone that's interested. And so, is it? We know.
Acquired
Can you speak into the microphone, please? Thank you.
We've recently incorporated a nonprofit corporation.
Okay.
We're awaiting the Internal Revenue Service's designation as a nonprofit, and then we're going to sign a contract with the county. But we've been designated as the preferred vendor for the service.
Okay. So that'll be opening back up soon then.
Yes.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move to the number 4A item, proposed ordinances for the 2019 Charter Review Committee recommendations. Good morning, Jane.
Good morning, Chairperson Gore, board members. I am pleased to be here today, Jane Christensen from the County Executive Office, recapping the recommendations of your 2019 Charter Review Committee. You may recall this is a follow-up to our May 19th discussion. The CRC, per your direction, began its work in May of 2019, convening its first meeting in July of 2019 and conducting its business, including its own deliberations and public outreach, through April 2020. Over the course of their work, they raised 14 issues, resulting in 4 recommendations that we brought forward to this board on May 19th. These ordinances are in the packet before you, which include splitting the Civil Service Commission administrative and hearing duties, assigning the administrative duties to Human Resources, removing board confirmation of appointive department heads, removing bid thresholds, requiring that elected officers maintain continued residency. In sharing these recommendations at the May 19th meeting, the board chose to add a 5th item, an ordinance which is also here for your review, to allow board removal of elected officers through a supermajority vote. The ordinances are in your packet, created with the help of County Council, and are before you for your review and action. I'd also like to thank our CRC Chair, Dave Butler, and Vice Chair, Loretta Walker, who were before you on May 19th and are here again should you have any questions for any of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Did either Dave or Loretta want to make a comment? Are you guys good just to answer questions?
We're here available for you for any background that you might have on any of our discussions or deliberations. Right, Loretta?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Appreciate
And
it.
Board Chair, before I conclude my remarks, I'd be remiss if I didn't call attention to an error in one of the ordinance attachments, specifically attachment B. The title of the ordinance was transposed. The text is correct, and I understand the clerk provided corrected copies to each board member this morning.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so we have comments that want to be made. We've got some public who want to make some comments. Do we want to have any conversations prior to public comment regarding these items?
Yeah, I'd like to.
All right, Supervisor Euler?
Yeah. And I'm only going to address the one item that I asked the board to consider to add, and I think it's important. I've beginning June of last year, when I appeared before the Charter Review, asking them to take this item into consideration, I tried to provide the context for their consideration. Unfortunately, what was taken up in no way reflects the concern that I had and the concern to which I want to speak, and what I'm asking our board to consider figuring out how we can address. Clearly, the language as presented to the board, as represented by the Charter Review, is not in any way, shape, or form what it is that I was expressing a concern about. And if you'll indulge me, I'm going to choose my words carefully so as to protect the innocent and not inappropriately convict anybody, but it's important to share my personal experience that resulted in this item being recommended to the Charter Review Committee. A number of years ago, in my capacity as a county supervisor, I was made aware of actions within the office of a countywide elected official, actions that, if they had occurred within the office of one of our appointed department heads, would have resulted in immediate termination by the CEO. I have no doubt. And my first reaction upon hearing the allegations was to go and sit down with that particular elected department head, which I did. And that particular elected department head offered some kind of explanation, some kind of acknowledgement of the concerns, and assurance that it was behavior that was in their past. Well, it was obvious that it was not behavior that was in their past, as more concerns were being expressed along similar lines. I then went to our county council at the time, Jerry Carden, not Karen, and I said to county council, I am concerned about the liability that this is creating. What can we as a board, we are responsible for our budget, we're the ones to whom litigation gets brought. What can we do to mitigate our exposure in this area, because I believe a significant liability is being created. And at the time, I was advised by county council the board really can't do much of anything. And that doesn't sit well with me, that the board can't do anything when we know that there is a potential significant liability being created by any member of, by any employee of the county, let alone a countywide elected official. And so my next step of my own initiative was to meet with the foreperson of the grand jury. And I sat down with the foreperson of the grand jury, and I explained to that individual what it was I was hearing, and provided names of people that they could contact and interview. And I received communication back about a week later that they, and there was no specificity as to who they were, they had decided that they were far enough into their time in the grand jury, and they had their kind of their menu set, if you will, that they were not going to be able to take this up as the grand jury. And so where do we as a board go in a situation like this, where we know there's an exposure being created by the behavior of an individual, behavior that if it weren't an elected official, the CEO would certainly be stepping in to take measures in order to limit the exposure to the taxpayers. Where do we go? So that was the genesis of this. I do not relish the opportunity for this board to sit in judgment of any elected official, whether it's one of us or one of them. I do appreciate the that Morgan, our district attorney, Morgan Geyer, took the opportunity to actually reach out to me on this issue late last week. And Morgan and I have had the opportunity to talk, and because of Morgan's contact, I have some questions for council, and I'm wondering, I do believe that the grand jury process would be the right process for something like this, and that I would be very comfortable, and indeed I was comfortable taking it to the grand jury, but then saw no action. So my question is, what authority, or does the board have any authority by virtue of our charter, if the board were to take up an item in closed session along these lines, protecting the confidentiality and all the rest of somebody who is being accused of something like this, and in closed session then refer something to the grand jury and direct the grand jury that they shall look into it, as opposed to what I received, which was just kind of a waving off or a passing of it. do we have any authority to compel a grand jury to actually look into something?
No, you don't have the authority to compel, but there are several methods by which you can forward a concern, a grievance to the grand jury, because that is the process by which the grand jury can look into the willful misconduct of an elected official. The board doesn't have the authority to tell an elected official how to conduct his or her office, but to the extent that it falls within the willful misconduct, the board can take action to, for example, censure the elected official in open session. And it has been done. It was done by Contra Costa with their assessor. The board can also request resignation. Now, can the board compel that? No. But in the Contra Costa example, which is probably the most current example, the board basically took censure and they voted to censure their assessor, and they referred it to the grand jury. The grand jury, in fact, called for the assessor's removal in 2019 and accused him of willful and corrupt misconduct. In January of just this year, the Contra Costa Superior Court, which had set the trial on the matter, continued the trial to June 15, 2020, because the assessor is running for the Board of Supervisors. The Board of Supervisors, that particular race, he's in a runoff. However, as far as I know, barring COVID postponement, the trial for the assessor will go on. I bring that up because one is, it is one of the more current ones. Madera County, by the way, also took up a censure of their district attorney. And this was based on sexual harassment and misconduct in the office. That DA lost his election. He then sued the board, claiming that the censure caused him to lose the election. He eventually dropped it. I raised these kind of examples to point out that although censure and calling for resignation in and of themselves don't have teeth, it does give the board the avenue to use that to voice a concern, to raise allegations, and to request that the grand jury investigate. Now, can you compel the grand jury to investigate? No. But the grand jury can take it up, and that's the routine avenue for something that does fall within the willful misconduct category of an elected official.
I'm going to pause for now. My colleagues ask.
Okay. I just had a follow-up to that. So we also recently had a situation which some complaints came to light, whistleblower complaints. And in a situation that you and I discussed yesterday, Karen, those were not pursued. And so, again, similar to Supervisor Euler's question, I'm more interested in what opportunities the board has to push forward investigations, whether it's a grand jury or our HR department to investigate independently allegations made similarly. And can we compel those from our HR department?
So under the county's policy against workplace discrimination, harassment, and retaliation, there is a provision within the policy that does pertain to elected officials. However, what it does not allow the board or HR to do is to pursue a disciplinary action or to put an elected official on administrative leave. It does provide another avenue to send that particular item to the grand jury for investigation.
So we could have HR investigate if the findings were such.
Now, let me clarify on that, because there is a nuance there. If, for example, there's an elected official who has been accused of sexual misconduct, for example, HR would be the recipient of the complaints, say it's as somebody within that staff. HR would be the recipient of the complaints of that and would request the elected official to investigate. However, we cannot compel the elected official to investigate. The investigation goes to that elected official as the department head, and it stays there.
Okay. But nonetheless, we could, as you mentioned, issue a censure if we found there to be validity in those issues. We could take a vote of no confidence.
Correct.
We could ask for the resignation publicly.
Correct.
Obviously, hopefully you don't get to any of those steps for any of us or any other elected official. And so we would have a number of steps that could result in hopefully attention to the situation beyond just stopping and shutting down a potential investigation of wrongdoing.
That's correct. There's also, I point out, there's Government Code Section 1770, which is a rather long statute, but does include a provision that states that if there's a vacancy in an office for 3 consecutive months, that the board can declare that particular office to be vacant and appoint.
How do you define that?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, how do you define vacancy in that situation?
If the individual is not performing his or her duties, is not
determined
present.
by whom, though? I mean, that's, again, where you get back to this whole issue of what authority does the board have in this regard, where, you know, we see either, and again, I was, unlike how it was presented to our board, I was never going down the road of non-performance, which is what you seem to be alluding to with that. Certainly vacating your office while still in your term would constitute non-performance. I'm looking at it strictly from the standpoint of a liability created where the treasury of the county is exposed and we don't have the authority to do anything about it, even though we're the ones having to write the check. That's the way I'm looking at this. So, but there's no, so it sounds like there's no way we can compel the grand jury. We can publicly shame the grand jury, I guess, for not taking something up.
Or the individual, one of us, and we could do that.
Right.
I mean, and again, anything I'm saying, and I'm looking at our audience and the other electeds, applies to all of us.
Of course.
That's correct.
Those are the same situations in which if one of us were creating a hostile work environment,
Absolutely.
creating a situation for any staff member, or creating liability for the county in general, that you could get rid of me.
I should point out, too, the provision about vacancy is, the exception to that is not in the case of illness,
Right.
not in the case if the vacancy is authorized by law.
Right.
By the most
Medical family
most
leave.
usual example is somebody called up for service.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm the number of other ways in which we can address this was what I had asked for at the last meeting and am satisfied with. There's a number of other situations short of removal from office that if a significant situation arose that was of that magnitude, we could take action. So, thank you.
Supervisor Wygant.
May seem kind of innocuous, Karen, but I'm trying to envision different scenarios playing out. Do you happen to know the votes in Madera County and Contra Costa County?
Clayton, do you remember the votes? Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't.
Thanks. Just, envisioning a unanimous versus a 4/5 versus a 3/2.
Yeah, I don't remember. Sorry.
Supervisor Holmes.
Yeah, I can't support the motion on removal of elected officials. We have enough safeguards, we have enough mechanisms in place that we can utilize. By censure or asking for resignation, I think there's enough things to do without putting that out to the voters. If we put this out to the voters, it's not going to be pretty, so I can't support it.
I would agree, absolutely. I don't think this is something that we have, like Cindy said, other opportunities when we've got a bad apple, so to speak, to address that. And it's unfortunate, and I understand the concern about liability, but if any of us were to take action that was inappropriate, we all could have some liability for this board. And I would much rather it be another way versus us, a group of 5, having the authority to remove somebody else who has been duly elected by the voters, which is why we have the system set up the way we have it set up, right? That the voters are responsible for those elected officials, and they have the opportunity to vote them out if they're not gone for some other reason by their own action.
I
Go
just
ahead,
had a
Cindy.
follow-up for Supervisor Euler. At the time that this incident occurred, where were did you share that with the rest of the board? Did the board discuss it, or was there any opportunity?
Well, as you know, I can only share something like that. When I shared it with County Council, and County Council chose not to bring it to the board in closed session, which was what I had asked, is can we discuss it? And he basically just said there was really nothing we could do. So I did share it with one other colleague out of respect for the Brown Act, not wanting to.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, and so I guess that all the discussion items I had of actions we could take would require advice of County Council in order to move forward. So I just want to make sure we could bring such a situation to our current County Council.
Yes, yes. And to answer Supervisor Wygant, thanks to Clayton, the Madeira board, it was a unanimous decision, Contra Costa 4-0 with 1 vacant.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Euler.
So I am more than happy to withdraw the item from consideration of the board. Since I was the one that requested the board take up the consideration of the item, I'm more than happy to withdraw the consideration of the item and simply move on the other 4 items, if that is cleaner and easier. I would like to again thank our appointed District Attorney Geyer for calling me and having a conversation. I'm disappointed that with a decades-long relationship that I have with every county elected official, that his was the only call I got. We all know each other well. If there are concerns, y'all can pick up the phone and call me. We've talked about numerous issues, and I know this caused concern for some of you, yet I didn't get a single phone call. So in the future, understanding what clearly my motive is to try to protect all of us and our county, I would hope for a little more open communication where concerns exist. And so I understand the apprehension anytime the board takes up a controversial item like this, but I've certainly never been closed off to having conversations about any topic along these lines. So hopefully in the future we don't have a situation like this, but if we do find ourselves where we have differences of opinions on items coming before the board, please just reach out, talk to me. So with that, I will remove the request for consideration of that item, and I will move the other 4 items. I know we have public comment that we need to take, but I just, before we got into public comment, wanted to make it clear that I'm not going to ask the board to actually vote on that item.
Thank you, Supervisor Euler. I think that's much appreciated by this board. I agree, and I know that our electeds out there would certainly appreciate that. Let's go ahead and do this. We need to take public comment before we actually discuss what we do want to go before the voters, or anything go before the voters come November. So we can go ahead and take public comment, but we'll take public comment from our electeds in the room. If any of the electeds in the room would like to make public comment first, since you all are here, you are welcome to do so. Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate. I want to say I appreciate you all reaching out to me and having conversations when I called you all. Appreciate the frank conversations that we had. We've got people on the line, so we'll open it up to the public.
Gail, go ahead and turn on your mic and start your video and give your comments.
I do. Hi, good morning. This is Gail Garbalina Mojica. I'm the Placer County Superintendent of Schools. And I just want to say I appreciate Supervisors Holmes and Gore and Gustafson for their comments regarding this very charged issue. And I appreciate Supervisor Euler for committing to the group that he is going to withdraw this request. Unfortunately, this morning, I became aware that this issue actually affects my position as well. I was elected in 2006 as the Placer County Superintendent of Schools. I took office in 2007, and I have subsequently been reelected 3 times. The Section 403 of the county charter to remove any county elected officer actually in Section 401 of the county charter lists the county superintendent of schools. And as you are aware, the Placer County Superintendent of Schools and the Placer County Office of Education and the Placer County Board of Education is independent of the County of Placer. We approve our own budget. We approve our own hires. We don't use the County Commission, Personnel Commission. We are not part of your county budget. You don't approve our budget. We employ our own county counsel, and any claims or torts or lawsuit or litigation is defended by our attorneys, not the county council. And therefore, any judgments that are made affect our budget, not the county budget. So thank you for your proactive move in removing this particular item. I just wanted to draw your attention that unfortunately, it was going to include an office holder that has very little ties to the County of Placer. I consider myself as a countywide elected colleague and a neighbor of the County of Placer, and I would like to continue that as well. So thank you very much, and I appreciate the move that the board is moving in this particular direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Next comment, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, my name's Noah Ferrito.
Go ahead, Noah.
Good morning, Chair Gore and the rest of the Board of Supervisors. I appreciate this opportunity to speak to you this morning on behalf of this issue. I had comments prepared to oppose the actions of the board to try and take action to remove county elected officials and supersede the will of the voters. In light of the commentary today, I just want to take the opportunity to thank everyone for their discussion and their thoughts and opinions on this, and I appreciate the resolution getting it right and keeping the will of the voters first and foremost. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Morning. My name is Barbara Smith. Thank you so much for taking my call. In an April 2020 interview with the Gold Country Media following his election defeat, Mr. Euler shared some advice for his successor. Sometimes the hardest thing to do is to drown out the loudest voice in the room and just focus on what is really in the best long-term benefit of the county. I think this is sound advice, and I appreciate that Mr. Euler would heed it. Like his proclaimed desire to sue the governor and his attempt to have this board override the authority of Dr. Sisson, our county public health officer, Mr. Euler, is once again, or has once again, tried to convince his colleagues.
Ma'am, I'm going to stop you. I'm sorry. We're taking public comment on item 4A, which is proposed ordinances to the 2019 Charter Review Committee recommendations. Are you wanting?
I'm speaking to the board to thank them for their, and to thank Mr. Euler for withdrawing item E. But I do want to note that I'm concerned that this item will resurface again in the future when perhaps there's not as much attention paid to it. And I am concerned that the board is not necessarily acting in the best interest of the county all the time, but listening to the loudest voice in the room. So again, I ask Mr. Euler to please heed his own advice to his successor and make sure that you continue to work in our best interest. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record. Good morning. Please state your name for the record. Caller, are you there?
All right, next caller.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Hello?
Hi, go ahead.
Hello, this is Jeremy Birch. I'm the president for the Placer Public Employees Organization, and we had a prepared statement also, but just wanted to again thank you for the service you provide, and specifically this conversation and the choice made today.
Thank you. Next caller, please. We're just checking to see if there are more callers either on the phone or...
They're coming in now.
Okay, here we go.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, good morning. My name is Cheryl Berkema, Placer County resident. I too would like to thank the board for agreeing to withdraw item E. I had questions, first of all, on item D. It's very unclear in the language whether the requirements for residency, we see that they're Placer County, but there's a current requirement for the supervisors to reside within their districts. So that's different from the county. I don't think there's enough clarity in the language, and so would appreciate that also. Regarding the conversation today, I also submitted a letter, so that should be available in the public comment space. But regarding the options that the board has for misconduct, I'm actually concerned about the options that the public has. And going back to, we're less empowered than the board is. If the board wants to report misconduct, we have made several attempts to report misconduct, actually on Supervisor Euler, and it's very difficult. I would suggest that the corrective action would be more fix what is not working in the district attorney's office, and I understand we have a new district attorney, but to fix that avenue, to fix the Whistleblowers Act and make it available for external employees, and to, in terms of the statutes and availability of our option to do anything, I would just hope that the board would realize that we understand that you are responsible for the taxpayers' money and liabilities, and we hope that you could do something more to enable the public to have an avenue to work on misconduct issues also. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Kathleen Crawford, and I reside in Roseville, California. I appreciate Supervisor Euler's removal of this item from the agenda, but I want to point out one particular thought that I had, which I feel has not adequately been addressed. And that is that if this were to pass and go on the ballot, clearly this would undermine the authority of elected officials here in Placer County and increase the potential for undue influence by a supermajority of the Board of Supervisors. This would undermine the separation of power and responsibility for each elected official, and it would create the opportunity for interference and mischief into those county agencies. So clearly this is poor public policy and deserves to be rejected by the Board of Supervisors. Please do not clutter up the November 3rd, 2020 ballot with items that were considered and rejected by the Charter Review Committee appointed by this board. When you disregard the opinion of the citizens that you asked to bring forward recommendations, when a supervisor makes it perfectly clear that he wants this to be considered and they reject it, I think it is clear that this serves some sort of purpose that is not in the best public interest of the county. So thank you very much for withdrawing it, Supervisor Euler, but I really do wish that the Board of Supervisors would pay particular attention to this kind of behavior and would police itself before worrying about other elected officials. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
morning. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Perry Lustgarten, and I
Terry.
hope you can hear me. I have a bit of an echo chamber at my end, so I'll try to speak clearly. I'm a resident and voter in District 4. I had a series of statements and remarks I wish to make on this particular agenda item, but I am most appreciative of the fact that Mr. Euler has withdrawn this item from the board's consideration, based a great deal, it seems to me, on what County Council offered, the several actions that are available in the general law of our charter to deal with elected and appointed persons who may be in some fashion needing to be investigated. There are already mechanisms within our charter that certainly deal with that kind of an issue. We've got censure, we have no confidence votes, we have the request for public resignation. All of these steps are already in place and should be utilized first before we take the very serious step of usurping the voters' right. Their voices are heard through their vote, and if they elected a person to fill a spot, that carries some weight with me, certainly. So I'm delighted that Mr. Euler withdrew this, because the board need not support this ordinance and to vote no on it, overturning or minimizing constituents' votes. Do not add more to the ballot with confusing issues that will deviate from the already controversial historic election cycle that we're in. It's more important now than ever to protect the balance of power and the rights of voters to prevent further erosion of trust and accountability in our already divided county. Thank you for taking the time to listen to our comments, and I thank you for withdrawing this particular onerous amendment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
No more.
All right, no more public comment. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate that. We will close public comment and bring this back to the board about the discussion of the other items that were recommended by the Charter Review Committee to put on the ballot. I have a comment, and that was, I made these comments last time around when we had this discussion, which was there are 4 measures. I think 4 may be too many. There are 2 that I think are more important than the other 2, and I would prefer to have fewer than 4 on the ballot when our voters have to consider these. So my recommendation, I agree that we need to have a change in the Civil Service Commission and the work that they do. The work they do is very important, but I think that work needs to change, and they focus on appeals for our employees and not focus on all of the hiring decisions that an HR department would typically do. So I think that item, which is A, is very important. And the whole issue of residency within the county, I know that that's a requirement for us, and it's a requirement for the DA. I did not realize it was not a requirement for the rest of the electeds. I'm guessing the rest of our electeds all live in Placer County. I'm seeing not heads shaking yes, so that's not an issue currently for our electeds, which is a good thing. But I do think that it makes a difference that if you are serving as an elected official, that you live here, right? It is our community. We are representing and serving the members of our community, and I think that is important, and that we should actually ask our voters to vote on asking that our elected officials, all of us, reside here in the county. So those are the 2 that I think are worth putting on the ballot in November. Supervisor Gustafson.
I just wanted to ask why you feel, there's been no shortage of public input from all levels of elected and non-elected folks on the 5th item. And I guess I haven't heard anything on the other 4. And so do you feel the voters are just, it's too many because they'll be confused or think we're overreaching, or?
Well, we did have public outreach, right? The committee had public outreach. That's what the committee did. I think that probably most people didn't look at all the rest because of the additional item that was put on. I've got a couple of public comments or emails about the residency issue. So that issue I did hear from people about. We did have somebody else bring it up a little while ago. So that one I did hear from.
Yeah, but as far as you're just choosing that that 4 would just be too many for the voters
Well,
to
you know,
process, or
yeah, because if there are too many, most people go, nope, 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 can't deal with it, no. And if we really want to make change that's helpful to guide our county, then I think we need to not overburden
that's a good point.
our voters with too much.
I hadn't thought of it that way. I do. Nothing that we were doing today in defense of even having a discussion on the 5th item was going to the voters. It was never going to be determined by ourselves whether we could do it or not. It was going to be determined by the voters, even though I disagreed with it. So I just want to make that clear. I'm okay reducing the number to make sure we're successful in some. I'm not positive that the voters can't process all 4, but certainly I understand this won't be a campaign issue, that people will raise money to go support and probably get as vetted as our campaigns get when we're out in public and talking to folks. So I can certainly understand that.
And
so
I think the other two, the reason I put less of an emphasis on those is they're more cleanup. They're more our charter cleanup.
Yeah.
You know, and so the bid thresholds, we're already adhering to state law, regardless of though our county has an outdated number from a very long time ago. We're adhering to state law, and so it would be nice to clean it up. But I would hate for that to ignore what I think is a change in the Civil Service Commission that's, I think, really important for our county as far as efficiencies when it comes to hiring. I think that's really important. And then the other one, which is the bid threshold, and then, the appointed department heads, we already have a practice of it. He appoints folks, our CEO appoints folks, and we don't have to approve every one of those appointments, or should we? So that doesn't necessarily have to be cleaned up, and I'd hate to muddy the waters with things that I think are important to change.
Madam Chair?
Yes, David Butler.
This is Dave, yeah. So I would just, if I could, just provide a little bit of input. We did have a conversation informally, Loretta, myself, and Supervisor Gore, to talk about prioritization. And if we're confident that if the committee was pulled, that if there was to be a prioritization, it would be those 2 items that you identified.
Thank you, Dave. Appreciate that. What's the other comments, Supervisor Holmes?
Yes, thank you, Chair Gore. I agree with your comments about A and D. They're probably more important to put on the ballot, but the other ones are just clarifying language for the way we do business, and I have no problem putting them on the ballot. What do we got to lose? I mean, they may not vote for them, or they may just bypass them, but I think they should be put on the ballot to clarify it.
Supervisor Wygant.
I also agree with the prioritization. I think I have a question for Dave and I. We spoke to this a bit when I was briefed, but so I think you have a good point in that voters will tend to, if they are confused, just vote no, which makes sense. But to Supervisor Holmes' point, the cleanup would be nice, but the 2 priorities I wouldn't want to jeopardize for the other. So I guess the question is, what kind of outreach the voters not being confused is going to be the result of essentially what kind of communication is taken forth and education available to the voters to learn why these things are on the ballot. So Dave and or Jane, maybe you have some comments as it relates to what our plans might be in that regard.
We as a group and leadership had committed to continuing to do outreach to the public during the campaign season based on what the board chose to place on the ballot, consistent with our recommendations. And so we're happy to assist with public outreach as it's appropriate. Loretta, is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is. There is some concern when you do put a lot of items on the ballot, though. It's not a matter of confusion. It's what the voters will be able to tolerate. I think that there is some merit in focusing on the priorities, because the other items don't impact the county's functions as much as items E and D do in terms of impact and efficiency for the county, which was a priority for the Charter Committee.
Thank you both. Appreciate that. Supervisor Euler, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I guess my comments would just be that, having been severely upbraided for trying to introduce something that the committee considered but rejected, how dare we reject something that they considered and recommended? If we're going to be consistent there, I would think that we would entertain all four. I'm comfortable moving forward with all four, because I think where we have internal inconsistencies with our charter, it's important to try to fix those internal inconsistencies with our charter. Otherwise, what's the value of having a document that doesn't provide clarity to the governing body? So I'm comfortable with all four. I'm comfortable with two. I'll however y'all want to move forward, I'm fine.
Thank you. I think I feel like I need to push back, and even though you have deference to the committee in regards to this, they clearly prioritized, and I do think that there is voter fatigue, and there will probably be, there are a number of ballot initiatives that will be very controversial. The split roll, I'm not sure what the other ones are. The bail issue, I believe. So I've got folks nodding back there. So some pretty intense issues. I think these two are important. I hate to overwhelm people with things that are less important, because to me, I think these are important items. So I would push to do 2 instead of 4, and not push on voter fatigue. That's my 2 cents. So that it's not only my 2 cents, that's my strong urging, having been a person who's been involved in campaigns a long time, and knowing that sometimes you just don't want too much. And I know that I have just said, I'm going to vote no, 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 because I'm done with it. And there are things that we are going to want people to vote yes for.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Again, sorry. If I could just clarify, just in the interest of transparency, if there was a prioritization, it was an informal recommendation from me and Loretta as chair and vice chair. We feel confident that that represents the view of the Charter Review Committee, but we did not poll the Charter Review Committee about those recommendations, so you know.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. All right. Well, I'm for A and D. I have to see if you all want all 4 or just 2.
I have a suggestion for you. Why don't you take each item separately and take a vote on it?
All right. That sounds like a great idea. Do we have some consensus there? Okay.
Move approval of item A.
All right. We have a motion for item A.
Second.
And a second by Supervisor Wygant. And this is the ordinance proposing amendments to Placer County Code Chapter 3, Article 3.08, and ordering the measure to be, well, that doesn't say what it is. Okay, this is the Civil Service Commission. I'll just do it that way. Yeah. All right, so all those in favor of putting that on the ballot in November? Aye. Opposed? All right, motion carries 5-0.
Move approval of item B for put on the ballot.
Item B is the board confirmation of appointed department heads.
And this is as amended?
As amended. Did I get a second? Second. Supervisor Euler, second. All those in favor?
Aye.
And those opposed? No. So motion carries 3-2. C.
Move approval of item C.
Motion by Holmes, second by Euler. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? No. All right, motion carries 3-2. And Measure D.
Move approval of item D.
Holmes and then Euler. All those in favor?
Aye.
And those opposed. Motion carries. All right. then we will add all 4 onto the ballot. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dave, Loretta, and the Charter Review Committee. We really appreciate your hard work.
Thank you. And we just want to thank staff once again, Jane, Clayton, and Sarah. They did a wonderful job for us, so thank you. And
Thank you.
Thanks,
all right.
Dave.
We have our 10:30 timed item. I'm going to take a 5-minute break so that our board can get up and take a brief break. We will be back at 10:51. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. We will continue with our board meeting. We are on item 5A, which is the COVID-19 update. So we'll start with our CEO, Todd Leopold, to give us an update.
All right, good, almost afternoon. I guess we're still in the morning. Our item 5 is a COVID update. There's really 2 aspects to this, and I just want to start out by saying the public health officers actually going to be addressing item 1, kind of the update for you all about where we are as a current status. Item 2 is a policy decision and discussion that we're going to have, and that was not provided as any comments in the staff report from the public health officer specifically. So I just wanted to make that statement as we start off. So let us start with an update. I know Dr. Sisson is on the line here, and she has a brief update about kind of the coronavirus and how it's impacting the county, and we can answer any questions following that.
Great. Thank you, Todd. And good morning, Dr. Sisson. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board, and thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on the coronavirus epidemic in Placer County. Our response to the coronavirus outbreak in Placer County is focused on two main goals: to avoid overwhelming the healthcare system with a surge in cases and to protect vulnerable populations. So with these in mind, I will update your board on numbers of tests, cases, hospitalizations, and emerging case clusters. I will also touch on our efforts to identify individuals who may have come into close contact with infected people, as well as our efforts to promote practices that slow the spread of COVID-19. In addition, I will discuss the state's roadmap to reopening. Before I do that, I want to continue to thank our healthcare providers who are testing for and treating coronavirus every day, especially Chappaday Indian Health, Sutter Roseville, and UC San Francisco for their support of recent testing efforts. I would also like to acknowledge everyone connected to Reopen Placer who have developed tools and resources that support businesses to reopen responsibly. Can you pull up my slide deck?
Your slides should be up, Amy.
Okay. I can't see which slide. Okay, can you advance to the next slide? So speaking of Reopen Placer, I'd like to start by discussing the state's reopening roadmap. When Placer County allowed hair salons and barbershops to reopen on May 26th, we officially entered stage 3 of the reopening roadmap. Last Friday, June 5th, the state provided guidance for how several additional stage 2 and stage 3 sectors can safely reopen. The guidance was provided with the caveat that businesses could not reopen any sooner than June 12th, so that businesses have time to review the guidance and prepare for a responsible reopening. Next slide, please. Oh, back one, there you go. Businesses and activities in the following sectors are eligible for reopening: day camps, hotels for tourism and individual travel, campgrounds and outdoor recreation, gyms and fitness centers, including pools, family entertainment centers, zoos and museums, bars and wineries, and card rooms and racetracks. Businesses in these sectors should carefully read the guidance issued by the state and develop corresponding safety plans. Once those safety plans are completed, eligible businesses may reopen on or after June 12th without further approval of the Placer County Health Officer. Let's talk about testing. Testing volume has averaged 287 tests daily over the last 2 weeks, compared to an average of 255 daily tests in the previous 2-week period. Tests are being offered by healthcare providers and at 2 testing sites run by OptumServe. As you may recall, our South Placer site was at the grounds. It is now located at the Placer County Library in Rockland. Our Eastern Placer site was located in Kings Beach, but is now located at the Tahoe Forest Health Center in Truckee. These 2 sites alone can conduct up to 264 tests per day. While testing data is important to track, so too is the rate of positivity. Test positivity is calculated as the number of positive tests divided by the total number of tests. An increase in test positivity means that positive tests are increasing faster than all tests and indicates that the burden of disease is increasing. Since the last meeting of your board, Placer County's 7-day testing positivity rate has increased from 1% to 2%. On June 2nd, the daily testing positivity rate was 4%. Let's shift to cases. Over the last 7 days, laboratory confirmed cases of COVID-19 have increased. Go back a slide, please. Over the last 7 days, laboratory confirmed cases of COVID-19 have increased from 217 to 294, which represents a 35% increase over a 7-day period. Next slide. In recent cases, we've seen a shift from earlier in the epidemic with more younger cases and fewer cases in adults 65 or older. Before May 28th, 22% of cases were in people 65 or older. Between May 28th and June 4th, no cases were in people 65 or older. It appears that people 65 and older are heeding the call to stay at home since they're in a more vulnerable group, and we encourage them to continue to do so. There have been a few clusters of cases, several in one family related to international travel, several in fast food workers, and 15 cases in the Auburn jail. We are working closely with the Sheriff's Office and WellPath, the jail medical provider, to test both staff and inmates in the Auburn jail. We are also providing guidance to minimize the spread of coronavirus and to monitor those who have tested positive for COVID-19. Captain Steinhauer, the Auburn jail commander, is available to answer any questions you have about the jail cluster. All of these clusters illustrate just how difficult it is to control a virus that can be spread by those without symptoms and for which disease may not develop until 2 weeks after somebody is exposed to the virus. I'd like to say a few words about hospitalizations. We currently have 11 confirmed COVID-19 cases in Placer County hospitals, with 3 confirmed cases in the intensive care unit. Hospitalizations typically lag behind cases, so we would expect to see an increase in hospitalizations in the coming weeks. However, since we've generally seen fewer hospitalizations for younger COVID-19 patients, we may not see a large increase in hospitalizations resulting from the uptick in cases among younger residents. This is because about half of people 65 and older with COVID-19 end up being hospitalized, but only about 5% of people 18 to 49 years old require hospitalization. At present, Placer County hospitals continue to have adequate capacity, including available critical care beds, ventilators, and personal protective equipment. As I reported to this board on May 26th, the Public Health Division has strengthened our contact tracing capacity to address the increase in cases. Our contact tracing program is growing daily, and we're currently recruiting more personnel to increase our capability. This week, we're being onboarded to the state's new technology platform, which will increase our contact tracing efficiency moving forward. Next slide, please. As Placer County follows the state's reopening roadmap, our public health team is closely following our data related to disease burden and county preparedness. We knew before reopening began that cases of COVID-19 would increase as the county reopened. We made it clear in our stage 2 variance attestation in May that our goals were to avoid overwhelming the healthcare system and to protect vulnerable populations. You will recall that Placer County agreed to several triggers for increasing restrictions in its attestation. The good news is that Placer County has not met any of these triggers. Next slide, please. The state has also developed metrics to identify potential areas of concern. The state's metrics are a supplement to Placer's triggers, not a replacement. The California Department of Public Health recently began publishing county monitoring data. Under this new program, the state actively monitors, Under this new program, the state actively monitors each county's data, conducts targeted engagement with counties failing to meet indicators, and potentially requires counties to reinstitute community measures. At this time, the state's metric of case rate per 100,000 residents is of concern. However, It falls well below the 100 cases per 100,000 resident threshold to fail the metric when taken alone. When the case rate of 27 per 100,000 is coupled with Placer's current testing positivity rate of 2%, Placer County passes this combined measure. By comparison, one county currently failing to meet this indicator has a case rate of 712 per 100,000. My team will watch the case rate metric closely in the coming days and weeks. Should Placer County's data not meet the state-defined cutoff, I will engage your board and the California Department of Public Health to identify what is driving the increases and to identify action steps for addressing the issues that impact the areas of concern. As Placer County moves through reopening, our Public Health Division will continue to support residents to make informed choices about coronavirus risks. We still encourage everyone to stay home as much as possible, wash or sanitize their hands often, minimize gathering with non-household members, stay at least 6 feet apart from people who don't live in their household, wear face coverings when around others, clean and disinfect frequently touched surfaces daily, and to monitor their health, watching for the wide array of symptoms of COVID-19, which include not just fever, cough, and shortness of breath, but also chills, sore throat, headache, fatigue, muscle aches, loss of taste or smell, runny nose or congestion, and nausea, vomiting, or diarrhea. And then to get tested when they have any of these symptoms. As more and more sectors open, we will be providing tools to help individuals choose lower risk options, such as outdoor over indoor, shorter visits over longer visits, fewer people over more people, bringing their own items over sharing items, and staying close to home over traveling farther away. In summary, the local healthcare system is currently capable of responding to an increase in cases. Nonetheless, Placer's recent increases in cases clearly demonstrate that COVID-19 is very much active in our community. While more businesses will come back online at the end of this week, I implore county residents to continue following the practices that can slow rate of infection. Personal responsibility is a hallmark of Placer County, and our individual actions will go a long way to determining how well we're able to reduce the spread of coronavirus in our community. Thank you for your time, and at this point, I'd like to turn it back over to our CEO, Todd Leopold.
Thank you, Dr. Sisson. Appreciate that very much. Todd, did you have something?
You know, at this point, I think any questions that you may have would be good for this specific item. I know we have the Sheriff's Office as well, if you have any questions regarding the jail.
Great. Let's start with Supervisor Holmes. Questions, please.
Thank you, Chair Gore. Thank you, Dr. Sisson, for your leadership on this issue. I see that schools are now allowed to open, and school-based programs are allowed. Does that include athletic teams, sports teams?
It does not. I just received an email clarification from the California Department of Public Health this morning in response to an inquiry, and I can quote, "Youth sports are not currently permitted. Guidance specific to youth sports will be issued later in stage 3.
What is later? You know what later means?
I do not.
Oh, okay. And then I've had some calls around about tattoo shops which are highly regulated. They're not allowed as well in phase 3.
They are not allowed to reopen at this time. That is correct.
And is there
again? These are the state's requirements, not Placer County's.
Yeah, we understand that. Okay, thank you. Those are just my questions.
Thank you, Supervisor Holmes. Supervisor Wygant.
Thank you, Dr. Sisson. For me and for the public, I think we've all heard a lot about the sort of classic symptoms with regards to this, but today you delineated a list that was more lengthy than I heard before. So could you discuss that a little bit more fully for me and for all of us in the county?
Yeah, and you know, I did include the longer list. The CDC initially back in February, late January and February, when we were initially concerned about coronavirus, the messaging was very clear that we were only looking for fever, cough, and shortness of breath, and anybody who didn't have those symptoms couldn't possibly have COVID-19. We've learned a lot more about coronavirus and COVID-19 since then, and we now know that many people with COVID-19 don't have the classic symptoms of fever, cough, and shortness of breath. You know, many people don't have any symptoms or have very mild symptoms. But, you know, because I did go through it quickly, let me just review that list again, if I can find it in my notes here. But it is the ones that everyone's aware of: fever, cough, shortness of breath, as well as chills. But they have added sore throat, headache, fatigue, muscle aches, loss of taste or smell, runny nose or congestion, and nausea, vomiting, or diarrhea to that list. And I will state that we have seen all of those symptoms in the 294 Placer County cases to date, in addition to many cases who had no symptoms or very mild symptoms, in some cases very similar to what they thought were their seasonal allergies, and they were quite surprised when they tested positive for COVID-19.
Thank you.
Supervisor Euler?
Yeah, a couple of questions on the numbers, just to clarify. So we have on the little chart that we have on our webpage, the total number of people currently hospitalized. What is the sum total of unique individuals that have been hospitalized over the last, what are we now, 3.5 months of this? What is the total number combined of hospitalizations?
I'm not sure. Oh, I do actually. I have that data through May 27th. So you'll have to forgive me that I don't have the last week of data included. Okay. But what I can, and again, this is for our Placer County cases, so it's not all patients who have been hospitalized in Placer County's 3 hospitals. That's a separate number, okay. And I don't have that. But I can tell you, of our 294 cases that, and it actually, let me take that back. Because as of May 27th, when I have these data for, we had 194 cases at the time. Okay. So of those 194 cases, 38 of them had been hospitalized. So that represents a 20% hospitalization rate amongst confirmed cases. Okay. Again, that is driven heavily by the 50% hospitalization rate in people 65 or older.
Right. Right. So March, April, May combined, a grand total of 38 people hospitalized.
Of the 194 confirmed cases, I will state that our Placer County hospitals have had many more positive COVID-19 patients than those 38, because Placer County hospitals treat not just Placer County cases, but Sacramento County cases, in some cases El Dorado County cases. So the county of residence determines which jurisdiction the case is assigned to, but people can come from anywhere into our hospitals. So it is 2 different sets of numbers.
I understand. So we keep referencing the laboratory confirmed cases of 294.
Yeah, go ahead.
And then under that, we have another number, likely recovered cases of 183. What does that define? What are likely recovered cases?
Yeah, so if you're on the dashboard now, which I am not, but there's a little tab that says more information in that upper left-hand corner next to the recovered cases, and it provides, thank you, it provides the definition of what a recovered case is. I would be quick to point out that this is an estimate. It's not we don't count individual cases. What we do, this is a calculated estimate based on anyone if it's been more than 14 days since their original positive specimen was collected, and they have not died and they have not been hospitalized, then we count them as likely recovered.
Okay, so it's a confirmed case, so it's in the 294 total.
Correct.
It's a confirmed case that didn't die, which means we're now down to 285. When you take out the 9 deaths, we're down to 285. Correct. And so you're saying that there are 102 people kind of in that no man's land of confirmed, but we can't confirm they're recovered. We have 102 people.
Yes. Those are considered active cases. That's correct.
102 people. Okay. And of those 102, we have 11 in the hospital.
Actually, no. There are 11 patients currently in Placer County's hospitals. I can tell you that yesterday, of that approximately 102, that 6 of them were in hospitals and 3 of them were in the intensive care unit. So again, the numbers of cases hospitalized is different than the number of cases in the hospital as reported on the dashboard.
Residents versus non-residents.
Oh,
that's
correct.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Okay, and then getting back to the issue that Supervisor Holmes raised about youth sports and the vulnerability of that population. We are looking at in Placer County, 1 death under the age of 65 per 320,000 residents, because that's the approximate population of Placer County under the age of 65. So we have about 320,000 residents under the age of 65, and we've had 1 death, and that person was over the age of 50, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We currently have under the age of 50, we're almost 60% of our population in this county is under the age of 50. And we're seeing, while an increased number of reported cases, certainly nothing approaching from a medical standpoint, any kind of a emergency status regarding youth cases. Is that a fair assessment?
We have seen an increase in youth cases, but we have not seen concomitant increases in youth hospitalizations, and we have not seen any youth deaths to date.
Okay. So, just out of curiosity, do we know what it is that is driving this policy that those who seem to be the least vulnerable among us are those that are the most restricted at this point in their activities?
Yeah, I can't speak to the state's decision-making on this. Certainly, I've been part of advocacy efforts encouraging the state to open up activities to youth, and I'm appreciative of the day camp guidance that has come out. As I see more and more guidances coming out that are allowing group activities, such as group exercise classes are included in the fitness facility guidance. I have pointed out to the state the lack of consistency and apparent lack of logic in allowing group exercise classes indoors in a gym, but not allowing a group of 5 people to gather in a backyard, or a consistent group of 10 kids to do conditioning drills or kick a soccer ball around on a field if they remain distanced from each other. So believe me, I am trying to advocate to the state because I hear you. I do want to point out that just because children have not been hospitalized does not mean that they can't transmit disease to more vulnerable people. And certainly when we have multi-generational households, that's a concern, that children are going to school, participating in sports activities, doing increased mixing, coming home with virus, potentially remaining asymptomatic or just mildly symptomatic, and then transmitting disease to potentially grandparents who live in the home. So I think that is part of the state's concern around schools and other activities with youth, even though it doesn't seem consistent with the burden of disease on children, but it's because the role that they can potentially play in disease transmission. But I hear what you're saying about the apparent disproportionate restrictions on youth activities, and I continue to advocate. I have written a letter to the state health officer. I continue to advocate on conference calls and in private conversations with the director of the Department of Public Health, the need for consistency across guidance documents. And if you're going to allow gatherings in one setting, then you need to allow gatherings in another setting.
So, in that vein, how do we reconcile what was reported yesterday from the World Health Organization when they stated that it appears to be extremely rare that asymptomatic individuals can pass this on to someone else?
Yeah, so it was reported today that the World Health Organization has actually retracted that statement, and that it was not meant to be a policy statement. It was somebody speaking, I believe, in a press conference, and they have since stated that there was a misunderstanding, and that is not what they were intending to say. There are several studies that indicate disease can be transmitted by asymptomatic people. And, there's also a fair amount of confusion about asymptomatic versus pre-symptomatic. And so somebody could not have symptoms at the time, but go on to develop symptoms. And so that would be considered pre-symptomatic transmission. There are some people who never develop symptoms and remain asymptomatic. And then there are people who have symptoms, but their symptoms are so mild that they never considered themselves to be symptomatic. For example, someone who has headaches on a regular basis, who may have had a headache a couple of times in the last week and attributed it to their usual unknown headache symptoms, but in fact, they had a headache from coronavirus. We've seen that recently in a Placer County case. So it's difficult, and the WHO was speaking based on some limited data from contact investigations. And again, many people say that they're asymptomatic, but they're not attributing their mild symptoms to coronavirus. In some cases, because they're operating with that limited definition of coronavirus symptoms, meaning fever, cough, and shortness of breath, when in fact we know that people have a much wider array of symptoms, and that in many cases those symptoms are quite mild. So there is a tremendous amount of evidence in the published literature that supports the understanding that coronavirus is transmitted by people without symptoms and people with very mild symptoms.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Supervisor Gustafson?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Sisson. I know this has been wearing on all of us, and I appreciate the countless hours you've put in and your staff and answering some of my questions in particular. We have very unique areas. We've said throughout that one size doesn't fit all for the state, and certainly one size doesn't fit all even within our county. And Harry Weiss, who is the CEO and president of Tahoe Forest Hospital, is also online today to give us a brief update on what's happening there, because I continue to hear significant concern from our full-time residents in eastern Placer County who go to a Nevada County hospital, and so often our numbers don't necessarily reflect what's happening in East County, even though our dashboard does. What's happening at that hospital is of grave concern to our community members, and concern that limited resources, when you look at our population growing from roughly 12, maybe 12,000 full-time folks up to upwards of 150,000 people could be in residence in the Tahoe area on any given day, plus millions of visitors. And so that idea of transmission of disease, certainly with our adjacent counties reopening, Nevada, the state of Nevada wide open, and those sorts of things. So I look forward to having Harry Weiss speak to us. But Dr. Sisson, we have a number of others. Certainly I've heard about the youth programs. I've also heard quite a bit extensively about the unique types of businesses, ropes courses, other types of unique businesses that aren't necessarily going to get specific guidance from the state. And how do we best advise those individuals who to contact and how to proceed? Because similar to what we've raised, both with those unique types of businesses, downhill mountain biking was one I just heard from North Star, because they do allow people to ride a lift up to the top of the mountain, then ride down, and then they have a series and a plan of what they want to do, but they need guidance. The Tahoe Treetop Adventures program. We just get a lot of unique types of recreation, outdoor recreation. And then finally, the other one is on these public gatherings, because we are allowing people to gather in a church facility, but there's still concern that public gatherings outdoors for various get-togethers is not allowed. So what kind of guidance can we give these folks, and how do we seek that best guidance?
Yeah, so let me start with the outdoor recreation businesses. In the latest guidance that was posted on Friday for campgrounds, RV parks, and outdoor recreation, it does include ropes courses and outdoor climbing walls. So that is helpful for those businesses.
Oh, great.
It also speaks to other outdoor recreation operators, including, I believe, boating and various rentals. So I think that if folks start with that outdoor recreation guidance, that's a really good place. And public health and then our business resources center are available to those businesses that don't fit nicely into any specific category. We also will continue to outreach to the state when it's not clear whether a specific business is allowed at the time, at this current time, then we can get clarification that way as well. But start with this outdoor recreation guidance, which is at least specifically mentions ropes courses and outdoor climbing walls now. In terms of the gathering piece, we know that the larger a group that gathers, the higher risk of coronavirus disease transmission. And so, as I stated in my formal presentation, minimizing gatherings with people outside the household continues to be an important way of minimizing spread. I will point out that several of our cases added in the last 2 weeks, we believe that they acquired their infection at a gathering. There were Mother's Day gatherings, there were Memorial Day gatherings, there were funerals. In some cases, there were other prayer services that we believe are associated with coronavirus disease transmission in our Placer County cases. So while gatherings are allowed at places of worship and protests are allowed, we do expect that we will see continue to see cases associated with those gatherings. That being said, I continue to be an advocate for consistency in the state's guidance. So if gatherings of up to 100 are allowed in one setting, I think they should be allowed in others. But I want to come back to the advocacy point. If if you don't agree with a law, I don't think the answer is to break it. I think the answer is to advocate for that law to be changed. So at this point, I can't encourage Placer County residents to gather outdoors in groups. The only gatherings that are currently permitted under the statewide stay-at-home order are the groups of up to 100 or 25% of capacity in places of worship, as well as protest-related gatherings. But I will continue to advocate. That's certainly, you know, a role that your board can play as well with the state in encouraging them to be consistent in their guiding gatherings. Gathering guidance.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, and we may want to consider such a letter, because I am hearing from a lot of folks that we need to move forward that, and with the youth programs as well, and advocating for that. I've received a huge number of comments on that, and then I may have additional comments when we get to Dr. Weiss's comments.
Thank you, Dr. Sisson. One comment that I just heard from folks, which I understand with the gathering, which is folks who go to AA meetings and NA meetings who are doing Zoom meetings but really would like to meet in person. And you know,
those are actually allowed, Madam Chair.
They are. Thank you for letting me know.
Those are considered healthcare. And so I received specific email correspondence from the state in response to an inquiry that AA, NA, those type gatherings are permitted, and that was much earlier in stage 2.
Great.
So
thank you.
Yes,
I will let them know.
Those are exempted because they're considered healthcare and mental health.
Okay. And I think just the question that I have for you, Dr. Sisson, and then we'll open up to public, is that the state has now said these are the next areas that can be opened up if a county public health officer agrees. And I know it's challenging for you to say, hey, yes, because we're concerned about keeping people from getting the disease, and that's important. We don't want the disease to spread. At the same time, there's an opportunity to open up our community to get our businesses back to work, which I think is so important. And so I want to get your sense, and if you're going to say, yes, we can open these businesses up come Friday, June 12th, so that our businesses have time to start preparing. And I know that we as a board have got to continue to advocate for people washing your hands and sanitizing, and folks over 65 staying at home, and those who have underlying conditions staying at home. But I do think we need to open up more, and the state's allowed us. And so are you going to work with us to give that okay come Friday? Because I know that people are waiting.
I'm sorry if that wasn't clear, but in the slide deck, if someone could pull up the third slide.
Well, and if you're going yes to these, then I think that it just wasn't clear, and I want to make sure that we're all on the same page here.
So as I stated, those businesses can resume operations on or after June 12th without any additional approval required from the local health officer. So yes, those businesses are allowed to reopen in Placer County, provided they have a safety plan in place as early as Friday.
Great, thank you. So get the safety plans ready, folks, and implement them. Okay, Supervisor Euler, do you have another question before we go to public comment?
Yeah, no, I have another question based on that point. So based on these items that you've identified, including the sports camps and all the rest, it doesn't sound like there would be any concern if our board directed our county staff to make sure all of our park and recreation facilities are available to folks as well.
My understanding is that the parks and recreational facilities have. Are you speaking to pools, for example?
Well, pools, baseball fields, soccer fields, taking reservations for those facilities.
Yeah, so the state's guidance remains that sports can only be participated in by members of the same household. So in terms of opening the recreational fields, it would not be for team sports at this time. Pools are allowed to resume operations under the state guidance. Fields could be opened for general use, but again, sports can only be participated in by household members. That is clearly stated in multiple sets of state guidances, as well as the Q&A page, which has the weight of law at covid19.ca.gov.
And that continues with tennis as well? Family members only?
Yes, with the exception of singles tennis. So non-household members are allowed to participate in tennis singles. So if they remain on opposite sides of the net. And I believe that the U.S. Tennis Association has provided guidance that encourages such players to bring their own set of balls and to only directly touch the ball, their own balls with their hand. Otherwise, to kick or use their racket to move the ball to the other end of the court.
Okay. Yeah, I just...
consistency.
I know, it's very challenging to try to explain that to folks,
right.
Especially those who don't have a partner who plays tennis, so now they've got to move in with somebody else to start playing tennis. I'm being a little facetious.
Yes.
But
It allows it, right? Well, I think that, we've heard the state guidelines. These we can open up if businesses have a plan come Friday. And I think that our board can talk about next steps of writing a letter, a further letter to the governor with these other items, consistency, nail salons, youth sports, which are so important to our community as well. But that can be another step that we discuss after we go to public comment. So let's move to public comment. And as a reminder, folks, we're going to ask you to keep your comments brief. We appreciate your input, but brief is often better.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
It's Harry.
Hi, good morning. Jeffrey Hearn, CEO of North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. I want to first thank Chairwoman Gore and all the Placer County Board of Supervisors for your outstanding work and leadership throughout this pandemic crisis. I especially want to thank Supervisor Gustafson for your amazing and tireless work with North Lake Tahoe Resort Association and our entire North Lake Tahoe community as we slowly progress through this process of reopening our region. And I also want to recognize the amazing work and leadership Dr. Sasson has provided our community throughout this crisis and for constantly making herself available and providing timely information to our organization and our entire business community. Thank you. Well, I've come before you detailing the significant economic impact and the crisis has had on our entire business community, especially our lodging. And with the news that Dr. Sasson has just shared with us, with the expectation that we can reopen on June 12th, this is tremendous news as our lodging community can reopen. As Supervisor Gustafson did mention, this Friday we will have quite a situation on our hands as our surrounding areas will all be open, including the state of Nevada, El Dorado County, and Nevada County. Late yesterday, and to support the confidence that we have in our reopening of our lodging community, we forwarded to Dr. Sasson an outline of the core safety and health readiness initiatives that have been put in place, along with the dozens and dozens of letters from our lodging community supporting their readiness to reopen on June 12th. NLTRA has worked with every sector of our business community and none more than our lodging sector in developing reopening toolkits that include checklists and protocols for their business to implement that ensure the highest levels of safety for their workforce, customers, and visitors. NLTRA has also provided at cost several types of PPE items, including protective face gear, hand sanitizer dispensers, disposable gloves, and even social distancing graphics to use throughout everyone's business. Our lodging community is ready, and like our other business sectors, they are COVID compliant. In closing, it's important to know that our lodging community is fully prepared to reopen in a safe and responsible fashion. The aforementioned efforts and commitment to safety made by our business community will ensure the highest ratio for success and will be the standard for other communities to follow. I want to thank you all again as we make a major step this Friday to reopen in our lodging community and appreciate everyone's hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Appreciate all the work that folks up in North Lake Tahoe are doing to get ready.
You want to go to Harry?
Yes, please. We've got on the Zoom call Dr. Harry Weiss.
President, CEO, Tahoe Forest. There you go.
All right. Hi, Dr. Weiss.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Happy to share with you just a few minutes. Tahoe Forest Health System, its district actively serves eastern Placer County, eastern Nevada, and numerous other counties, including Washoe County, as we do business in Incline Village as well. We were very happy yesterday to sign a letter of support for Placer County to move forward with phase 3 further progress with COVID-19. I'm going to give you a variety of local and kind of regional thoughts that are going on here with our health system. And we grew very quickly in the month of March with positive COVID-19 lab tests, results, and ill patients. Then in the last 70 days, we've grown much more slowly to a total of 64 COVID-19 positive lab results out of 1,368 tests so far. So we've handled far more patients in our rural area than probably most rural areas of California. Our inpatient, what we call rule out and confirmed COVID-19 census in the month of April ranged from 0 to 7 inpatients. In May, it's ranged from 0 to 4 inpatients. And so far in the month of June, it's ranged from 0 to 3 inpatients. And the majority of these patients have been rule-outs versus actual confirmed. A rule-out means that they do have the symptoms, but we just didn't have any lab results that would confirm that they were positive. We put in place a registered nurse hotline way back in early March, as well as a drive-by clinic for testing. And yesterday, for example, I think we had over 130 calls to our hotline, so it's been an important resource for our broad region. We're also very carefully watching all activity due to the Memorial Weekend and all of the people who have been out and about enjoying the great out of doors, and also, certainly in closer proximity with each other, whether it's marches or any other type of activity. We're really pleased to have the Optum Serve free COVID-19 lab testing sites in the Eastern Sierra region. Happy it was in Kings Beach, and now it's been moved here on Donner Pass Road at the old Gateway Center across from the hospital. And I understand they had north of 30 tests yesterday, which I think is a higher volume than they had, and that was its very first day. We do, as a health system, expect to see COVID-19 lab tests grow in the month of June, and then we would expect that they would decline in the months of July, August, and September, are our estimates. And if we see anything different than that, we'll be happy to share that. Our very last positive COVID-19 lab test in Nevada County that we tested was on April 29. And there are, if we look at eastern Placer County and eastern Nevada County, there are about 6 to 8 additional positive COVID-19 lab tests that have been tested but weren't tested by our health system. Our last Incline Village positive case was on 5/29, and Washoe County has about 10 positives cumulative since the pandemic has started that we did not test. COVID-19, for many multiple studies, does appear to have a very low death rate. We think this is really important for all the public to understand. These multiple studies are indicating that the death rate is somewhere between 0.02% and 0.4%, and not the 3.4% that was originally proposed back around March 11th. So as a broad community, we're extremely happy to see that low death rate. And with such a low death rate, we as a health system do believe it's really hard to be persuasive that all aspects of our economy should be shut down. Also, the antibody spread across the U.S. appears to be overall low, ranging from 0.3% to 33%, depending on the specific area of the country. Also, something else that's really new for health systems across the country is for the first time in U.S. history, there's 10 new diagnosis codes that CDC has suggested or required that we code on patients. So if a person comes in with acute pneumonia, heart failure, or cancer, but also has a COVID-19 positive test, and were they to pass away, they would be flagged as a COVID-19 patient. This is not the case to date for any flu-related cases. So just share that. And so we accept the death rate as is, but I think that caveat's important. This year, if we look at the combined Tall Forest Health System and hospitals across the country, so if we combine flu patients plus COVID-19 volume this year in emergency departments, ICUs, and med-surg units across America, it is it's a low overall volume of patients. I would say a very low overall volume of patients. Probably about 50 to 75 hospitals out of 5,000 have been busy, but most hospitals have seen very, very low volumes. By contrast, as I've worked in healthcare over 43 years, we've seen at least 4 times since the late 60s where ERs were very busy, ICU, med-surg were very busy with critically ill patients, and that was not the case this year. It's also interesting if we compare people groups like Sweden and New Jersey, both people groups of about the same size population. Sweden never shut down, and they have fared far better than New Jersey did. I would also share that, as we've shared in many conversations out there, that hospitals and businesses have never been hit harder in a negative way this year since the Great Depression. So healthcare has been really hit hard this year based on how the public health structure has been. We're really concerned that along with all health systems, that there's about 5 new major disease bundles as a result of how this public health challenge has flowed from federal to state to local. And these 5 bundles I would share with you are the diseases of food insecurity, the diseases of housing insecurity, the diseases of job insecurity, and then there's another whole bundle. So that's 3. Then there's the disease bundle of mental and physical illnesses from prolonged shelter-in-place orders. And most of us are seeing many new cases where there's very prolonged shelter-in-place people groups. The additional 5th category of great concern is the diseases that were put on hold while health systems focused on COVID-19. I thought it was especially telling that Becker's Healthcare Review shared today an op-ed from Mayo Clinic and Cleveland Clinic, and just published today, where they're citing that patients coming into the ER are much more critically ill than normal because of delays in care. And they also cited that this comes to the 5 bundles that I was just talking about, and the diseases that were put on hold while COVID-19 was the focus, that just from cancer diseases alone, they estimate that there could be more than 250,000 per year due to delayed cancer treatment if healthcare systems are not providing normal and timely patient care treatment in the future. So their comment is that these other diseases really dwarf COVID-19, and that was just one disease category: cancer, not pneumonia, not heart failure, etc. So we as a health system are very supportive of physical distancing, certainly wearing a mask when in close proximity to people you don't normally engage with. We're also very supportive of businesses reopening, and we think there's a strong basis for that because the death rate is very, very low. And we're also very supportive of our children being in schools, and we certainly would just ask the state or counties and the federal government to really ask health systems how can they help us versus the issuance of any more orders or directives. So those are my brief comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, before you hang up, Dr. Weiss, are you still there? Are you still there? Oh.
Yes, I'm
okay,
still here.
because Supervisor Gustafson had a question, so before you hang up.
Well, I think you concluded answering my question, which is you are supportive of reopening. I know many of our residents on the East Slope are concerned about the volumes of tourism. I've received numerous emails over the weekend and photos of how crowded the trails and facilities are. And so I appreciated your comments and the time you took today to speak with us and to reassure our public that Tahoe Forest is well prepared to serve our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time, Doctor. We'll take our next public comment, please. I think we're going to the phones.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Yeah, hi, my name is Chris May. I am the president of Rockland Little League over here in Rockland. I don't know if it's comments or maybe questions. I do apologize if one or two of these are redundant. At the beginning of this whole discussion, Supervisor Holmes he'd actually asked about high school sports, and then we kind of moved into the youth sports. So our high school sports and our youth sports being considered parallel and kind of lumped into the same thing. And then Dr. Sisson had cited that youth sports is quote later in stage 3. So if we've moved into stage 3, is there a way to get any kind of clarification on when that will be? Because I'm actually glad Dr. Weiss had brought it up and mentioned it. One of the big issues going on right now besides COVID is the continued, I don't want to say decline, but I really don't know another word, and possibly mental and physical health of these kids that are being sheltered in place for so long. So at what point do we get to stop having them look at gyms around them open, crowded playgrounds open, even professional sports with no audience open? I mean, being a little league, as much as I'd love to have delusions of grandeur, we don't ever have audience outside a couple of parents. So right there, we're talking a very small number of kids playing and small number of their own parents. So I guess I'm asking, like, what would the backlash be if we opened the parks up to just general public? And playgrounds are already open. If we just blanketly open the park and allow each individual city to kind of from there determine what can be used for what. I know that we've talked a lot about from the state to the county to the city level. We really don't want to all be lumped in the same. One size doesn't fit all. Now, does that also apply to sports? Because golf, tennis, baseball has a lot less contact than, let's say, a football or lacrosse type thing or type of sport. So I guess those are kind of my main questions, because I know I'm getting, as president of my league, which is just a very, very small corner of Placer, almost on the daily I'm getting asked questions as we get these kind of very ambiguous clarifications from the state what that means for us, and I'm trying to give them as many answers as possible that I can, but it hasn't been a lot right now. So I guess we're just kind of looking for some kind of clarification on when we can move forward, because it seems like if we're going to wait for Governor Newsom to specify or single out youth sports and say, okay, you guys can open, then it's not going to happen, or it's not going to happen for a long time. And I'll close with, I can only speak for my individual league. I can't speak to maybe some of the other ones in my area. I know that more prolonged waiting before we can get things going. We're a nonprofit. We don't keep cash on hand, so we don't have any of our fundraising revenue coming in, like snack bars, spiritware, things like that. The ability to sustain our league is getting more and more bleak, almost by the week.
Yeah. Thank you.
So that's definitely a concern of ours. So we're kind of looking for some kind of clarification, some kind of answer, other than let's wait for Governor Newsom. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Zoom calls. And we'll now go to our Zoom calls.
Hi, this is Rosemary Roberts of South Placer. I appreciate Dr. Sisson a great deal, providing a lot of clarity this morning. I'm calling because the numbers for me are still not adding up. According to the county's dashboard, well, actually, first, according to the state, if I'm understanding correctly, in order to be within in the right amount of cases to be able to open, you need to have, in addition to that percentage, you also need to have less than 25 new cases per 100,000. So for us, that's 100 cases over a 14-day period. In the last 14 days, not including what came on board today, we had 109, which exceeds that 100 per 100,000, or 25 per 100,000. In the first week from the 26th of May through the 1st of June, we had 32 cases. In the last week alone, we have more than doubled that to 77. And then in the last 24 hours, we've added another 10. It's worth noting and taking a little bit wider view that the 2 weeks prior to this current 2-week period, we had a total of 15 cases. So we have gone from 15 cases to 119 cases in the last 15 days alone. So that is a huge concern to me. Dr. Sisson, I would be interested in knowing who is responsible for this dashboard map. I was thrilled to find it, only almost immediately and continuing since then, not very thrilled and quite disappointed at the level of its accuracy. In the upper left-hand corner where they have the laboratory confirmed cases of 304 as of today, that number changes at random. When I first started paying attention to this and actually taking screenshots so I could kind of keep track of what was going on, we had 230 cases showing. That 230 number stayed for 5 days. So a lot of people look at this and go, oh, we haven't gone up. Oh, we haven't gone up. And that's wrong. It finally took a jump. It was still at 230 when we had added 64 cases. So that's of great concern to me and makes me not want to trust what's being put on here. Yes, between yesterday and today, we've added 10 more cases. And yet again, the map that's provided on here showing by communities has not changed one lick. I can't tell where those new 10 cases are coming. Are they here in Roseville? Are they in Rockland? Are they in Lincoln, which seems to be really exploding, and perhaps they ought to be put on a little bit higher alert. I understand the want to just throw the county as a whole into this, hey, we're frickin' fine. But we are not fine. And in South Placer, we are so much less than fine.
Rosemary, can you wrap up your comments, please?
I am extremely concerned that when I go to any of the grocery stores, Target, Walmart, Raley's, less than 50% of the people I see have on masks. I can't go anywhere without seeing a majority of people not wearing masks and absolutely arrogant about it. So I have a lot of concern that we are not really educating people. And I don't think people 65 or older, which I am not, need or should be forced to completely stay at home because the younger crowd can't be respectful.
Thank
This
you
idea
so much
of
for your comments.
we recommend but do as you want has got to stop.
Thank
it's
you,
not about
Rosemary.
stopping COVID.
Thank you so much for your comments. We appreciate it. Next Zoom caller, please.
Dave, go ahead and give your comments. Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Oh, my name is Sandra. Thank you for taking my call for comment. I have a question concerning weddings. I've heard about religious services, but I've heard nothing about weddings. I have a wedding coming up at the end of July, and I'm fast approaching my 30-day deadline to cancel. And I would just like to know if you're addressing if it's a church service of a gathering of under 100 can be a wedding. I have read nothing or heard nothing of weddings.
Right. Thank you for your question. And we can follow up after the end of public comment. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Crawford, and I'm a resident of Roseville. I will keep my comments very brief. I want to, first of all, comment on the fact that, yes, it is true that those of us who are over 65 are pretty much still remaining sheltered in place, which is the reason for our continuing good statistic. I am very concerned about the statistics of 0 to 17-year-olds as well as the 18 to 49-year-olds. Those are growing, and yet, although they may not be seriously hospitalized or in ICU, there is evidence of organ damage and lifelong health issues just by contracting COVID-19. So I believe that we should start paying attention when over 50% of our cases are in those age groups. I also want to comment that the previous caller who complained about the wearing of masks in public, I also can verify. I only go out once a week, and I do all my errands in less than an hour and a half. And wherever I go, whether it's the post office, a grocery store, or picking up something at a pharmacy, not enough people are wearing masks. It is very disturbing to see that that is not becoming part of our common culture here in Placer County. And as a result, I think that is in some part reflective of our increasing exposure and the increasing numbers in those age groups. And I wish that there would be more of a public education component to the fact that wearing a mask is a very important way to continue to curb the spread of COVID-19. As far as youth sports, I have 4 grandchildren, and I can assure you that those grandchildren will not be participating in youth sports this summer. Their parents are much more concerned about the idea of how will school start, when will school start, and what is going on there to possibly risk exposing their children to youth sports over this summertime. So those are my comments. I appreciate Dr. Sisson's work and the clarification that is coming out, but I would really hope that we do not push for increasing the numbers of businesses that are going to reopen, and that we really do push the wearing of masks in public as an important factor in reducing the spread. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Patrick Wardell.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm going to want to continue on, I guess, with the theme about the elderly here. I'm 68 years old. I've, been in Placer County for 40 years, and I wanted to talk a little bit about my observations also about masks and so on. I have problems with trying to go out there and go to the market or go get essential services someplace because of people not wearing masks, and I feel that when I go there, it's pretty scary because you find, most people do not wear masks. They don't deal with any of the social distancing when they're in any of these markets. So anything that's an essential service needs to be set up for the elderly so they can have their environment or feel safe about going out and trying to get food. Whether you're sick, whether you're elderly, whether you're well, whatever the case may be, you have to have food. You have to get all these essential services. So we need to do something to make it safe for us to be able to go out and live. So for the most part, I guess what I'm getting at is there needs to be something strong done about wearing masks. Make some rules. There are cities out there now that are making changes to where, if you go in public, you wear a mask. Please do that or something like that, so I'm not feeling like I'm going to have to be locked down for the rest of my life, and I can go out and feel comfortable about getting some food and not worrying about dying every time I go out. So anyway, that's my comments, and thank you very much for your time. And you guys are doing great work at trying to open things up. I get it. I know it needs to be done. But we need to do something about the elderly also.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, it's Bill Halden from Rockland.
Go ahead.
And I wanted to just speak. I appreciate Dr. Sisson and the board's efforts to push back and inform the state on the opening process here. I do think that the state has created an illogical framework for residents to follow, and an illogical framework lessens people's confidence in our state government and their willingness, frankly, to follow something that seems illogical to them. So I think the pressure that we have put on youth sports when we allow card rooms, casinos, and other places where a large number of people gather. I'm not meaning to point anybody out, but obviously there's a lot of places where a lot of people are gathering. Our youth sports activities are outdoor activities, and I think all of the evidence is that outdoor activities are less problematic in terms of air circulation and other things that might cause people to catch this disease. So I would certainly encourage you all to continue to push back, but I think, frankly, we really have to consider the broader public health issues that are being caused by locking down these facilities when our gyms are open, but for the kids who don't belong to a gym, they're not allowed to participate in the youth sports. And finally, parents who are not comfortable with their children participating in these youth sports, of course, would be under no obligation for them to do so. And I would love to see the county take the lead in opening up fields for our youth sports teams to play that you folks have, and hopeful that we can get the ball moving, no pun intended, so that our kids can get back and have the opportunity to play some this summer rather than being cooped up. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Matt Fox from Loomis. I'm the president of Loomis USAC, and I just had a couple of quick points on the youth sports as well. On page 2 of the guidance for the outdoor activities, it says most organized activities such as baseball, soccer, etc., that are held in parks are not permitted to the extent that they require coaches and athletes who are not from the same household or living unit to be in close proximity. So that would imply that these activities would be allowed by the state if the organizers can come up with a plan that limits training to specific drills that don't require the participants to be in close proximity to each other, no mixing, no games, no scrimmage games, and no mixing of groups. So you'd have small stable groups kind of spread out on a soccer field, doing nothing but kicking the ball and not getting close to each other. I think that would be allowed under the state's guidance. I'm just hoping Dr. Sisson can clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Bruce Haddleshelf, City of Roseville. Thank you, Chairman Gore, for the and board for the opportunity to comment. I try to be a regular viewer of Dr. Sisson's sessions, and I have been impressed over the last couple of months at Dr. Sisson's persistency and advocacy on behalf of Placer County. And I just really want to thank her. It is a little daunting to try to get clarification of guidance that is often conflicting. And I really appreciate that I've watched over the period of time how data and facts and the public health, including mental health, have guided the decision making and made sure that all of us, I happen to be in that above 65 cohort, can move around and feel a level of confidence and safety. You know, and Dr. Sisson, I appreciate so much today you used words that are part of my ethic, and I think all of our ethic, and that's personal responsibility. I just would add to that grace. We all have different risk tolerances. Heck, in my own household, we have different risk tolerances, and we just work to find the common ground. You know, facts and not opinions should be the foundation for our decision making. And as the April 29th, 2020 Atlantic article said, right now we have something called an infodemic. I thought that was a made-up word, but it really is a word, where we have an excess of information that is detrimental to finding a solution. So I really do want to thank you, Dr. Sisson, for your persistence. As a health professional, it has to be challenging when things are posted without being peer-reviewed. You know, you mentioned the guidance on asymptomatic, and you know, sorting through that, reading beyond the headlines is important. So I didn't really have a comment other than to thank you, Dr. Sisson, for working with the board, hearing this out. I know you're putting in, like the board of supervisors and each of us in the cities are putting in countless hours. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hodeschelt. Next caller, please.
We're going to go to this.
All right, we're going to go to the Zoom calls.
Amberly Watts, go ahead and turn on your mic and start your video and give your comments.
Yes, hi. My name is Amberly Watts. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, I'm Placer County resident and parent from Rockland High School. Thank you for taking my comments. I want to speak to you regarding youth, high school, and college sports. As a caller stated earlier, the health of our youth is at risk due to not being able to participate in organized sports. It's not just their athletic health, but also their mental health. I would urge the restrictions and allow our children to participate in organized sports and continue to build their mental and physical health, building their community just as we have and as we have taught them throughout their lives. These activities are outdoor activities and do nothing but keep our children and active adults healthy. A lot of our high school and college students also assist with high school and youth programs and help form and shape the wonderful young men and women that Placer County produces. And I would urge Placer County to continue to build our children up. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next Zoom caller, which is?
We are done.
All right, we are going to close public comment, bring this back to the board. Dr. Sisson, I think you're still there. I think there was a question about weddings and a question about youth kicking around soccer balls. At least those two I tracked, and there might have been a few other, but if you want to take a couple of those, that'd be great.
Yeah, I wrote down a few others as well, so I'll take them in the order in which they were asked, just to make sure I don't skip any. So going back to the question of youth sports, somebody asked if recreational youth sports were being considered the same as school or school-based youth sports. And you know, the state did come out with two different sets of school guidances this past week, one from the California Department of Public Health and one from the Department of Education. I don't believe that either provides specifics around youth sports, so that's something that we'll be having more conversations about for school sports. But at this point, my understanding is that no sports, whether in the school environment or outside school, are currently being permitted, and I would await the promised state guidance on youth sports that's forthcoming, quote unquote, later in stage 3. And so I know one of the callers asked when in stage 3 is later, and believe me, I wish that I knew, but I do not. We are in stage 3, that's all I can say, but I do not know when the rest of the guidance documents will be coming from the state. That same caller asked about whether cities could allow parks to open for sports, and I just want to remind folks that Placer County is under a state order, and local jurisdictions can only have more strict rules than the state. No local jurisdiction is allowed to have any looser requirements than the state. And, you know, I guess I would reiterate my previous point that if we disagree with a law, then we should not break it. We should advocate for that law to be changed. The next point that I wanted to speak to was a caller who was asking about the increase in cases and talked about the 25 per 100,000 case rate over the last 14 days that the state is using. I want to make a distinction, because if you do go onto the variance webpage that the state has at covid19.ca.gov, you can see the requirements that certain counties had to attest to in the second round of variances. Placer County attested to a different set of criteria. And so I think that might be what the caller was speaking to, about needing to have less than 25 per 100,000 cases over the last 14 days before moving forward. What I was speaking to are the county data monitoring, that new program that the state has. So you can visit CDPH's website to learn more about the county data monitoring. And that is a dual metric, as I reviewed in my slides. So the case rate to fail the metric by itself is 100 per 100,000. So Placer County's rate of 27 does not fail that metric. The metric where it's 25 per 100,000 is when it's coupled with the testing positivity rate of greater than 8%. So while Placer County has a 14-day case rate greater than 25, we have a testing positivity rate less than 8%. And therefore, we are considered to be passing on that state metric. I agree with the caller that our increasing cases are absolutely of concern. And that is why Placer County Public Health continues to watch the data very closely, and we continue to emphasize the importance of the same preventive practices that we've been talking about since the beginning of this epidemic, in terms of hand washing, cleaning surfaces, staying away from others, wearing face coverings, and the like. I wanted to speak to a caller who had some concerns about the dashboard not being regularly updated. I think the issue may be of somebody not hitting refresh on their web browser. The dashboard is updated every day before noon. So I can't explain why the total was not increasing that they were seeing on their screen, but that dashboard is in fact updated every day. We heard from several callers with comments about people wearing masks and emphasizing the need to educate. And I wanted to come back to comments that I made, I believe, when I presented to your board 2 weeks ago about the fact that Placer County Public Health was embarking on a messaging campaign to promote the wearing of face coverings. And so I'm excited. We have print materials, and we're working on many other messages that will go forth from that campaign in the coming weeks to, in fact, remind residents that it is a very strong recommendation from the Placer County Health Officer that they wear face coverings. Finally, the long-awaited wedding question. Weddings, and this comes from communications that I've had with the California Department of Public Health on teleconferences that have clearly stated that weddings are not allowed at this time. And I would point out the places of worship guidance that CDPH has produced that specifically states that places of worship should discontinue large gatherings that encourage congregants / visitors to travel and break physical distances during activities such as concerts, large holidays, and life event celebrations and remembrances. So that speaks to the fact that weddings are not currently allowed as part of the state's reopening roadmap. And I understand that this is frustrating and challenging, but that is the current state requirement, is wedding gatherings are not allowed.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Sisson. Appreciate your updates and your follow-up. So let's bring it back to the board. I think I might have heard that there's some areas that we would like to continue to advocate on for our residents.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that we direct our chairwoman to author a letter with our CEO to advocate for those areas related to youth sports, gatherings, more direction on gatherings, nail salons, tattoo parlors, those later stage 3. Did I get them all, Jim? Yeah, and that we continue to advocate with the state for more clarification to get those businesses and activities reopened.
All right, I think we can do that. Any other? Okay, we got some consensus. Supervisor Euler.
I would like us to provide direction to our facilities staff that we reopen our fields. Begin taking reservations from youth teams for our fields and let kids get out and kick a soccer ball.
So it's up to the league. The league play is not allowed, but individuals can go out and play on a field, correct?
That's as of what, the 12th, which is
Right,
Friday.
as of Friday.
The parks will be allowed to be open.
Right.
Which is great, and I think our parks should be allowed to be open.
But we can't, right now, leagues can't make reservations on our field, which is typically something they will do 3 to 5 months in advance, is make reservations on fields so that when their sport comes around, they've got their, and we're not taking reservations right now. So we're not even preparing.
Are we, so can we prepare for the fall and allow reservations to be taken in the fall?
Well, we could allow taking reservations pending the potential, because they get on a regular schedule, correct?
Yeah.
So we could take the reservation without agreeing that they can play until the state releases that guidance. We're not going to keep them from going out there. I mean, you know, at least they can reserve their spot pending, because we think we're going to see guidance relatively soon. And if we don't, then that league has to determine whether they're going to do something or not. Is that?
Well,
we can't authorize the league and take the liability from that, right?
Okay. I disagree.
Yeah.
I fundamentally disagree with the entire premise that the governor has any authority. I mean, I know. We're just not in a state of emergency by definition, and any moral authority that he had completely evaporated in the last week when we have protesters standing on top of each other screaming, and he comes out and endorses that action, and yet we can't let our kids play soccer in Little League. There's no moral authority in our governance structure right now, and our kids are paying the price. And I'd just like our board at some point to stand up to it. I'm sorry.
Well, for the record, I agree with you, but here we are.
But we can take the reservations, and we can allow them to start making plans. That doesn't allow them, with the guidance that says we are not allowing this, we're just taking the reservation. We're not telling you to break the state guidelines by taking the reservation, because I think some of these get on a regular routine, correct? Every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, they have and so they want to get in line to be able to take those reservations. And depends on the coach's work schedule and when they're available to coach the kids, so they need to make those reservations well in advance. And this has been the frustrating part, is that we get this guidance, and often it doesn't give businesses or other activities much time to plan. Here, at least.
And in addition to that, I want to point out that I think it was the last time we sat here, while we were sitting here, the governor just simply changed his required guidelines.
Right.
So it's the totality of all of it that I think Kirk's expressing his frustration, but I share it.
And I share it 100% as well. And I am very frustrated that here we are telling our parents, well, the governor says you can't, when we're not letting our kids go outside and play. And I know the cases have gone up, but okay, then keep your kids away from vulnerable populations and grandma and grandpa, and go outside and play and get exercise, because that's important. This is
and take the precautions necessary, right? You know, because we have plenty of guidance as to what sanitation should look like for the kids to participate in those activities. So I share that frustration. I'm just saying the one action we can take is let people reserve fields with no blessing of what they do with the field, or if, you know, they go out and participate in it. Right. On it.
Well, we're going to direct staff to allow facilities to allow people to reserve fields for when people are allowed to start being on fields. You know, is he going to withhold $40 million from us if we allow people to start playing soccer?
Well, dad and kids can go play on the field during the reservation.
Dad and kids can go play on the field, and mom.
Yeah, and mom and the kids can go play.
Okay, I got direction on that one. And just clarity, so draft a letter, we'll be a little more specific. I know earlier in the week, or I should say the previous week, we were looking at a request about opening all stage 3 businesses. Obviously, we got direction on Friday afternoon regarding some specific ones, but it sounds like he's now stage 3A, and we're probably talking stage 3B.
Well, and we want to go to
so we'll talk
all
about
of stage 3 and open up and have consistency.
Okay.
Because he needs to hear it from us. People have got to push it back. Our residents should be flooding the governor's office with emails and phone calls, and I appreciate every parent who has said, we want youth sports opened up. Please contact the governor. Please let him know your kids need to be outside and playing.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry.
We'll craft one and go on for your signature.
So with that, we're going to close this item. We have a 12:45 item. We are taking a break, but first we're going to go to closed session, so it'll allow us to have a closed session item, our closed session items, and grab some lunch at the same time. Go ahead,
Right.
Karen.
The board will now adjourn to closed session to consider one item of initiation of litigation.
Thank you. Let's do. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are going to move forward for our 12:45 timed item. We're just, I'm sorry, we need to report out from closed session. So County Council, if you would do that, please.
The board met in closed session to consider one item of initiation of litigation. The board heard a report and provided direction. That concludes the report out of closed session.
Great, thank you very much. So now we'll move on to item 6A, which is the White Hawk Subdivision General Plan Amendment. And we welcome back our birthday boy. Since I haven't had a chance to say happy birthday to our birthday boy, Supervisor Euler's birthday. Wygant, sorry. Oops, sorry, Supervisor Wygant. It's already been a long day.
I don't even know how to respond. I got a couple, but I'm going to keep them to myself.
All right, Chris, you have the floor.
Thank you, Supervisors. Chris Schmidt with the Planning Services Division. The project before you today is a planned residential development in Granite Bay The applicant is Folsom Oak Tree LLC. They are the property owner of the subject parcel. So back in August 2015, the county received 2 applications for 2 nearly side-by-side projects, the White Hawk 1 and the White Hawk 2 projects on the south side of Douglas Boulevard, east of Sarah College Boulevard. This is the proposal from 2015. We processed them as separate applications with the same builder. The MAC, or the projects went as far as going to the MAC in October of 2015 as an information item. The county staff had prepared mitigated negative declarations for both projects, or each project separately, released those M&Ds in August 2016. The Granite Bay MAC considered the projects in August 2016 as well, and did recommend approval of the projects at that time. We did receive a substantial number of comments on the projects, questioning why we're not looking at these together. People thought we were piecemealing, and there were a lot of questions about wetland impacts and also traffic impacts. So the county and the applicant took a step back, and we decided to do an EIR for both projects. So the draft EIR was released in November of 2018, and the final EIR was released in February of last year. So the environmental document took a unique approach. We looked at White Hawk only impacts, White Hawk 2 only impacts, and then the 2 projects combined. And this intent was to provide the community and interested agencies and the decision makers sufficient information to understand the impacts of each project separately as well as combined. And that approach was well thought out because the original applicant decided not to proceed with the White Hawk 1 project and only went forward with the White Hawk 2 project. So that project came to your board back in March of 2019, or went to the Planning Commission in March of 2019, came to your board in April, and in June the board approved that project, and that is now moving through the improvement plan process. So back in 2019 in June, the property owner for the White Hawk 1 site applied for entitlements for their property, and that's what is before you today. So both projects, sites on the south side of Douglas, east of Woodgrove Way. We're considering the White Hawk 1 project here. It's 18.1 acres, currently vacant, mostly oak woodland. There is a strap ravine runs through the center of the site. To the east is a 19-acre parcel owned by the McBride family. It has 1 single-family house and some outbuildings. South of the site is a telecommunications facility. North of the site, on the north side of Douglas Boulevard, is small lot residential. And then east of the site is the Greyhawk subdivision. And on the common boundary line is an open space area. This is a picture heading eastbound on Douglas. The project site is kind of a gateway into Granite Bay, very scenic with a lot of oak woodlands on the front. This is looking into the project site. Within the site, scattered oak woodlands, kind of rolling terrain due to placer mining from many years ago, and some wetland features. So the current land use designation is rural low-density residential and also rural residential. Zoning is residential agriculture, combining 100,000 square foot minimum, also combining planned residential development of 0.5 units per acre. So the project before you today is 24 lots, all single-story homes. Lot sizes from 9,000 square feet to a little over 16,600 square feet. There's a gated entryway off of Douglas Boulevard. Common area along Douglas Boulevard of 4.1 acres. A public trail running through the site that will connect to the Greyhawk Public Trail to the west. A 0.3 acre private park. Restricted open space, mostly along the Stripe Ravine corridor. An emergency vehicle access to the Greyhawk subdivision on the west. And in total, 54% open space is being proposed. So the project entitlements before you are as a general plan amendment, community plan amendment to change the land use designation from rural res and rural low density residential to low density residential and open space. a rezoning from RAB 100 PD .5 to residential agriculture minimum building site of 20,000 square feet with a planned residential development combining district of 1.4 units per acre. And for the 300-foot scenic setback area along Douglas space would be rezoned to open space. A vesting tentative subdivision map for the 24-lot development, a conditional use permit for the planned residential development, and also a variance for lot coverage to allow for 50% coverage for single-story residences where 25 to 40% is normally allowed. So there is a 300-foot scenic setback along the south side of Douglas Boulevard where no new residential is allowed. So the planned lots are set back 300 feet from Douglas, and that frontage area would be retained as open space and pretty much left alone besides the entryway. The rest of the property gets rezoned to the RAB 20 PD 1.4. Substantial landscaping being added by the applicant along the frontage and also on the roadways. The only immediate neighbor is the McBride property to the east. We had discussions with the owner, and so as the applicant, they preferred to have a solid wood fencing along the boundary line, which is being proposed, and also some additional landscaping there to provide a bigger buffer. So between the new residence and the McBride family home is 75 feet setback. Significant new planting and a solid wood fence. Parks and Trails will be extending that meandering Class 1 trail along the south side of Douglas Boulevard on the project frontage. 0.5 mile multi-purpose public trail through the project site. And then the 0.3 acre private park in the middle. Just a close-up of the neighborhood park, a very low-key bocce court, some gathering spaces and sitting areas. Heavy landscaping along the project entryway. This shows you the gate and entryway and the wall up front. Split rail fencing that you see in front of the Greyhawk subdivision will be continued in front of this. They have a consistent look. The entry gate and entry wall feature. Post and cable fencing along the open space areas. Open metal view fencing for lots that back to the open space areas. And then privacy fencing in between the lots themselves. Parking is adequate on site, 96 is required. We have 59 driveway parking spaces, 24 spaces in guest parking bays for a total of 83 spots, 155 including garage parking. So the traffic study concluded there were 283 daily trips, including 27 AM peak hour trips and 29 PM peak hour trips. And just for reference, Douglas Boulevard along this stretch has a daily volume of 45,000 cars per day. So a little bit of off-site work. They'll be extending water from Woodgrove Way to the project site. There's a condition that they have to modify the Woodgrove Way Douglas Boulevard interchange. We'll talk about that in a little bit. And the second White Hawk project that moves forward is required to widen Douglas Boulevard between Sarah College and Stallman Road South to 6 lanes. So this shows that Woodgrove, Quail Oaks, Douglas intersection change. There was 4 different projects in Granite Bay that had a condition that we would be restricting left turns out of Woodgrove and Quail Oaks. So it would be a center divider installed. This one is conditioned to do that as well, but the Quarry Ridge project that's under construction at Berg and Douglas is underway, and they've actually installed this. So that condition is moot. They're not going to have to do that. Combined, the White Hawk 1 and 2 projects trigger the widening for Douglas Boulevard. So the second one that goes under construction would actually have to widen Douglas Boulevard between Sarah College and Stallman Road South. We did do a traffic analysis, both a VMT analysis and then a level of service analysis. With existing plus White Hawk 1 and 2, none of the study intersections would be exceeding besides the Woodgrove Douglas intersection. The segment between Sierra College Boulevard and Kivett-Stallman Road South has its six-lane widening requirement. The remaining segment between Kivett-Stallman Road South and Sino, it does exceed the Granite Bay Community Plan level of service standards. However, widening along this stretch is not called for in the community plan, and the public does not want that. So this project is not required to expand that segment to 6 lanes. We talked about the intersection change at Woodgrove, cumulative plus project conditions. This project does impact Sierra College south of Douglas, between Douglas and Renaissance Creek. The improvement would be widening along that stretch, but this is not feasible due to existing development on both sides of Sierra College Boulevard. Furthermore, the community plan doesn't call for that widening, and the Roseville General Plan also does not call for that widening, so they're not going to have to do that. We talked about the widening along Douglas. It would still need for that 6-lane expansion between Kivett-Stallman and Sino, but that is not plausible or feasible, so they won't be doing that. Some habitat impacts, mostly woodlands, almost 11 acres of woodland canopy lost. Back to that one. 4 significant trees of 147 dBH loss. Some wetland impacts of about 1/3 of an acre, preserving about 1 acre of wetland on site. Only one significant and avoidable impact, and that is the air quality during construction. So with the GPA and the rezone, they do have an affordable housing obligation of 10% of the units must be affordable. So that's 3 units on site or off site. The EIR does look at some alternatives. We looked at the no project, no build alternative, existing zoning alternative, and reduced density alternative. The build out pursuant to existing zoning would result in 8 lots and 50% open space. The reduced density alternative would consist of 16 lots, a little bit more open space of 63%. CEQA does require that we identify an environmentally superior alternative. The no project alternative would result in fewer impacts, but it doesn't achieve any of the project goals. The build out pursuant to existing community plan alternative results in similar impacts to the proposed project, but failure to proceed with this project would not necessarily result in the preservation of existing environmental conditions. It could result in the future build out of the site pursuant to existing planning documents or existing zoning and land use designations. So it also qualifies as another type of no project alternative. So therefore, the reduced density alternative is a superior, environmentally superior alternative to the proposed project. So the board certified the White Hawk 1 and 2 EIR last year. We did do an addendum to that document. We did an additional analysis of the Wellington Way Eureka Road intersection and also Barton Road Eureka Road intersection. That's the result of comments received on the White Hawk 2 project. We just wanted assurances this project wouldn't trigger any improvements for those intersections, and that this does not. We added the discussion for VMT, which is now required under CEQA, and then we modified mitigation measures resulting from the utilization of VMT metric rather than level of service analysis. So some of those roadway changes, like the widening of Douglas, was a mitigation measure. Now it's just a condition of approval, and that's reflected because of the change from a level of service standard to the VMT standard. So the Granite Bay MAC did consider this project at its March 4th meeting. Issues were raised involving tree loss and buffering in neighboring properties, public trail access, whether it was going to be available from dawn to dusk, which it will be, the concerns about the proposed density increase, affordable housing and whether it was going to be built on site or elsewhere, traffic impacts, and then changes to that Douglas Woodgrove intersection. The Planning Commission considered the project at its March 12th meeting and did recommend approval to the board. 6 yeas, no no's, and 1 member was absent. No members of the public spoke at that hearing. The Planning Commission did recommend the board consider requiring the following changes suggested the board look at alternate improvements to the Woodgrove intersection, which is moot today because that intersection has been changed. They were discussing whether it should be a roundabout or a signal there rather than just restricting movements. They did recommend the board consider adding a condition that says that only non-flammable fencing shall be used within 5 feet of the residential structures. And they also asked the board to strongly encourage the applicant to construct the 3 affordable units on site rather than off-site or paying an in-lieu fee. And with that, staff recommends the board take action to approve the project with the corrected conditions of approval found in the staff packet by recertifying the Whitehawk 1 and 2 project final EIR, their errata and addendum prepared pursuant to CEQA, and adopt a mitigation monitoring and reporting program supported by and incorporating by reference in its entirety the findings of fact included as attachment G of the staff report. Also adopt a resolution to amend the Granite Bay Community Plan, the land use diagram as shown in attachment F of the staff report. Adopt an ordinance to rezone the project site from RAB 100 PD of 0.5 to RAB 20 PD of 1.4, and also open space as shown in attachment E of the staff report. Approve the Whitehawk 1 vesting tentative subdivision map. Approve the variance to lot coverage, allowing to up to 50% coverage for single-story residences, where 25 to 40% is normally allowed. And then also approve the conditional use permit for the Whitehawk 1 planned residential development. And all these recommendations are based on the findings found in the staff report. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that very much. Let's see, do we have questions from board members? Supervisor Euler.
Chris, 2 things just quickly. You mentioned the level of service analysis as well as the VMT analysis. Under the VMT standard, how does this project kind of rank as opposed, because the LOS, we have some issues, the VMT, how does it stack up?
It did not trigger any VMT thresholds. It's actually fairly well positioned due to its proximity to services. So it's
from a VMT standpoint, it's actually
it scores pretty high.
Yeah,
I mean it's within a quarter mile of offices, restaurants, shopping. So it scores pretty good.
And then the second question, when we did the update to the community plan in 2012, adopted in 2012, I want to say, was there not a special designation for this area south of Douglas, these 3 larger parcels south of Douglas?
Yeah, we called them special opportunity areas. So the plan did not change land use designations, but there was the recognition that these were sites that would be suitable for higher density development since they were so connected to the services to the east and also a high volume transportation corridor. So it suggested that a future work program be undertaken that we actually look at rezoning these for higher density.
So to follow up on that question, so why not higher density? I know it's low density residential, that's the plan, but why wasn't there a proposal to do higher density in that area since that was an opportunity to do so?
I think the applicant looked at the public opinion on high density and decided that while it would be beneficial for them to have more units on this property, it just wouldn't fly well with neighbors, especially the Granite Bay community, which doesn't want that higher density development. So it's a good product. I mean, from a planning perspective, yes, it probably should be higher density, but this is a smaller lot, move down type product, all single story for Granite Bay. So it is.
So it's more of a compromise move. I mean, it's a product that can be, that the community wants or that people would purchase, and certainly more acceptable to that community than higher density
apartments or
even though
townhouses.
Some folks would prefer even lower density.
Agreed.
Okay.
So it was them being realistic of what is feasible, both politically and economically for this site.
Thank you. Supervisor Holmes?
Yeah, I see there's an affordable housing element to this, and the Planning Commission strongly suggested to build on site, but it indicates to me that they have the option of paying in lieu fee or building off site. So has the applicant made any recommendations about how they would want to move forward with that?
They preferred the in lieu fee, so the condition reads, they have the option of building on-site or off-site or securing off-site units and deed restricting them. They do prefer to pay the in lieu fee for this, although we don't have an adopted fee. The condition reads that it would have to be negotiated with the county, or they would pay the fee that your board would adopt in the meantime.
So we're going to be hearing about the accessory dwelling unit issue in a little bit. Would they be allowed to build accessory dwelling units to meet that requirement? I would like to see that. I'd rather see the units built as an accessory dwelling unit.
Yeah, so that is one option for them, is to do just to de-restrict an ADU on 3 of the lots instead of the large house.
Right.
I mean, these homes are probably going to be $800,000 each or above, so it's kind of hard to get an affordable unit on 3 of those lots. But the ADU, I think, is a wise, economically feasible way to meet their obligation on site if they went that route.
They could do a junior accessory dwelling unit if the home's going to run $800,000.
There you go.
Just saying.
To that
Supervisor
point, if I may,
Euler, yes.
Does that do anything in terms of the coverage issue, though, if we've got 3 units that now are having to look at? Because they're pretty tight. So we got setback issues, you got coverage issues. Would they have to go vertical with the accessory dwelling unit then, probably like over a garage type of a thing?
I think they just reduce the size of the primary and just carve out a second unit inside. And you see some of the builders are offering that multi-generational floor plan,
right,
where they have a outside entryway and also a connection inside. So it can be a family member or it can be rented out to the public.
So a junior accessory dwelling unit, which is within the footprint of the primary dwelling, right? That's what that is. Yeah. We're learning. Okay.
Everyone just thinks it's in the backyard above a garage, and it's not always the case.
Okay. Other questions for board members? Jim, did you have another question or comment?
So off-site, doesn't make sense to build a three unit affordable unit off-site. Do they have any mechanism to look into that, buying a property that maybe?
It is an option to purchase at market rate and then deed restrict them, so the builder could do that as well.
Okay, let's go ahead. Supervisor Gustafson.
Sorry, well, I just wanted to follow up that obviously with our in lieu and the debates on our in lieu fees, I would tend to agree that we'd love to see something actually happen versus allowing the in lieu payment that doesn't get housing done. So whatever we can do to expedite this, I would be in support of.
Well, I would,
meeting that requirement.
Yeah, I would certainly encourage it, and I don't know if I would. I don't know if I want to mandate it. I would want to really encourage it, and I would guess that they might find some folks who want to purchase with a unit that could be deed restricted or something to that effect. There might be an opportunity there. I would really like to explore that with the developer. I can't see that. It's on one of these somewhere.
So this is just the affordable housing condition that's in the conditions of approval. And if you chose to encourage the construction on site, we added some language underlined here about encouraging construction of affordable housing on site. But with the county concurrence, they could also pay an in lieu fee.
Well, I guess, thank you. Whether it's on site or they purchase something else is less, I mean, to me, I don't care either way. I think the in lieu fee is where we've had the debate as to it's not sufficient to buy a unit or build a unit, and we want to see housing accomplished and available. So
I hear that, and the frustrating part about this is, as I've had conversations, when you have product or a development that's under 100, they're not, and you're requiring 10%. Those aren't getting built.
Yeah.
So even
no,
the city
of
Roseville, there are projects that have been approved that are under 100 units with a 10% requirement, and none of those have been built, even though
Okay.
the city has required it, and it's because it's so expensive to build
Right.
those units. So to build 3 units, when you only have 24, is cost prohibitive, and that's the biggest challenge, right? Like, there's this desire, but it's so expensive.
Right. Well, that's where the
produce a
purchasing and
product.
deed restricting is a great option, and
Right.
it gets housing done immediately, so. I understand. I'm just continuing to push on the getting housing done.
All right, well, then we can go ahead, if there are no other questions from board members, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing to public comment. Do we have the applicant online?
Yes.
Okay, so if the applicant is that the applicant?
That's John Hodgson. Can you hear me?
Yeah, so we're gonna, we want to take the applicant first. Sorry about that person there. I'm not sure how to get them back. So we'll let staff figure that out. Go ahead, Megan, make a comment if you need to them. Okay, yes. Go ahead. I can't see your name. There you go.
My name is John Hodgson, a company called the Hodgson Company based here in Sacramento. I represent the underlying landowners, and I really don't have anything to add. I think Chris did a nice job, but this is a project that's gone through more or less. The EIR was approved a couple of years ago, and we went through both the MAC and the Planning Commission with unanimous votes. I am happy to address the affordable housing issue. Again, we are the landowners, we're not the home builders. I've done a lot of projects throughout the greater Sacramento region that involve in affordable housing in 10, 15 different jurisdictions. I would request that this project have the option of doing in lieu. I do think that the county's position on ADUs and ADUs being an option is one that we would very seriously pursue, partly to meet the affordable housing requirement, but also because in the changing demographics, the changing housing needs, that it is possible, maybe even probable, we'll have one or more buyers who will want an ADU, which is, whether you call it an in-laws attached apartment, however you want to describe it, we're seeing more and more of those. I've done a couple ADUs here in the city of Sacramento, and because of the change in state laws in the last year or so, it is candidly a lot easier and a lot more flexible. However, I can tell you that if we were not able to find anybody to buy an ADU, or more specifically buy a home with an ADU, the cost of meeting this and any kind of affordable housing, go build a unit, is extraordinarily high. I would estimate to build an affordable unit here, even a smaller affordable unit, the subsidy, i.e. the cost to the builder, would be probably $300,000, maybe $400,000, at least $300,000 a unit. The reason is because you're building an $800,000 home to begin with. Let's say your costs are $700 and change. You've got to bring the cost down, or the rent down, to a level of 250, maybe less, thousand. So the delta, the spread, is what it costs. And what that does is, if it's required, like was noted here in the city of Roseville, it doesn't get built. You can't come in and face another $750,000 or more in cost to build 3 units, whether you do it on-site or off-site. And there's no such thing as a 3-unit apartment, or at least a 3-unit cost-effective apartment. So it's just very expensive. It's important. It needs to be done. The ADUs is a way to do it. But the bottom line is, affordable housing is as expensive or more expensive as market rate housing can provide. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, John. Appreciate your comments, and it looks like Supervisor Holmes, do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you for your comments. So we don't have the in lieu fee number yet, but you would be agreeable to paying whatever that in lieu fee is at the time we finally get it?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, and let's then move to our public comments. Appreciate that.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Berkema. I live in District 4, Granite Bay. And Whitehawks 1 and 2, I've been actively involved trying to preserve the rural nature of our community. Whitehawks 1 and 2, between the two of them, there's almost 1,000 oak trees, and it is a riparian corridor. The fence is objectionable because it stops the movement of the wildlife, and it doesn't protect a lot of the riparian aspects of the community there. So I would hope that we could not put fencing. Also, the option that's reduced, this developer got 4 times the density on Whitehawks 2, and it was brought up at the time several years ago in Ventura at Granite Bay, that Placer County is basically making it reasonable for developers to rip out oak trees. The cost of the in lieu fees for tree mitigation is several times less than most counties. So you're actually encouraging that type of development. So we hope that that would change and that there would be a higher fee to do that. Also with the affordable housing, it's been over a year since Whitehawk 2, and there still isn't a resolution to that. It seems like anyone that's getting 4 times the density, the economic feasibility is not and should not be part of the decision-making process. No one is forcing that homeowner or the property owner to build 24 homes. They can build the 8 homes and just build it as zones. So that's really not an argument. The biggest problem is the traffic. The traffic circulation element has been not been updated. This is piecemeal traffic planning, and it's not acceptable from a CEQA standpoint. You said that it's significant, yet we're not going to do anything about it. And so there's been about 6 developments on Douglas Boulevard since then that are all significant but unavoidable because we just can't make it 6 lanes. That's not a mitigation. That means that nothing should be built over what's zoned until that traffic study is in. I think every single project that comes up like this should be rejected unless it's built as zoned just for that reason alone. The errata, I think that should have been, if the whole EIR is going to be recertified, that it should have been recirculated as a Whitehawk 1 and 2. And I hope that you'll look at the affordable housing, because what's going to happen is we're going to have to pay the price for every time there's a commercial or a development that doesn't put affordable housing in. The rest of the residents pay for that, and I think it's unfair to unincorporated Granite Bay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
We're going to shift over to Zoom.
All right, we'll shift over to Zoom comments.
Amber, go ahead and turn your mic on to start your video. Amber, did you want to give comments?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, all right. Hi, everyone. My name is Amber Beckler. I live in the Granite Bay area. While I like certain elements of the Whitehawk 1 plan, such as open space, the semi-protection of the riparian wetland features, and the use of native plants in the landscape design, My concern is the impact on the wildlife in the area. I do think a balance is possible, and instead of the project proposed before you, to pursue CEQA alternative B or C, which is the reduced density alternatives. This will minimize impacts on the biological resources on the site and then still offer housing expansion along the Douglas corridor. The unique character of the Granite Bay area includes the diversity of wildlife that is able to coexist with people. This is only because there are preserved habitat corridors such as Strap Ravine, which is where the project is intended to be built. This is a critical corridor that enables wildlife cover, nesting ground, and food sources, and connects to other landscape features such as Folsom Lake and Linda Creek, all within the Granite Bay community. So even though there have been mining disturbances in the area, it's still widely used by wildlife. The wildlife in the area is very much cherished by many in our community. And in the project document, it's noticed that focus surveys for special status plants and pre-construction surveys are required for the burrowing owl and Swanson's hawk. But I think a major omission in the document is the presence of the fully protected white-tailed kite, which is commonly found in this area. I live about a mile from White Hawk 1 and have video evidence of frequent encounters with white-tailed kites as recent as 2 weeks ago. We frequently see a resident family of red-shouldered hawks, Cooper's hawks, great horned owls, all along the Strap Ravine corridor. So I respectfully ask that you take one of two actions. One is to pursue CEQA alternative B or C. However, if you believe there is a need for the higher density, I'd ask you that you consider the following project requirements. The first is to include the fully protected white-tailed kite in the biological resources inventory, as this is a clear omission during the time of the study. I also ask that you put up raptor nest boxes in the project area well before construction begins. It can take birds of prey such as owls and hawks up to a year to locate them and utilize them. And also I ask that you minimize the use of closed board fencing through the Strap Ravine corridor. Leave it open so land mammals can traverse the Strap Ravine. Fences do impede animal movement, and we get frequent visitors of coyotes, skunks, bobcats, possums, which are captured on video on my wildlife cam. So I just want to close in saying Granite Bay is a wildlife-rich area, and we should protect these critical corridors because once destroyed, the habitat is lost forever, along with the wildlife, thus impacting the rich character that really helps to make Granite Bay such a special place. Thanks so much for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Next comment.
That's all we have.
Looks like we don't have any more comments on Zoom and no other callers. All right. Thank you. We'll go ahead and close the public comment and public hearing and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Euler.
Yes, the council have any suggestions on how she would like these specific actions addressed?
Can I ask a question?
I'm sorry, please, yeah.
Yeah, just it was a question that was brought up about the fencing, and Chris, if you want to come on up, and that is, there's metal fencing, correct? It's not all opaque fencing, so there's metal fencing around the Strap Creek corridor area, which is the intent is to allow for wildlife, correct?
So there's no impact to Strap Ravine itself. There is a bridge, roadway bridge over Strap Ravine to connect the two north and south little neighborhoods. No filling. The only fencing across that corridor is going to be post and cable. So we do recognize that there is wildlife habitat movement east to west along that corridor. We're not going to be fencing that with any kind of solid fencing. The only solid fencing is in the rear yards overlooking that open space area, and then solid wood fencing between the units themselves.
Okay, so the solid fencing is around the homes.
Yeah, the corridor itself, it's a very light touch, and it's just a one roadway crossing.
Okay, that was just my my question of clarification. Thank you.
So to my question, Council, do you want the separate resolutions?
Yes, please.
Okay, all right. Then, unless there are other questions by my colleagues, I'm happy to start.
Questions or comments?
No.
All right.
All right, then I would move the adoption of the resolution to recertify White Hawk 1 and 2 projects' final environmental impact reports, errata, I'm not going to read the numbers, an addendum prepared pursuant to the California Environmental Impact, adopt findings of fact and statement of overriding consideration of the mitigation monitoring reporting program.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and all those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? All right, motion carries.
I'd move the adoption of the resolution to amend the Granite Bay Community Plan land use designation, the White Hawk 1 project site from rural low density residential and rural residential to low density residential and open space.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
I'd move the adoption of an ordinance to rezone White Hawk 1 project site from RAB 100 PD 5 to RAB 20 PD 1.4, and I will just leave it at that.
Second.
All right, motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
I move the approval of the vesting tentative subdivision map for the subdivision of 18.1 acres into a 24 lot planned residential development with 7 open space and common area lots.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
I would move the approval of the conditional use permit to construct the planned residential development and approve the variances, approval of a variance. I can do these two together, right? Because that one wasn't a resolution. So I'm moving the approval of the conditional use permit as well as the approval of the variance to lot coverage, allowing up to 50% coverage for single-story residences where 25 to 40% is normally allowed.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And
Does that complete all the actions that were required, Chris? Council?
looks like it is. All right, thank you very much.
We're good?
Chris, appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And
Thank you.
We actually have a few moments before our 2:30 timed item, which means there is a purchasing manager in the other room who we could probably come in and get a couple of items taken care of, which he's listening to me now as he's sitting there, hopefully. And if not, Brett, or maybe it's not. No, this is Community Development Resource Agency. Sorry. We can take 11A, which would be great. I don't think we'll get to B, but 11A. So that is.
Well, we already got.
Oh, there's Michelle. Well, Michelle's on Zoom. Sorry, Brett. I was looking at the wrong thing. So let's go ahead and take 11A. Darn. And hi, Michelle.
Hi, good afternoon. I'll be quick for you. This is Michelle Kingsbury with the Community Development Resource Agency. Item 11A is to authorize the county executive officer or designee to execute a Sixth Amendment with the McKay and Somps Civil Engineers contract to allow for additional scope of work for sewer alternative analysis. And it would request augmentation of their contract budget by an additional $25,000. And those funds are already programmed within CEDRA's current budget. Is where that would be coming from. This is to help move forward and address one of the main impediments to development in the Sunset area, which is lack of backbone infrastructure. This additional scope of work, we would kind of take where our master plans left off with the approval of the specific plan for Plaza Ranch, as well as the Sunset area plan, and take a deeper dive into the sewer alternative analysis, do some concept designs for some lift station and force main, as well as look at points of connection. We are working in concert with our partners in environmental engineering who are helping lead this effort as well. So with that short presentation, happy to answer any questions for you.
Great. Thank you, Michelle. Nice to see you, by the way. Any questions for Michelle on this item? All right. None. We have any public comment? We do not. So let's bring that back to the board.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Holmes, second by Supervisor Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. And I think we have time for your next item as well, Michelle, which is item 11B. And it's the Placer Vineyards Library Services County Service Area number 28 Zone of Benefit 228 annexation to Placer Vineyards Specific Plan Property 1A.
Right, this one's a quick item as well. This is, for the record, Michelle Kingsbury with CEDRA. This is to consider all protests, tabulate ballots, and adopt a resolution annexing Property 1A and the associated assessor parcel numbers into County Service Area 28 Zone of Benefit 228 for enhanced library services within Placer Vineyards. We established this CSA Zone of Benefit back in February 2019 for Placer Vineyards, and as each property is developed, we require them to annex in. And this is consistent with that setup of that zone of benefit. So with that, happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, we can consider any protests and tabulate the ballots and move forward on this one. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions from board members? And we'll move it to the public. Anything from the public? All right, bring it back. Close public comment. Oh wait, hold on. We're going too quick.
We received no protest and four ballots in favor.
No protest. Wonderful. Thank you. Now Supervisor Holmes.
Second.
And Supervisor Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. All right. Those opposed? Motion carries. Terrific.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michelle. So it's 2:26. We have 4 minutes before our next timed item. I don't think, I guess we could go ahead and just take Mark right out, right? He's next, and it might take us a little bit longer, Jennifer, but that way Mark can present if he's there, and it allows us to chip away at our department items, which I think would be a good idea. So there you are, Mark. So this is item 12A. It is the amendment to assignment, assumption and operating agreement and termination of ground lease option and personal property transfer agreement for the Indoor Sports Event Center building, Placer Valley Sports Center complex.
Thank you, Chair Gore, members of the board. Mark Rideout with Public Works. And if I might take just a second before I start into the fairgrounds item and just update you that your Parks Division has taken reservations for the sports fields that we operate through 2020. All of those leagues have dates in place, so when the facilities are opened up again, the leagues are scheduled to begin use. We did that process back in November of last year.
Thank you.
So the item today, we're requesting a number of fairgrounds actions. We ask that you adopt 3 resolutions that would authorize the Director of Facilities Management to first execute the First Amendment to the Assignment, Assumption, and Operating Agreement, the AAO. The second resolution is to allow him to execute the termination of ground lease, option, and personal property transfer agreement. And the third is to execute quick claims, which would grant 2 small areas of the fairgrounds property to the city of Roseville and accept quick claims from the city for 4 other small areas. And then additionally in the actions, we're requesting authority to add the event center building and the other county-owned buildings at the fairgrounds to the master fixed asset list. As we've talked about over the years, the fairground's about 61 acres in size near Washington and Junction Boulevards, and it's currently operated by Placer Valley Sports Complex, Inc., that's PVSC, per the AAO that your board approved in March of 2017. PVSC conducts and promotes events at the fairgrounds, including the Placer County Fair and operation of the Speedway. And I'll note for you that the actions we're recommending today will not affect any of those activities. The AAO authorized an approximately $10 million renovation project. $2 million was contributed by the county to that effort. And then following that project's completion in 2018, they started pursuing development of new facilities at the site, including the event center. In December 18th of 2018, your board met at the fairgrounds. You certified the EIR for that event center building and executed a ground lease for the 150,000 2-square-foot building. It was ultimately about a $35.6 million project, including another $4 million contributed by the county. And many of us were able to enjoy the grand opening on February 13th of this year. So related to the resolution for the termination agreement, a provision of the event center ground lease allows PVSC to request that the county assume ownership of that building and other future improvements at the site. And per the terms of that agreement, the county has inspected the building and we approve its condition. With the recommended transfer, the ground lease estate would defease, it would extinguish, and then the event center would be governed by the provisions of the AAO that run underneath that property. In addition to transferring the building, the termination agreement conveys certain fixtures to the county and personal property items, like the large bleachers, scoreboards, a forklift, other personal property items, and then it transfers the warranties to the county for those things. And PVSC is now preparing the final transfer of those warranties. And I'll just note that the agreement that's now been prepared for the Director of Facilities execution, it's in substantially the same form as what was published. We've updated the bill of sale exhibit listing the various personal property items with some additional detail there. So besides transferring, and this is still the termination agreement, to be quick here for you guys, it also grants them the option to ground lease additional areas at the fairgrounds. And this is to construct improvements that were contemplated and reviewed through the EIR, the potential culinary building, the 40,000 square foot addition to the event center. Then the second resolution really is about the amendment to the AAO. And what we found evaluating their defeasance request, we found certain things in the AAO that needed amendment to clarify the insurance provisions, which would require the county to carry insurance for that asset, similar to the other buildings on the fairgrounds property. And then we also, along with that, clarified the damage and destruction provisions, which specify that the insurance proceeds would be used as specified in that agreement to rebuild the facilities there. And then I'll just note for you that while we were analyzing the AAO and working with PVSC on these documents, we identified that the eastern portion of the fairgrounds has a slightly shorter term than the western part. And there may be issues with site operations. We're talking with them about that. And we may return to your board future time to talk some more about that. The final resolution today is for property transfers with the city of Roseville. This is an opportunity to clean up boundary issues that come, and I'll just, really appreciate Roseville staff. We've had a great working relationship throughout this project. And similar to the 2018 transfer when we received a portion of the westerly portion of Lawton from them, we've currently identified 5 small pieces of land that clean up boundary issues to the right of way, the back of curb. And then there's one other that's kind of exciting, and it provides construction of the roundabout at All America in Washington. And talking to city staff yesterday, I understand that project's set to commence construction spring, summer of next year. Those areas are shown on the attachment to your memorandum for your reference if you have questions. And just in conclusion, I want to thank Terry Buttram and his staff in risk management, staff facilities, and Rob Salmon for collaborating on these documents and these final analyses here. The work on the insurance and other provisions have been very helpful to moving this forward. And with that background for your consideration, staff recommends approval of the actions requested, and I'm pleased to answer any questions you may have today.
Great, thank you, Mark. I have one quick question, and that is, so if Placer Valley Tourism chooses to move forward with another building project like the Culinary Center, and there was another one, then the county would allow them to have a ground lease to then go ahead and build those facilities. Is that correct?
Exactly. Attached to the termination agreement is the form of that ground lease that's been negotiated. And there's an exhibit also there that identifies the areas where those facilities could be built. And then the other piece, so it's the culinary building, and then it's the addition to the event center. They'd have the authority to construct.
Okay, great. Thank you. So no other questions from board members? Any public comment? All right, we'll bring it back to the board. And we've got a number of items. Do we need to read through each one? What do we need to do here?
There are 3 resolutions, but the request is to adopt the 3 resolutions. So if the board wishes, it could take one action stating it adopts the 3 resolutions for the recommendations in the agenda, as well as authorizing the addition of the indoor sports. In other words, you can take it in one action.
All right. Somebody want to take all of that in one action?
So moved.
And then under discussion?
Oh, sorry. Did I not bring it back to discussion?
That's right. Mark, you still there?
Yeah, hi.
Hey, so you brought up insurance liability, which triggered a question in my mind. Since you brought it up, I'm hoping council won't slap my hand here. But historically, when we allowed people to reserve our fields, we required at that time proof of insurance and some kind of a liability or some kind of a deposit. Did we do that already with those fields?
Yes, they've paid their deposits, and for those leagues that are unable to play this year, we will credit them for next year. So
but they have their certificate of liability as well that they have to.
Yeah, that when they reserve the field, they're required to.
So if somebody had a field reserve and they just happened to show up, the county's not exposed, we got our liability coverage, right?
I haven't checked, but I believe those forms are in place.
Okay, I just need to make sure that, if somebody reserved a field and they have a team, like a baseball team or a soccer team, and they got a field reserved and they just happen to show up there, the county wasn't going to be exposed to any kind of liability because we've got that covered. Thanks, just want to make sure.
All right, so I had a motion from Supervisor Gustafson and a second from Supervisor Holmes. And so we'll take all of those in one action. So all of those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you very much, Mark. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And now we will go to our 2:30 timed item, which is 7A. Item 7A, which is the accessory dwelling unit zoning text amendments. All right. Good afternoon, Jennifer.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Bias with Planning Services Division here to present this item. This is a zoning text amendment. It's a countywide zoning text amendment regarding accessory dwelling units, and we're bringing forward the Planning Commission's recommended approval for your board's consideration. This zoning text amendment is part of multiple housing legislations that have taken place from around 2019 to 2020. There's about 200 changes to the state housing law. There's about 15 of those, I think, are multiples that required changes to our accessory dwelling unit ordinance, or our secondary residential ordinance. The main goal of all these changes was to incentivize the development of accessory dwelling units, and that the fact that by design, these units tend to be affordable. Just a quick overview of what we're going to cover today in this presentation. There's new definitions. There's some new items that we're going to cover about primary units, junior units, and accessory dwelling units. There's some new changes that the state requires regarding multifamily structures, and then they also made some changes mandating development standards to the development standards of these units. So first, we're going to jump into the definition changes. And we currently have an existing multi-generational housing units and secondary dwelling units in our Chapter 17 zoning codes. With these proposed amendments, we'll be changing these definitions to reference the applicable government code sections. The definitions are pretty similar. In the definition of what an accessory dwelling unit is, it's an attached or detached residential dwelling unit with completely independent living facilities and have permanent provisions for sleeping, living, eating, and cooking. What's new to this definition is now they're including multifamily residential dwellings in this definition. We'll get more into multifamily as further on in the presentation. The second new term, which again is very similar to our multifamily generational definition, we're replacing that with the term a junior accessory dwelling unit, again referencing the government code section. And these units are basically no more than 500 square feet, all contained in the primary single-family residence, and they can include separate sanitary facilities, but they could also share facilities with the primary unit. So we have some updates for our allowed zoning today. Accessory dwelling units are allowed where single-family units are currently allowed in our zoning ordinance. But with the amendments, we're proposing to modify and allow additional commercial development, which has multifamily dwellings to the definition, or excuse me, as an allowed use. ADUs would be an allowed use in the zone districts. Commercial plan development, general commercial, highway service, and neighborhood commercial are all proposed to be included. So getting in a little bit deeper, currently on a single family lot, and with these changes, you'll now be allowed to have a junior unit contained within the primary dwelling, as well as one detached or one attached accessory dwelling unit. And then adding again to the multifamily structures, this is new, and you'll be allowed for lots that are zoned multifamily. At least one ADU could be created within the non-living space, and you can convert up to 25% of the existing unit count. So non-living space would be maybe storage space, hallways, parking area can be converted. So an example would be if you had an 8-unit apartment complex and there was enough space within that apartment complex, you could have 2 additional accessory dwelling units within that structure. And then also, again, for lots that are multifamily zoned, you can have 2 detached accessory dwelling units. Now, there was some limitations, the height restriction of 16 feet, and there was also a 4-foot rear and side setback requirement. Today, we have no minimum lot coverage is required to have an accessory dwelling unit. This is not going to change. What is changing is that we are removing accessory dwelling units from the definition, our residential accessory structure definition. Therefore, they will no longer be subject to the cumulative limitations on a parcel for accessory structure square footage. The maximum unit size, again, under today's code, you have a 1,200 square foot size limitation. That will still remain the same for detached units. But one of the changes that we're proposing will be that an attached unit will be subject to a 50% of the primary single-family dwelling size. So that can be creating a smaller unit or a larger unit based on what the primary unit size is on the property. Some changes to vehicle parking. Again, under today's existing code, there's 1 additional space required if you construct an accessory dwelling unit. There's a list of exceptions under our current code, and with these proposed changes, we are adding 2 additional exceptions. One would be no additional parking for a junior accessory unit, and no additional parking is required if you convert an existing garage or carport or some other kind of covered parking space. Ownership and occupancy, again, under today's code, either the primary or your secondary dwelling is required to be occupied, owner-occupied, or rented on a long-term basis, and long-term basis is greater than 30 days. With these amendments, there'll no longer be an owner-occupancy requirement, but there is still the requirement that they're not allowed to be short-term rentals. So again, the long-term rentals would have to be 30 days or longer. With the exception of your junior units, which of course are contained within your primary unit, one of those units, either the junior or the primary unit, is required to be occupied by the owner of the property. And there's also a deed restriction that's required when you construct a primary dwelling, and that's really just to acknowledge the size and attributes of those units and recognize that those units are restricted by what the county code and state law would allow. Again, some other changes to the height and setback design standards. Side and rear, we're going from a 5-foot, which is in our current code, to 4 feet. The height limit will still be set by your primary zoning district, but there is a minimum requirement in the state code of 16 feet for these units. All of the units are required to meet building code requirements. That includes the fire standards. And again, we have an existing incentive for deed restricting for affordability. And under these proposed changes, we're clarifying the process of how you go about getting the deed restriction in place. Again, a little additional information. All of these changes that we are talking about here are not subject to land, or these will not be subject to land within TRPA regulations. There's also, with these state changes, there were some incentives for fees. Those changes have already been in place and are currently happening in our counter today. We did send notice this is a zoning sect amendment for Chapter 17 to the municipal advisory councils, and we heard back from the Donner Summit and West Placer MAC, but unfortunately due to MAC cancellations, we have not made presentations regarding accessory dwellings at the MACs. Again, we're bringing forward a recommendation to the Planning Commission. We have received some public comments all before the Planning Commission hearing regarding mostly the support of including these units in the area subject to TRPA regulation. At this point, staff is working with the TRPA regarding any changes related to secondary dwellings, and we're including those comments with our negotiation with them. The item is also exempt statutorily, written into the guidelines, are written into the legislation, so this is finding an exemption on this. With that, I'm available for any questions.
Great, thank you. Let's start with Supervisor Gustafson.
Yeah, my question, and I'm sorry I haven't caught this before, because areas outside the Tahoe Basin, Squaw Valley or North Star, with the accessory dwelling units, the intent with a 30-day is not to have short-term rentals. But we have quite an industry of ski leasing that are longer than 30-day leases, and we've run into quite a bit during this whole COVID-19 situation. And I think the intent of accessory dwelling units is to house workforce. And I'm concerned that by making them be over 30 days, we still have a lot of people that might choose to ski lease a unit like this to parties that come and go versus working in the community. There's a difference between a ski area employee leasing a unit like this or somebody from out of the area who's just coming for the weekends to ski and finding an inexpensive place to live. So it's just kind of a loophole that certainly within the Tahoe Basin we need to, but I do think about the East Slope. We do have that market that does drive our workforce out of the area because, and I don't think that was the intent of accessory dwelling units under the governor's and the state's law. Is there any way you can think of to address that or to discourage that type of leasing activity?
I see Shauna standing up behind you, Jen.
I am going to pump this one to Shauna.
Okay, good.
I was just looking at
I mean, not good, but Shauna's here, so go ahead, Shauna.
You've had time to think.
Good afternoon, Shauna for Vines Community Development Resources Agency. So it is a state requirement, and I'll just take a quick step back. Jen did a really great job of covering it. The changes in the law not only change what we're required to do immediately and went into effect January 1st already, and what we're applying, they also added in a little bonus and said these things are going to change January 1st, 2025. So one of those changes is in relation to this requirement that the secondary unit, a new secondary unit, can no longer be used as a short-term rental. After 2025, it is subject to the local jurisdiction at this point, unless that law is extended, that they could then, of course, allow that to be a secondary rental after that. So it does not pertain to the primary unit. The primary unit can still be a short-term rental or a long-term rental. As far as to your question regarding if there would be a way to protect it for workforce housing, so something beyond, say, a ski lease, so not short-term, but yet not a ski lease, something that would actually be able to serve. It would be a program that the county would have to look at and approve to restrict those units, further, or for just local workforce housing. And maybe another way to go about that is through an incentive side as opposed to a stick. We can figure out a carrot, and that would be to look for ways to assist in funding or rental assistance or those types of programs, which we actually have been in discussions, as you're more than aware of, with property owners up in the Tahoe area in hopes of encouraging some of those vacant units to be used more for workforce housing.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I know one size doesn't fit all.
Correct.
In our state or in our county, and it is just a challenge. Anything we can do to create an incentive, even during the ski season, to have it be a ski area employee versus out-of-town folks that are just coming up to enjoy the snow but not helping us move the snow.
Correct. Correct.
Or move through the snow or many of the other tasks that go along with it. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, a couple of quick questions, kind of defining terms on the junior ADU. The as written, it reads entirely within a single-family residence. If I have a single-family residence, am I allowed to do an addition of up to 500 square feet as long as there's a common wall? Is that then considered within the residence?
You would technically do the addition and then convert that.
Okay.
To,
So
yeah.
you want-
And it can be within, it can be within either the primary or the secondary. It just needs to be contained within a single-family residence. It's not a standalone or detached.
Okay.
Junior units
All
or
right.
not. So it could be in the
And
secondary.
I'm assuming when we say may include separate sanitation facilities, that means you can share a bathroom with
Yes.
the main residence. Okay. All right.
Can I ask a follow-up on
Sure,
that
of course.
question? But if you were to do an addition and then make it an ADU, you wouldn't get the reduction in fees, right? So the whole intent of this is to reduce fees.
Correct.
Well, not the whole intent.
4 foot or 500 square feet. There's many fees that are not subject to 500 square feet. Anyways, it's one of the smaller units.
Okay.
Really, what you're not afforded if you were to do it where you extend and then is the benefit of the no lot coverage and then the setback requirements.
Oh.
So with ADUs, they're not subject to coverage. So kind of circling back even to the previous item where we were talking about a low density subdivision. If you were to add ADUs to a home as part of that, the ADU is not subject to the coverage requirement and also is allowed those reduced setbacks. So it does give a little more wiggle room for those projects to accommodate ADUs on those types of subdivisions.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Kirk.
And then under the occupancy and ownership, there's a prohibition against the ADUs being used as a short-term rental. So if I'm in a 1,600 square foot house and I decide I'm going to build, my kids are gone, and I'm going to build 1,000 square foot ADU, there's no prohibition against me moving into that 1,000 square foot ADU and then using the 1,600 square foot house that was the primary residence as a short-term rental.
Correct. You can use that as a short-term rental.
Okay.
All right, looks like there are no other questions, so we are opening up a public hearing. We're going to see if there's any questions from the public, and yes, we do have one on the line, so go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Bill Johnson.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Also have Tahoe Reno Properties and Johnson General Engineering and Construction. I'd like to say thank you to the Board of Supervisors for your services, especially Cindy Gustafson, who represents us at North Tahoe and on the TRPA. As a citizen of Kings Beach, I support the zoning test amendment with clarifying language that allows the owner to convert an existing primary residence to an ADU and allows the property owner to then build a new primary residence. There is a surplus of small existing cabins in Kings Beach and North Lake Tahoe that could become ADUs instead of the tear-down, new build historical development pattern. This would help solve the housing problem and preserve the charm of the previous eras of Tahoe. Please consider edit to Attachment C, page 11 of 14, that allow for a primary single-family dwelling to be converted to an ADU as long as it does not exceed the 1,200 square feet. This would allow a new single-family residence to be built if it met existing TRPA codes for land coverage. As a developer over the last 25 years in Kings Beach, I've been involved in 40-plus new units and also seen the potential of Kings Beach as a redevelopment community. In 04 and 05, we developed 3 trailer parks, Whispering Pines, Taylor R. Us, and Rainbow Court. And we put up 14 townhouses and 10 single-family homes. Could have left a dozen cabins to convert ADUs plus built new homes. But that's the way it goes. And also, we just recently did, closed out in 2017, Lake Tahoe beachfront residences, 10 new single-family homes. So what we're hoping to do is I've talked to numerous investors, builders, and homeowners that would convert primary residences to ADUs and not tear down that older cabin, which is a primary residence but would convert to an ADU and build new homes on remaining TRPA coverage, help to solve this housing problem in North Lake Tahoe. Staff had testified in the Planning Commission that they have allowed primary residence to be converted to ADUs. Let's put it in writing so there's no confusion. Kings Beach is unique in the majority of the lots are 25 by 125 feet developed in 1920s with lots of coverage and cabins that are less than 400 square feet. So if we only were able to build 50% of that and it stayed as a primary residence, you'd only have 200 square feet for a new ADU. At least that's the way I understand it's written. So it would be nice if we could get this in writing so there's no confusion that you can convert the existing primary to an ADU if you still meet the qualifications from the TRPA to build another primary residence. Even for the current pandemic, Kings Beach was experiencing significant decline with derelict buildings, vacant stores, and chain link security fences on closed properties. The zoning text amendment that allows for existing primary residents to be converted to ADUs offers greater flexibility for property owners, and that greater flexibility should equate to a greater number of living units. This would act as an incentive to retain those units, and I think drastically help the situation we see in North Tahoe and especially Kings Beach. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any other callers? Yes, we do. Go ahead, or bring in the next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Anthea Humphreys.
Go ahead.
Okay. Hi. I'm going to start with my name. My name is Anthea Humphreys, and for most of the last 20 years, I've lived and worked in eastern Placer County. Having been a single mother and a realtor, among other things, the need for affordable housing and economic development is a very real interest and concern to me. And I'd like to thank you for your efforts to address this problem, which spans all the way from Roseville to the Nevada border. Your approval of ADUs was a giant step forward, but please do not approve the text modifications until two items have been addressed. Please keep the original wording of the document regarding occupancy and ownership, which stated either the primary or secondary dwelling unit on the site shall be owner-occupied or rented on a long-term basis. If the goal of ADUs is to expand housing options, why does the new wording assume that a homeowner would not want to convert their larger primary dwelling to the affordable unit, ultimately providing housing for a working-class family instead of only providing affordable housing for single workers in tiny homes that could potentially only be seasonal workers who then collect unemployment? I'm more familiar with the Tahoe area, but anyway, also as long as one unit is designated for affordable housing, why not allow occasional short-term rental of the second unit? I'm a little confused after some of the discussion that's just happened, but from what I could tell, the new wording eliminates not only short-term rentals entirely, but also prevents the full-time long-term rental of both units. Please allow homeowners the option of providing affordable housing while also generating added revenue to our economy, instead of forcing second homeowners to leave their second homes empty and forcing local workers to only live in tiny houses. Item number 2, limiting the size of ADUs to 50% of the existing dwelling is not practical and could, in some cases, prevent new affordable units from being built. The entire I-80 corridor shares a common history of railroading, mining, and lumber, and as such, there are small workers' cabins scattered throughout Placer County. Limiting newly constructed dwellings to 50% of a cabin that is only 400 or 500 square feet in size does not make sense and defeats the purpose of ADUs, which is to create additional housing opportunities. Assuming compliance with all other regulations related to zoning, planning, building, etc., homeowners should be allowed to convert small existing dwellings to ADUs and subsequently allowed to build a new primary dwelling. Once again, please do not approve the text amendments as proposed. Please keep the original wording regarding occupancy and allow homeowners to choose which unit will be occupied full-time. Also, please allow existing dwellings to be converted to ADUs. Both of these would provide increased housing options and would benefit our local economy. Thank you for your time, hard work, and consideration.
Thank you for your call. Any other callers?
We have one coming in.
All right, we have another one coming in.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Andy Harris.
Go ahead.
I just would like some clarification on a statement that Shauna made a few minutes ago in response to Supervisor Euler about adding, I believe she was talking about junior units onto secondary dwellings. And the secondary dwellings is limited to 1,200 square feet, I believe. So is that within the 1,200 square feet, or you can add more square footage to that 1,200 square feet? That's just some clarification I would like. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Any other calls?
No more.
All right, let's bring it back. And we had a couple of questions come up, so if y'all can try to answer some of those, that would be very helpful.
I'll take a couple, and then so this is Shauna Purvines again. As to the request to include the language regarding whether, say, an existing smaller unit can be converted to the second and then going in and building the first, that is a real common practice. It isn't something that's ever, in my understanding, been precluded. People often come in and will build the smaller unit first. And then later want to come in and convert that to the second or the accessory dwelling unit and build the primary. So there is not language to that, but it's just a practice that we have always done. And like I said, pretty common practice. Okay. To the second question regarding keep retaining the language regarding allowing either the primary or the secondary to be used as a owner occupancy or long-term, we just use the state language. That the language we're proposing is consistent with the state law, which requires that the second unit not be allowed to be used as a short-term rental. If we are found inconsistent with the state law, our entire ordinance is null and void, and so it is probably pretty important for us to find ourselves consistent with the state law at this time. As I mentioned, though, in 2025, that provision does go away, and at that point, the county could return back to the language we had before.
But that would not preclude somebody to build on their own property another unit that wouldn't be an ADU that they could use as a short-term rental as long as it met with the existing codes.
Any ADUs are prohibited from being used as short-term rentals for the next 5 years.
Got it.
So, yeah.
Okay.
But if they wanted to move into the ADU and short-term rent their main house,
they can do that.
They can do that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Right, but there's no requirement the owner has to live on site.
Correct. Both can be long-term rentals.
Right, so they
One
can
be, the primary can be short, and
Right.
the secondary can be long, the secondary can be owner-occupied, yeah.
Okay, so it gives flexibility.
Yeah.
Which is what somebody asked about, which
Right.
that does allow. Okay.
Yeah.
Correct.
And we can reconsider in 5 years, but we need to comply with the state law. So I understand her concern, I think, but I mean, we're constrained, and what we're doing is waiving fees, and we're allowing additional density to accomplish the goal of workforce housing. So,
Correct.
or affordable housing, yeah.
Did we answer all the questions?
I think the
another one.
the third one was the question regarding if the junior ADU, if it's contained in the secondary, it would need to be contained within that secondary unit, and the secondary unit is limited to 1,200 square feet.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the state requirement.
Yep.
Yes. Okay. And then there was a question about new primary dwellings. Did we answer that? There was a question about new primary dwellings.
And that is to I think the wanting the language to be clearly stated in the ordinance that an existing structure that, say, meets the ADU requirement, it's a small structure, could be redeemed the secondary and going and building a large one. And as I said, that has been always allowed. So we don't particularly call it out in the language. I think the ask was to specifically write it in the language, but it is something that is allowed and something that we have done.
I just want to be clear, if it's a small cabin that's less than 1,200 square feet, then they could build a new home, live in that, and declare that the ADU.
Correct.
So,
Correct. Yeah, and then I'm sorry, there was
1,200 square
one
feet or
other
less.
question that came in on that was the 50% requirement as well, and that was the concern about taking, say, the 400 square foot example, and therefore only being allowed to expand 200 square feet. Which, if you were just attaching to and to that, then you would be limited to that. But you can just detach and build your primary as big as you would like, and then just repurpose the original structure as the ADU.
Got it. Okay. Any other questions?
I think I got it.
Clear as mud. Okay. Thank you. So with that, we have closed the public hearing, and I'll bring it back to the board. What is the will of the board? All right, I have a motion by Holmes, second by Gustafson. We'll take all these motions as listed on the agenda as one, so we don't have to read them all out. And with that, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Appreciate your hard work. And we'll move to our 3 o'clock timed item, which is 8A. It's the Placer Vineyard Specific Plan Amendment, Secondary Dwelling Units. And so we are cleaning up this as well.
Okay, again, Jennifer Bias, Planning Services Division, here to present this item. It's a staff requested specific plan amendment. Excuse me. And again, we're in the specific plan, Placer Vineyard specific plan area. We are bringing forward the Planning Commission's recommendation on this proposed specific plan, which would delete policy 3.7 regarding secondary dwellings from the text of the specific plan. Placer Vineyards is located at the very southwest corner of the county between Baseline Road and the Sacramento County line. Very familiar, hopefully, to everyone is the Placer Vineyards specific plan, and the figure depicted here with all the various colors is the proposed or the approved land use plan that includes housing, commercial, and various types of land use. Again, with our mandated state law regarding accessory dwelling units, the housing legislations, and our new definitions and terminology, as well as the requirements that are proposed by the state, that units could be allowed on single family as well as multifamily. We're looking at our specific plans, and as we've begun to implement our specific plan, this policy in the specific plan is in conflict with the state housing legislation. So staff is proposing the policy 3.37 to be removed. Again, this policy requires a few different things. In particular, it requires that the residential units that are proposed as ADUs, or as the policy reads, secondary dwelling units, be counted and treated as a primary residential unit within the specific plan. And as if you recall, our specific plan does have a total cap of the 14,300 residential units that are assigned to each property, each of the 22 properties within the plan area. And the policy also requires that the tentative subdivision map, when you come in to get approval for that, identify each lot that you're proposing to have a secondary dwelling unit on, as well as the policy has our circa 2005, when the specific plan amendment, our specific plan was approved, development standards in place that have minimum lot areas, maximum lot coverage, and floor area restrictions that are out of date and now inconsistent with our current ordinance for accessory dwelling units. In addition, the policy sets the requirement that these units will also pay fees consistent with what you would have paid for a primary dwelling unit. So with this amendment, we're proposing to delete this policy in its entirety. And what that basically means is that if somebody comes in with their current model homes, or in the future when their residences are established or a multifamily structure is established, that they would be subject to the county codes that are in place at that time, We just discussed what our current codes are, so that would mean that if somebody comes forward with a model home now and would like to propose either junior units or secondary dwelling units on their lots, that they can accomplish that. Again, this item is also exempt from the CEQA compliance, and I believe that's the entire presentation. It's pretty straightforward, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Jennifer. Any questions? No questions from supervisors. We'll open this up to the public. And no public comment. So we will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board to take action.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Euler, second by Supervisor Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, well, it looks like we have some time before our 3:30 timed items, so we can move to department items. We're going to move into the Health and Human Services items, item 13A, which is long-term residential care contract with Crestwood Behavioral Health Incorporated. And Amy Ellis. Nice try, Supervisor Holmes. Hi, Amy. How are you? Nice to see you.
Hi, nice to see you as well. Good afternoon, Chair Gore and members of the board. I am Amy Ellis, the Director of the Adult System of Care. And today I'm going to bring an action item to approve a contract with Crestwood Behavioral Health Incorporated from July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2022 for mandated medically necessary mental health services for Placer County residents in need of long-term residential psychiatric care in a total not to exceed $2.4 million, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the contract and subsequent amendments up to $100,000 consistent with the current agreement subject matter and scope of work with risk management and County Council concurrence. So Placer County Adult System of Care provides mental health services to over 7,000 adults each year through a continuum of services. This contract accounts for a small percentage of that number who require a higher level of care. Crestwood is our largest provider of secured treatment facilities with multiple locations. Crestwood served 23 of our most chronic and complex clients during fiscal year 2019 and 20, and has the goal of avoiding more expensive acute psychiatric hospitalizations and helping them return to lower levels of care in their community, within their community. During fiscal year 2019-20, 23 of these individuals did not require any higher level of care. Funding for this 2-year contract includes 40% in state funding and 60% in county general fund, and these amounts have been appropriately budgeted. Any questions?
Thank you, Amy. Looks like there are no questions and no public comment. We appreciate it, so bring it back to the board and we'll entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Second. Motion by Wygant, second by Supervisor Gustafson. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Amy. And we'll have you also present on item 13B, short-term acute and patient psychiatric services contract with ResPad Health Corporation.
Thank you. So Amy Ellis again with another action item request to approve a contract with ResPad Health Corporation for the period of July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021 for our psychiatric health facility services in the total amount not to exceed $1.1 million, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the contract and any subsequent amendments up to $100,000 consistent with subject matter and scope of work with risk management and County Council concurrence. Placer County's Systems of Care provides mandated mental health crisis intervention services to adults and children who are experiencing a mental health crisis. During fiscal year 18-19, 2,730 adults and 590 children received crisis evaluation services, and approximately 50% of those required inpatient psychiatric hospitalization. If the county psychiatric health facility, which also known as a PUF, is at capacity, individuals are referred to alternate facilities such as other PUFs, crisis stabilization units, or private inpatient psychiatric hospitals as a last resort. Maintaining this contract is critical given the shortage of our psychiatric beds across the state, and particularly in that this contract is our only PUF that serves children and youth in addition to adults. During the past few months, we have witnessed an increased demand for psychiatric beds, especially during this COVID-19 pandemic, and where quick throughput from our local emergency departments into hospital placements is so critical. The additional option of ResPad PUF will further help reduce the burden of overcrowded emergency departments within our community and avoid the most expensive option of that private hospitalization. This funding consists of 95% in state and federal revenues and 5% in county general funds, and is included in our fiscal year 2021 budget. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Amy. Supervisor Euler may ask the question I was going to ask. Go ahead.
We'll see.
Okay.
Todd, is this an expense for which reimbursement is available since we're seeing a spike in the services being provided in this category during this time?
Related to COVID, is that what you're referring to? Yeah. I think this is a question that we're actually coming back to you next week to talk about what potentially CARES Act dollars can be used for these. So really it's a question I think that we're having with HHS about those specific costs. So that is a potential. I'm not sure if this one specifically is attributed to that, but there are some dollars that we're currently paying for either general funded expenses or matches that we potentially could utilize those CARE dollars for.
Yeah,
so I don't have an answer for you specifically, but we are looking at items.
I would certainly think that when we're seeing contract amendments and it's directly related to an increased demand for service, thank you.
Yes, and Amy, my question is really, and I'm guessing you are tracking the amount of additional services Health and Human Services is providing, mental health services for our adult population, of course, our children as well. And do you have a sense at this point? Can you tell us how many additional services or calls into the hotline or anything like that you could provide to us that you've seen on the mental health side?
You know what, we have been looking at that closely, and we anecdotally, we have seen an increase, but what I haven't been able to do quite yet is to trend those increases to the same period of time in prior years, which we are planning to do. We're working on that, and as soon as I can speak to that more definitively, I'm happy to bring that to the board.
All right, thank you. Let's see, any comments from public? And there are not. So we'll bring this back to the board and take a motion.
Second.
A motion by Supervisor Holmes, second by Supervisor Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we'll move to item 13C, which is the Mental Health Student Services Act grant revenue agreement with the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission. Twyla Abrahamson.
Good afternoon, Chair Gore, Supervisors, Mr. Leopold, Ms. Schwab. Twyla Abrahamson, Director for the Children's System of Care, and I'm pleased to be here today to this item and answer any questions. So in July 2017, the Mental Health Oversight and Accountability Commission, which I'll try to refer to as the OAC, dedicated 50% of SB Senate Bill 82 triage funds to children and youth aged 21 years and under as part of the Investment in Mental Health Services Wellness Act of 2013. With the recognition that the effects of mental health crises, which we're just asking about, are evident on school campuses and the need for a coordinated community response, in November of 2017, the Commission directed $30 million of those dollars to strengthen school-county partnerships. This was to provide crisis intervention services for children in grades pre-kindergarten through 12, and an emphasis on children in grades 0 to 3. Pre-kindergarten through 3rd, in order to address that provision of mental health services. So what we did, Placer County, applied for and was awarded a grant from the OAC, and we brought this to your board about a year and a half ago in the amount of $7 $1,500,000, and that was for a period of 4 years to establish these triage services. And we are using these for wellness centers now in the South County area. They're in elementary and high schools. So with the advent of the Mental Health Student Services Act, which is what we're talking about today, it was passed in 2019, a different Senate Bill 75, which also funds partnerships between county behavioral health departments and local education entities for the purpose of this increasing access to mental health services in locations that are a little bit more easy for school or for kids to access at schools. So we decided to go ahead and apply for this grant as well. This grant, the MHSSA grant, is intended to be a complement to those earlier efforts. And this will allow Placer County to fund additional triage and wellness services on more school campuses, and these will be in the Auburn location. So with this one, we are asking your board to take the following action, is to adopt a resolution to approve a revenue agreement with the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission for the Mental Health Student Services Act grant program for July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2024 in the amount of $4 million, authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the agreement and to sign subsequent amendments up to $100,000 consistent with the agreement's subject matter and scope of work with risk management and county council concurrence. And all revenues and expenditures for fiscal year 2021 will be included in the department's final budget, the adjustments, and resulting in no additional net county cost. And additionally, revenues and expenditures for subsequent years will be in the department's future budgets. So a piece of good news, some additional grant dollars, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about this.
Thank you, Twyla. Appreciate that. Any questions from board members? Looks like none. And no public comment. Thank you for continuing to work to advocate for our young people and having access to mental health services. And I don't know, but it'll probably be well used this next year, unfortunately. So how about if we have somebody make a motion?
Second.
All right. Motion by Supervisor Holmes, second by Supervisor Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And Twyla, will have you present on item 13D, which is the Transitional Housing Program Plus contract with Whole Person Learning.
Great. And for the record, again, Twyla Abrahamson, Director of the Children's System of Care. So as you're aware, young adults exiting the foster care system often face unique challenges in terms of employment, education, and particularly housing. Specialized support and care services are often necessary, and they really are our obligation as the parent of dependent children who exit foster care. In order to provide the most effective support services to these vulnerable young people, specialized support and care services are delivered through community organizations and partnerships, such as through Whole Person Learning, which is the agreement which is before you today. Whole Person Learning has provided services to youth at risk of homelessness and substance abuse for more than 20 years as an important partner to the Placer County Children's System of Care. Through this agreement, Whole Person Learning provides transitional housing, counseling, career education, problem solving, budgeting, and support for youth to access needed community resources. These services have prevented homelessness, substance abuse, and deter criminal behavior for emancipating foster youth who are struggling to transition into adulthood. In the previous contract period, over 60 children were served and received a more effective transition to adulthood as a result of this program. So we're requesting that your board take the following actions. Approve a contract with Whole Person Learning in an amount not to exceed $603,504 from July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2021 to provide housing assistance and intensive services to emancipated foster youth. To also authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the agreement and to sign subsequent amendments not to exceed $60,350, consistent with the current subject matter and scope of work, with risk management and county council occurrence. The expenditures are included in the department's 2021 budget, and the full amount of this contract is through state revenues, and no county general funds are required. So I'd also be happy to answer questions about this.
Thank you, Twyla. Looks like there are no questions and no questions from the public, so we'll bring it back and may I have a motion, please?
Second.
Motion by Holmes, second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Twyla.
Thank you very much.
And we still have time, Brett, so come on up. Procurement time. This is item, and we're going to get to both of them before 3:30, or even if we move into the 3:30 time. 14A, library materials purchasing exception, multiple vendors.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you very much. My name is Brett Wood. I'm your purchasing manager. I'm here today with the request for the approval of contracts with multiple vendors for the purchase of library materials in the maximum aggregate amount of $500,000 for the period of July 1st, 2020 through June 30th of 2021. We're also at this time requesting your board's approval to renew this authority for an additional 2 one-year periods, again in the maximum aggregate amount of $500,000 annually, and authorize change orders not to exceed a cumulative amount of $50,000 consistent with the procurement policy, and authorize the purchasing manager to sign all required documents subject to departmental concurrence and available funding. There's a little bit of history for your board. Since about 2015, we've been executing this type of an exception, which allows the Director of Library Services to contract with firms that are able to provide library materials for the patrons without going through a competitive process. When we went through a competitive process, we were limited to 1 or 2 major firms that could provide the needs, and that limited the library director from being able to work with smaller providers and a variety of different avenues for providing library services. Enabling this exception allows her the flexibility to work with any of those providers with this exception in place. With that, I'd be happy to stand for any questions and seek your board's approval.
Thank you. Looks like there are no questions and any public comment, no public comment. So we'll bring it back and have a motion, please.
Second.
All right, motion by Holmes, second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, motion carries.
Thank you.
And we'll move to item 14B, which is as-needed purchase of original equipment, manufacturer, auto parts, and dealer-only services, multiple vendors.
Thank you. Again, my name is Brett Wood. I'm your purchasing manager. This request is to approve the award of negotiated contracts with 4 local vendors, specifically Winter Chevrolet of Colfax, Gold Rush Chevrolet of Auburn, John L. Sullivan of Roseville, California, and Auburn Ford of Auburn, California, for the as-needed purchase of original equipment manufactured parts and dealer services in the maximum aggregate amount of $400,000 between all firms for the period of June 9th, 2020 through June 30th of 2021. Funding for these services is included in the Placer County Sheriff's Office for fiscal year 1920 and is included in future budget, and will be included in future budgets. We're also at this time requesting your board approve the ability to renew these contracts for 3 additional one-year terms in the maximum amount of $400,000 annually, and authorize change orders not to exceed a cumulative aggregate amount of $40,000 consistent with procurement policy, and authorize the purchasing manager to sign all required documents. With these services, as a matter of background for your board, we have found that it is less effective to bid out original equipment manufactured parts and service. It's called OEM parts and service, because there is such a limited number of firms available in our area to provide these services and meet the requirements of the Sheriff's Office, both with abilities to respond in a timely manner and have that flexibility in meeting their ongoing requirements to keep their fleet operational. These 4 firms are all located within Placer County and have indicated a willingness to work with the sheriff and to work with these services. Having all 4 of them gives the sheriff the maximum flexibility to work with any of them that meets their needs, and it provides the ability to keep those services moving as promptly as possible. The Sheriff's Office also continues to work with the Fleet Services Division of Public Works on an ongoing basis, and they do much of their work through them as well. So with that, happy to stand for any questions your board may have.
Thank you, Brett. Looks like there are no questions and nothing from the public, so we'll bring it back to the board for action. Motion by Euler, second by Holmes. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Great, motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And it is 3:30. So we have our 3:30 timed item, which is Brady subdivision, I believe, and I am going to recuse myself since I own property adjacent to this project. So with that, I will turn it over to Supervisor Wygant.
I don't think he's qualified.
I'm sure of it. With that, Chris, do you want to kick it off for us?
Yes, thank you, Supervisors. Chris Schmidt, the Planning Services Division. The project before you today is a subdivision in the Dry Creek area. The applicant is Cook Development Consulting Services. The project site is at the northwest corner of Vineyard Road and Brady Lane, just at the edge of the community plan area. Directly east of the site is the city of Roseville, and it's shaded in the blue on the map. Land use designation of the site, there's a western area of rural low-density residential. A tributary to Dry Creek is designated as greenbelt and open space, and the remainder of the site where the development is proposed is low-density residential, 1 to 2 dwelling units per acre. Zoning on the site is predominantly residential single-family, combining agriculture, minimum building site of 20,000 square feet. There's also some open space zoning and a small amount of farm development reserve, 4.6 acre minimum on the western portion. The project site itself is fairly, not a lot of habitat on it, mostly grassland. The tributary you can see in the dark green runs from north to south. 35-acre project site, large lot development to the south, higher density development in the city of Roseville across the street, large lot development to the north in Placer County, and then a vacant 30-acre parcel to the west. There is a 2-acre privately owned parcel that juts into the project site, accessible from Vineyard Road. A couple pictures of the site. The one on the left is looking down Vineyard Road to the west. The one on the right is looking north on Brady. On the left is a church that's in the northeast corner of the site. Picture of one of the drainages that runs from east to west, and then that 2-acre privately owned parcel along Vineyard is pictured on the right. So this project came in May 2018 with 124 lots proposed. Working with staff and also neighboring residents, they did make some changes to make it a better project. They lost 3 lots that backed up to the riparian area. They removed a planned small cul-de-sac off Vineyard Road, and these 2 changes provided a better buffer to the large lot development to the west. Lost some excessive asphalt along the open space area to provide a little better corridor for a pedestrian path. Removed 1 lot along Vineyard Road. Made those lots along Vineyard narrower or shallower to provide a bigger buffer area for landscaping. And spread those lots that remained along Vineyard, make them a little bit wider so there's more gap between the homes. And added the 35-foot buffer strip of landscaping on the north side of Vineyard. So the project before you today, they're asking for a minor boundary line adjustment to split off that parcel in the southwest corner, 3-acre parcel. It'll be not a part of this subdivision. So there might be future development on that parcel, but they're not proposing anything at this time. 118 lots, detached residential, a gated entryway off Brady Lane, an EVA off of Vineyard Road. A sewer lift station to serve not only this project site, but also the sewer shed to the north and to the northwest. Open space corridor along the creek of 5.09 acres. And 1.25 acres of private parkland for the residents of the project. 1.4 acres of landscaping along the frontages. A 0.3-mile public trail that will dead end at the northern end of the site, but the potential to future develop that to the north if those properties ever get developed. And in total, 22% of the site would be remaining as open space. So the project entitlements involve a GPA community plan amendment from low density residential 1 to 2 dwelling units per acre, open space and rural low-density residential to medium-density residential of 2 to 4 units per acre in open space. A rezoning from RS, residential single-family, combining agriculture, minimum building site of 20,000 square feet, open space, and farm development reserve to residential single-family, minimum building site of 4,000 square feet in open space. The vesting tentative subdivision map to subdivide the 35-acre site into an 118-lot residential single-family subdivision. A CUP to allow a park in the open space zoning district. A variance to increase allowable building coverage on residential lots from the maximum 40% to 50% for one-story units. And then the minor boundary line adjustment to create that not a part of the subdivision parcel. So this project did have an EIR. The NOP was published back in January 2019, had a public comment period, ended in February 28th, 2019, a scoping meeting on February 21st, 2019. The draft EIR was released last November. The draft EIR public hearing was held December 12th, 2019 at the Planning Commission, and the final EIR was released in April 10th. With the GPA rezone, this project does have an affordable housing obligation of 10%, so 12 units. The EIR actually looks at a build-on-site alternative, so they could restrict 12 lots or 12 detached homes as affordable. The other option would be to deed restrict 6 of the homes as affordable, and on those 6 lots also build an ADU and deed restrict that as affordable. So 6 lots, total of 12 units. And then along with that, the affordable housing, 6 lots, allowing buyers to also do an ADU unit. Those would not be required to be deed restricted. So in total, on the 118 lots, there's a potential for 12 additional ADUs as part of the project. So a total of 130 units. And this just shows what those ADUs could look like. It could be a duet type situation where it's side by side, almost like a townhouse that you see in unit 1A and 1B, or a detached, that 4A and 4B. It's a detached garage with an ADU above it. And those deed-restricted ADUs would primarily be on corner lots where they're a little bit larger and the backyard is more accessible. So this shows the rezoning. So the main rezoning of the residential portion is RSB4, 4,000 square foot minimum. I will point out that the smallest lot in the project is 5,000 square feet. We don't have an RSB5 zoning district, and we just didn't want to do a zoning text amendment to create that just for this project. So it is the RSB4, and one of the conditions is no lot should be smaller than 5,000 square feet. So there are two villages in the project, 80 lots in the northwest village, 5,000 square feet to 8,600 square feet with a 5,600 square foot average. These are the lots that don't have immediate neighbors. And then larger lots in the southeast village, 38 lots, 6,600 square feet to a little over 11,500 square feet with a 7,600 square foot average. They are asking for the coverage variance, and this is just a graphic that shows you why we're bumping into this on the small lots. Is a single-story home on a small lot. You get about 1,900 to 2,000 square feet of living space with 40% coverage. If we bumped it up to 50% coverage, we could get up to about 2,500 square feet of living space. So the builders are wanting this additional coverage because the home buyers are asking for single-story living. So when they're building these little bit larger homes on small lots, our zoning ordinance is pretty much out of date compared to other jurisdictions where they allow 50% or even more coverage. So we see a lot of these variances on these newer subdivisions. So this is an interesting map that kind of shows the relationship to what's proposed to what's around it. So we do have the large lots, rural parcels to the north, the 30-acre parcel to the south, and then some 2 and 4-acre parcels to the south. The 30-acre parcel, I think I said to the south, but is actually to the west. But in Roseville, the Elk Hills neighborhood has 3,100 square foot minimum lot sizes. Vineyard Estates is 5,000 square foot minimum. And then the Vineyard subdivision that was recently completed on the south side of Vineyard, but within Placer County, those lots are 3,600 square foot minimum. So you can see kind of a transition from the small lots in Roseville and Vineyards to a little bit larger lots that's being proposed in this subdivision. And you can also see the buffer on the west that protects those large lot existing parcels from the higher density being proposed here with the green open space zoning. So based on feedback from the public, there was a lot of concern about the rural character. They didn't want to have a view of higher density housing on this corner. So what the applicant has agreed to do is restrict the homes back into Brady Lane to 50% single story. And then all single story along Vineyard Road. And those lots, as I pointed out earlier, are a little bit wider, 67 feet versus 60 foot elsewhere in that neighborhood, in that village, the southwest village or southeast village. So there'll be more separation between the homes when they're built so they don't look really packed in there. Enhanced facades on that second story along Brady Lane. It could be shutters or balcony, something for more visual character so we don't just see a bunch of boxes on that second level. Extensive landscaping planned, not only within the subdivision along the open space corridor, but along the frontages. 3 park areas, 1.25 acres of park. A small tot lot and seating area in the center of the project. Pedestrian facilities are the 0.3-mile public trail along the open space corridor. Sidewalk along both Brady Lane and Vineyard Road. And then internal sidewalks to the projects within the project. Both sides of the street will have sidewalks. Gated entryway with extensive landscaping. Landscaping along the frontages, 35 feet on both frontages, various trees. The corner treatment, heavily landscaped, 90-foot setback from the intersection of Brady and Vineyard to the backyards on that internal street. And this shows the landscape treatment along both Brady and Vineyard. So it's very similar to the Vineyards project to the southeast. Is a nice berm with landscaping and a pathway. Backyards, the fencing is open rail fencing, which is called for in the community plan. Some off-site work to be widening along Vineyard Road and Brady. And then the sewer connection from the lift station out to Foothills Boulevard in the city of Roseville. So there were 2 significant changes since the release of the draft EIR. We had to add the VMT discussion to the traffic section, since the level of service threshold is no longer considered under CEQA. And then another change was the Dry Creek Elementary School District changing the school boundaries that would serve this project. So rather than the students going to Creekview Ranch Elementary School to the west on Cucuriola Road, they're going to be going to schools within the city of Roseville. So it's going to draw quite a bit of traffic off of Vineyard Road in that morning peak period. It's a 45% reduction. There's a typo there. So instead of those cars going down Vineyard, which we heard from a lot of neighbors about that traffic on Vineyard, the morning traffic is going to be heading towards Roseville for the school trips. So it went from 144 vehicles in the AM peak down to 80 on Vineyard. So quite a big reduction. So the traffic analysis done for project estimated 1,200 new vehicle trips from the project, including 93 in the AM peak hour and 124 in the PM peak hour. And just for comparison, the current Vineyard Road traffic volume is 5,600 cars per day. We did look at the level of service impacts of the project. The cumulative plus project impacts does result in an increase above LOS service at 3 intersections. Baseline Brady Lane to the north, which is a City of Roseville intersection, Cucuriola Road and Vineyard Road, and then Vineyard Road and Brady Lane. But since they're cumulative plus project impacts, they're fixed to those intersections or payment of fees. And also for the Brady Lane and Baseline Road intersection, the fix would have been a signal. However, the City of Roseville did not want any changes to that baseline corridor. their motto is they just want the cars to get through there as quickly as possible. So they didn't want this project to do any changes up at the north end of Brady Lane. Some habitat impacts, 23 acres of grassland, just 0.1 acre of riparian woodland, and then 3.1 acres of disturbed area. A quarter acre of impacted wetlands. It's mostly a drainage you see running from Brady Lane over to the riparian corridor, and then also in the northern portion of the site, another small drainage that would have to be filled. Just 7 protected trees being removed, 157 inches DBH. Mostly along that riparian corridor. There are some scattered trees throughout the site, but they're small or don't even qualify under our tree ordinance. So we did hear a lot about community plan consistency from neighbors, and I just picked out the key community plan goals and policies, and just point these out. That the plan encourages land uses that are compatible with those existing and planned by adjoining jurisdictions. We're adjacent to the city of Roseville, where there's higher density. Locate urban suburban development in areas where urban services are provided, which this is. Protects and enhances the character of the plan area that's compatible with the physical and natural constraints. We're avoiding the riparian area. Provide a safe, diverse, efficient transportation circulation system. The rate of development should not exceed the ability of the county or special districts or utilities to provide needed services, and this does not impact that. Community plan consistency for the land use policies. It provides for private ownership and maintenance of open space, so the HOA will maintain that open space area along the corridor. Retains open space features. We avoid that creek. Uses green belts or landscape areas along roadways as a design feature. We have the 35-foot buffering along both roads. It's a logical expansion of the area by developing an infill area close to existing developed area rather than in an outlining area. You've got the higher density right across the street. Does not expand public services in areas with significant value as rural open space. This parcel is grassland. It doesn't have much habitat on it. And development activities are proposed in areas of least environmental sensitivity, which this does. So the EIR did look at 3 alternatives: the no project, no build alternative, the existing community plan alternative, and then a reduced density alternative. The existing community plan alternative would result in 30 lots and 8.6 acres of open space. The reduced density would result in 83 lots and almost 11 acres of open space. A community plan amendment and rezoning would also be required, I'll point out, for this reduced density alternative. So SEQA requires that the county identify the environmentally superior alternative. And since implementation of the no project alternative would result in fewer impacts, that would be the environmentally superior alternative. However, this project alternative would not achieve any of the project goals. Then the build out pursuant to existing community plan alternative would result in similar impacts as to what's proposed. However, it would not necessarily result in the preservation of the existing conditions, because someone could come along and develop the site pursuant to the existing zoning on the project parcel. So this qualifies also as a no project alternative. So therefore, the reduced density alternative is the superior alternative. This project went to the West Placer MAC as an information item in September of 2018. The issues raised were the proposed density, traffic impacts mostly along Vineyard Road, pedestrian safety along Vineyard, the number of lots being proposed. They thought it was excessive, not much buffering to adjacent properties, and a lot of people didn't want to see any changes to the community plan. So based on this feedback, the project applicant did make changes along those frontages and provided a better buffer to the west, so we have been listening. The MAC did not consider the project this spring for a recommendation due to the COVID-19 restrictions, so it did go directly to the Planning Commission for review. So the Planning Commission looked at it on April 23rd. Issues raised were the proximity to the rail yard and air quality. Excessive lot coverage was being perceived. Comments about the gated entryway and what that does for the sense of community. what were the plans for affordable housing? Were they going to be built on site, or should they be able to pay an in lieu fee? The impacts of traffic and the adequacy of the traffic studies, the project impacts on the rural character of the area, noise impacts, and then the loss of the habitat on the site. The Planning Commission did recommend the board approve the project 6-0 with one member absent. And with that, staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors approve the project by taking the following actions. By certifying the Brady Vineyard subdivision final environmental impact report prepared according to CEQA and adopt a mitigation monitoring and reporting program supported by and incorporated by reference in its entirety the findings of fact included in attachment F of the staff report packet. Adopt a resolution to amend the Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan land use diagram as shown in attachment D of the staff report. Adopt a corrected ordinance to rezone the Brady Vineyard subdivision site from RSAG B20 open space and farm development reserve to RSB4 and open space as shown in attachment E of the staff report package. Approve of the Brady Vineyard subdivision vesting tentative subdivision map. Approve the variance to lot coverage allowing up to 50% coverage for single-story residences where 40% is normally allowed. Approve a conditional use permit to allow the park site in the open space zoning. And approve a minor boundary line adjustment to create the 3-acre not a part of the subdivision parcel. And all these recommendations are based on the findings found in the staff report. And if the board does take action to approve the project, we do have a new condition. We inadvertently left out the park fee condition for the project, and that's shown here as new condition 86.
Thanks, Chris. I can't see the lights, so are there any questions, comments from board members at this point? So, no comments? No public comments, so. Yeah. Okay, so Dave's on then? Or will be on soon?
Dave, did you want to give any comments on this?
Does Dave know he has to unmute himself? Or?
Dave Cook here on behalf of the property owner. As usual, Chris's presentation is very thorough, and I think he has done a great job of pointing out both the thoughtful design but also the modifications which we made to try to maximize and improve the buffering. And we would appreciate the board's support, but happy to answer any questions if need be.
Any questions from the board members? Thank you, Dave. And no public comments, Phil. Wow. So I'll bring it back to the board for consideration and/or.
I'm curious as to why Chris is consulting with council right now. Is there something that we need to be aware of as we move this thing forward?
Just the numbering on the new condition.
Right, renumbering the conditions.
Oh, so that's just on the new condition?
So you're having to renumber all of them because of the new condition? Is that?
Yeah, so everything would get bumped down, or we can just add it at the end.
Let's call this 85A.
Okay, 85A.
85A. That work?
So the numbers stay the same with the addition of 85A?
Sure. Right.
Got it. Thanks.
Yes, no?
I think so.
Go ahead and transfer the caller in. Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record. Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record. Caller, are you there?
Hello?
Hi. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Cheryl Berkema. I'm a Placer County resident. I I know Chris has done a lot of work, it sounds like, on the, since I went to the Planning Commission. I raised a couple issues at the Planning Commission, and one of them was in the environmental doc, there was one of the agencies, the fire agency, reported concerns about being able to service the area. The comment in the environmental doc was, oh, we looked into it and it's not an issue. That is not an appropriate response. The appropriate response is to provide the data and as a formal response in the actual document itself. My concern is with people trying to get fire insurance that can't even get it, with the recent measures on the ballots for fire service increases, and then we have a response with, well, we looked into it. That's not appropriate. It's a danger to the community to not be able to service the community around, and there should have been a more detailed response to the formal document. So on top of that, the Planning Commission, after I raised that concern, the Planning Commissioner, the Planning Department Director was there. Not a single person spoke to that comment. That is a dereliction of duty on the planning commissioners. They should have at least asked the planner, what's going on? What, where's the data? What can happen? If this is happening on a regular basis to the projects that are being walked through, that means they're being rubber stamped, they're special interest projects, and that shouldn't be allowed. The other thing was I mentioned 50% coverage. 50% coverage, there's a variance for single-story houses. I counted 16 out of the 100 and something. Why is the 50% coverage being allowed when it's just to appease the borders of the project? So I think that the same developers, this developer, if this passes, that's 3 of them, that he's gone in with a planned development, didn't have to build affordable housing, gets all these variances and amendments, and it just seems like these special interest projects getting rubber stamped is going to erode the communities and will have a loss of services. So I'd appreciate an answer on the fire issue. I think it's important, and I think it should be raised and responded to. I think Placer County is strong-arming these other areas of the community, and it doesn't seem fair to those communities or to the response times for the residents. Thank you.
No more comments? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board.
Just out of curiosity, did Chris or Mr. Cook have any response to the concern about the ability to obtain fire insurance in this area or fire service in this area?
I don't recall the specific comment that Ms. Berkema is referring to. I think we did get a comment letter from City of Roseville, and they just noted that this area does see mutual aid calls between City of Roseville and CAL FIRE. But CAL FIRE has given us a will-serve letter saying they have the ability to serve the project site. So I'm not sure of any specific concern that's been raised about fire protection here. I've never heard of anyone in this area of the county not being able to get fire insurance. I don't know if Dave or even the environmental consultant can add if they recall anything else specific in the comment letter about fire from the City of Roseville or CAL FIRE.
Be curious to know if Mr. Cook has...
Dave, do you have any additional comment to the fire question?
I don't, but I think our environmental consultant may be able to address what the issue had been.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? This is Nick Papani with Rainey.
We can.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. A couple points on that. As you know, we were retained to prepare the EIR on behalf of the county for the project. We addressed wildfire risk as well as a provision of fire protection within the draft EIR. The first point I think to mention is that the project site is not located within a very high fire hazard severity zone. My video up here if that helps. So it's not located within a very high fire hazard severity zone. I think the nearest location is approximately 15 miles. It's also not located within a state responsibility area. Those are kind of the two primary questions in the CEQA checklist when dealing with wildfire risk. In terms of fire protection, we consulted with CAL FIRE during the preparation of the environmental document, and it was confirmed that the project can be served adequately by Station 100 that's nearby. And so that there's adequate response time to the project site by the nearest station. The city of Roseville did provide comments on the draft EIR regarding provision of fire protection services and how they're often called upon due to mutual aid. That's addressed within the document. There is a closest resource agreement between Placer County Fire and the city of Roseville. And that outlined that the city of Roseville can adjust the amount of reciprocal coverage by setting drawdown levels or withdraw from the CRA. But Placer County Fire has confirmed that they have adequate resources for this project to provide. And the project, as you're also aware, is required to pay fire facility fees as well. That would contribute towards future capital projects potentially if they're included within the county's program.
Thank you, and I'll just restate that Chris did mention that we have a will-serve letter from CAL FIRE for this project specifically. So, any other questions or comments, or pleasure of the board?
No. Council?
Separate.
Separate, one at a time, okay. Well, in spite of the fact that I didn't hear any explanation of provisions, insurance against meteor strikes, I'm going to go ahead and move forward and certify the Brady Vineyard Subdivision Final Environmental Impact Report prepared pursuant to the California Environmental Impact and adopt the Mitigation Monitoring Reporting Program supported by and incorporating reference in its entirety the findings of fact included as attachment F of the staff report. So I'd move the certification.
Second.
Motion Euler, second Holmes.
Are we going to vote on it?
Oh. It's been a long time.
I question your capabilities.
And a long, is there, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
And I will move that we adopt a resolution to amend the Drake West Placer Community Plan land use diagram as shown in attachment D of the staff report packet.
Second.
Motion Euler, second Gustafson. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
I move we adopt an amended ordinance to rezone the Brady Vineyard subdivision project site from RSAG B20 O and FDR to RSB 4 and O as shown in attachment E of the staff report packet.
Second.
Motion Euler, second Gustafson. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Move that we approve the Brady Vineyard subdivision vesting tentative subdivision map.
Second.
Motion Euler, second Gustafson. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Move that we approve the variance to lot coverage allowing up to 50% coverage for single-story residences where 40% is normally allowed.
Could you, in your motion, also recognize that there's an additional condition?
Oh, is that where you wanted it in there?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, then in addition to approving the variance on lot coverage, would recognize that we have condition 85A, is that the word? 85A, a new condition referencing park fees to be paid.
Second.
Motion Euler, second Gustafson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I would move approval of the conditional use permit for the Brady Vineyard subdivision.
Second.
Motion Euler, second Gustafson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. And finally, move the minor boundary line adjustment to create 3-acre, not a part of this project parcel.
Second.
Motion Euler, second Gustafson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
I still want an answer on that meteor strike liability in that area.
Bonnie, you're welcome back. It was all that I could do and more.
Thank you. So nice to be left. All right. So let's see. We now will continue on with our regular department items. Yes. Okay. 14A. Nope. 15. Public Works. Tree mortality removal project. 5A Forest Hill Alta agreement with Mountain F Enterprises. Good afternoon, Alice.
Good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon. And I'm Alice Atherton. I'm Associate Civil Engineer in the Department of Public Works. And I'm requesting the board adopt a resolution authorizing a purchase order under an existing master services agreement with Mountain F Enterprises Incorporated for the removal of dead or dying trees in an amount not to exceed $992,010, and authorizing the purchasing manager or designee to take all action necessary to execute and implement the purchase order and to execute change orders in an amount not to exceed $99,201. There are 769 trees in bid package 5A. These are located on private properties and county right-of-way and county properties. This work is located in the Alta area, Forest Hill, and dropping in elevation toward our boundary with Sacramento County for an average price of $1,290 per tree, with the California Disaster Assistance Act reimbursement of 75%. That gives us a cost for the state of approximately $968 per tree, and the county's cost per tree is approximately $323. There are many locations in this package. There is a lot of traffic control. There's crane work. This includes the areas such as Granite Bay, Lincoln, the greater Auburn area, and Meta Vista. So the work is very spread out. That's not a popular thing for the contractors. And that does make the price go up a little bit, but it's a fair price. So I want to mention I spoke with Rio Bravo yesterday, and they confirmed they are accepting material for our projects, or from our projects, I should say, and that the Woodland plant is not currently open and running. The work will begin immediately, and it will be performed this summer. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Alice. Looks like there are no questions, right, Robert? Your light's on. I'm just checking. All right, no questions. We will move this to the public. Any questions from the public? All right, we'll bring it back. And is there a motion?
Second.
Motion by Holmes, second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Alice. And you can move on to item B, which is the tree mortality removal project 7, Tahoe Basin, Soda Springs, agreement with Joe Benigno Tree Service, Inc.
Thank you. I'm requesting the board adopt a resolution authorizing a purchase order under an existing master service agreement with Joe Benigno Tree Service Incorporated for the removal of dead or dying trees in an amount not to exceed $1,236,680, and authorizing the purchase manager or designee to take all action necessary to execute and implement the purchase order and to execute change orders in an amount not to exceed $123,668. There are 719 trees in bid package 7. These are located on private properties and county right-of-way and county properties. This is located in the Tahoe Basin and areas near Soda Springs for an average price of $1,720 per tree. When considering the California Disaster Assistance Act 75% reimbursement, the costs are distributed as for the state for $1,290 per tree, and the county's cost is approximately $430 per tree. This work will be performed during tourist season in Tahoe. It's over a variety of various locations. There's a lot of traffic control, and the majority of it is in the basin, and that's why it's a little bit higher on average, but it's pretty consistent with work in Tahoe. The work will begin immediately, and it will be performed this summer and fall. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Alice. Supervisor Gustafson?
Hi, Alice. I had a question. You mentioned specifically Tahoe Basin and Serene Lakes, or Soda Springs. There's a parcel of land the county owns out by Lahontan, Martis Camp, that is in dire need of defensible space and treatment. And I've been asked about that by several constituents, and I just wanted to see if there was any tree removal being done on that parcel through this grant or through
Do you know
this
which
funding.
road it's on? I'm sorry, it's Lahontan.
It's on the Schaefer Mill Road.
Yeah, down near the airport.
Down by the airport.
In the valley.
Okay, so the CDA grant is related to anything that could impact our county infrastructure. Are the trees located where they could fall on our road or on any kind of a tank or canal, anything like that?
It's on county property, but I don't know if it would impact infrastructure. So I'll check back with you. We have reached out. We just heard about it yesterday, and I had received several emails. So I know staff's looking into it. We had not heard back from Parks, but that is a problem parcel, apparently, from all the other work that's been done in the area. So.
Okay. Yeah.
Anyway, with that was my,
Yeah, please let me know.
I will.
Great. Any questions from the public? All right, we'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Second.
A motion by Gustafson, second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And Alice will have you move to item 15C, which is Tree Mortality Removal Project 10, Bureau of Land Management Property.
Thank you. Okay. So I am requesting the board adopt a resolution authorizing a purchase order under an existing master services agreement with Dowling Underground and Networking Incorporated, doing business as Tree MD, for the removal of dead or dying trees in an amount not to exceed $700,000, and authorizing the purchasing manager or designee to take all action necessary to execute and implement the purchase order and to execute change orders in an amount not to exceed $70,000. There are 550 trees in this bid package 10. They're located on BLM property. These are near Iowa Hill and Forest Hill area. They are coming in at an average price of $1,273 per tree. With consideration of the California Disaster Assistance Act 75% reimbursement, it comes out to approximately $955 per tree for the state and a cost of $318 per tree for the county. These trees are located in a non-critical area for California red-legged frog, but it does require a biologist to be involved in this project, and the majority of this material will be removed. Let's see, of the 3 packages that are going out, I just want to mention there are about 2,038 trees going out. And this package, bid package 10, accounts for is 25% of the trees in these 3 packages. So 25% is on federal lands, and the rest is on private property, county right-of-way, and county properties. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Alice. It looks like there are no questions and probably no questions from the public, so we'll bring it back and entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Motion by Wygant, second by Euler. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Alice. Look at
Thank
that.
you.
Done before 5 o'clock. Hooray. And next we will move to 15D, which is the French Meadows Forest Restoration Project. Award contracts with multiple vendors. Brett Story, I believe, is on Zoom.
Yes.
Hi, Brett.
Yes. Hello. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and board members. Brett Story from Department of Public Works to request several actions today, including a rejection of bids, awarding of bids, and corresponding contracts for the 2020 operations of the French Meadows Forest Restoration Project, and to approve a budget revision for 2019-20 fiscal year. This year, your board approved modification number 3 to the supplemental project agreement with the Tahoe National Forest to previously approved master stewardship agreement for this project, which allows all this work to continue. We started it last year, if you'll recall. As per our procurement process, we've asked for bids for a second time from our qualified approved lists. Bids were received from 4 contractors on May 18th, 2020. Bid responses were evaluated on a line item basis, and unit prices were compared with the county's estimates. Low bid prices for items that were within the county's estimates are going to be requested for approval, while bid prices for the remaining line items that exceeded the county's estimate are requested to be rejected. Staff anticipates that more solicitations will be performed this year and brought to your board for approval, including the next several board meetings. Staff is already at work with qualified contractors negotiating these, getting the bids in the right places. We have an estimated $6 million of secured and authorized funds available for this year's operations to date, including today's $498,696 from this item. A total of $1.3 million, a little over $1.3 million will have been awarded. Finally, staff requests the board to reject 2 bid responses, one each from Robinson Enterprises and Aspen Developers Corporation for road work. We ask that the board approve 3 awards to perform the designated forestry work for this 2020 season, and authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to execute these contracts, and any contract changes orders up to 10% of the individual contract amounts for the following contractors: Red Mountain Resource LLC in the amount of $91,378 to perform small tree thinning; Market Forestry Management LLC, which is new to us this year, in the amount of $63,163 to perform mastication services; and finally, Robinson Enterprises, Inc., in the amount of $344,155 to perform road work. And then finally, to approve a budget revision in the fiscal year 2019-20 community and agency support budget to increase revenue, expenditure, and authority by $498,696 for these specific contracts. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Brett. Looks like there are no questions. I guess you're doing a good job in French Meadows, so I suppose we'll let you continue to do that. No questions from the public. We'll bring it back, and since we do have a budget revision, we'll take a motion.
Second.
All right, motion by Holmes, second by Wygant. Roll call, please.
Wygant?
Yes.
Holmes? Yes. Euler? Gustafson?
Yes.
Gore?
Yes. Thank you, Brett.
Thank you very much.
And next we have item 15E, which is Timberline at Auburn Offsite Sewer Upsizing Project, Abandoned Sewer Easements. Jared Deck.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. I'll happily close out the rest of the department items here after a long day. My name is Jared Deck. I'm Program Manager for the Environmental Engineering Division. I'll be introducing the item before you to approve the abandonment of 10 sewer easements within the Sewer Maintenance District 1. Due to sewerage constraints within SMD 1 trunk line, the Timberline line at Auburn subdivision was required to upsize a portion of the line from 15-inch to 27-inch in order to accommodate their project and future build-out. This portion of the line, north of Bell Road between Sherwood Way and Jogar Road, a line through 10 adjacent private properties. The county and the project representatives have been working with the 10 residents to obtain right of entry access to the project for project construction and to acquire a new permanent easement for the trunk line realignment, which is being shifted away from the residents' homes where possible. County staff and the contractor met with residents last Friday to address their concerns, and we are working to schedule individual follow-up meetings with each property owner as we move forward. Staff supports the requests and requests your board approve the abandonment of the existing easements, knowing that the existing easement abandonments will not be recorded until the project is completed and the new easements overlaying the realignment have been accepted. If there are any questions, I'll happily address them.
Thank you, Jared. Looks like there are no questions. Yes, Supervisor Gustafson.
Jared, did the residents on this one request repaving of the road when the construction was done?
Yes, so that was one of the requests by the residents. We have worked to require some bids and are still receiving those and working through those right now.
I know those are some concerns they had regarding the damage that's going to be done to the roadway. with this project. So I would encourage us to consider repaving that road if it's necessary after the fact.
Mm-hmm. And if there is any damage done by the contractor specifically, they'll be addressing that individually. But yes, we're working to look into the resurfacing of the road right now.
Thank you.
And no questions from the public, so we'll bring it back to the board.
Move approval. Second.
All right, motion by Gustafson, second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. I'm just making sure I say the right name. It's not you, it's just me. It's just me. But with that, it looks like we have completed our items. We have a 5 p.m. Budget hearing. So we will adjourn until 5 p.m., which gives us a little bit of a break. So thank you, everyone. We'll be back at 5 p.m. Turn that on. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are going to take our 5 p.m. timed item, which is the public hearing in consideration of our fiscal year 2021 recommended budget. All right, so Daniel, thank you for being here. Take it away.
Board, I'm Daniel Chatney, your Finance and Budget Operations Manager. Pleased to be here tonight with you to present the fiscal year 2021 recommended budget. Before I start, I'd like to say thanks. Thank you to our countywide budget development team, all of our department fiscal staff, department heads, CEO analyst staff, deputy CEOs, assistant CEO, our county executive, and to your board for providing us clear direction and bringing this budget forward to you today. The 2021 recommended budget is a little different than years past. So our purpose today is to present to you the recommended budget and ask for motions of intent to adopt the budget in 2 weeks on June 23rd. We've submitted an amended staff report yesterday to correct one number, and this first slide, the recommended supplemental request list had an inaccurate number of 9 million. That number is actually 5.6 million, so we've corrected that in your budget documents as well as in the staff memo and in this presentation. So at the end of this evening, we'll be asking for these requested actions. First of all, pass a motion of intent to adopt the fiscal year 2021 recommended budgets including recommended budget for county operating funds in a total amount of $1,013,829,470. Recommended budgets for the county proprietary funds in a total amount of $135,949,164. The fiscal year 2021 recommended supplemental request list in an amount of $5,647,121. Direct staff to add these requests to the final 2021 budget for approval on June 23rd. And the county fiscal year 2021 master fixed asset list. In addition to those, we'll be introducing an ordinance approving the fiscal year 2021 final budget uncodified allocation of positions and waive oral reading. We'll also be asking for a motion of intent to adopt the 2021 recommended budgets for lighting districts, lighting and landscape districts, benefit assessment districts, county service areas, permanent road divisions, and sewer maintenance districts, all governed by the Board of Supervisors in an amount of $41,238,252. So bringing you back to where we started with this, recall back to November 13th, we met up in the library for a pre-budget workshop with the board where you provided us direction for the budget development process for the year. We met with departments in January of 2020 on our pre-budget rollout meetings, provided the board a mid-year fiscal update on February 25th, began our budget presentations with departments on May 5th, and we worked on the CEO recommended budget during the month of May, April, March, February, January, all 12 months really. And the 2021 recommended budget hearing today, and then we'll be back on June 23rd presenting the final budget for your approval at that point in time. This budget was developed with an eye on the critical success factors approved by the board several years ago. We have quite a nice write-up in the staff memo about some of the accomplishments during the fiscal year 1920, as well as some of the objectives going forward in 2021. So I'll spare us the time of reading through all these critical success factors, but there were many of them, and some of them are being implemented tonight with the all-inclusive financial planning and budget transparency. So the economic landscape, as we began this budget development process, looked pretty good. It looked a lot like what we had coming into fiscal year 1920. Upward growth in countywide assessed valuation, some growth in discretionary revenues tied to the economy, low unemployment, increasing costs for countywide salaries, CalPERS, and healthcare, and then the funded status of our other post-employment benefits. That's where we started this year. We all kind of know what's happened since then. So modest growth is not what's projected at this point in time. Low employment doesn't exist at this point in time either. So due to COVID-19, we have expected reductions in discretionary revenues tied to the economy and a rise in unemployment to 13.3% as of April 2020. The COVID-19 impacts that we're looking towards in the future affect mostly our economy-driven taxes. Sales tax in the general fund, we were expecting to see perhaps an 18.3% reduction, which would total $3.3 million in the general fund. A public safety sales tax reduction of 11.8%, equal to $5.9 million. A realignment decrease in an approximate amount of 11% for a total of about $6.8 million. And some reductions in the TOT revenue, projected about 7.9%, which would equate to $1.55 million. I just want to take a moment to remind the board that the recommended budget tonight does not include these reductions. The budget was balanced to the new year revenue before COVID-19. These adjustments will be made in the future after the budget's adopted and after July 1st when we see the actual impacts to sales tax driven revenues and expenses. So on the flip side of those losses of revenues, we have some legislative actions that have taken place or will take place that consider some opportunities for us to repair some of the damage from COVID-19 fiscally. The CARES Act has allocated us $40 million for unbudgeted COVID expenses. The HEROES Act, while it's passed the House of Representatives at $3 trillion, it remains to be seen how much of that will make it down to the county level and whether there'll be propositions within there to supplant some of the revenue declines from sales tax. And then on the governor's, in the governor's proposed budget is a $1 billion realignment backfill, which will help supplant some of the revenue losses in delivering some of the mandated services in HHS and public safety. So this slide shows you the recommended budget for fiscal year 2021. The top part of the chart is our governmental funds net budget. An overall a 1.9% decrease from last year's, or the current fiscal year's adopted budget of $1,033 million. You can see the various changes through the different funds, a decrease of $4.2 million in the county general fund, and a reduction or an increase of $7.6 million for HHS. Most of that is related to general inflation of salaries and benefits, and an increase in services and supplies, which is generally more of the service contracts and their service provider contracts. The Public Safety Fund does have an $11 million increase over last fiscal year. The majority of this, $6.8 million, is related to increased salaries and benefit costs. There's also almost $3 million in internal charges for cost plan or A87 charges, and $2.3 million in additional service charges for internal service funds. In the capital projects fund, you see a significant decrease of $16.2 million. Most of this is related to property acquisitions that occurred in fiscal year 1920 that won't be repeated in fiscal year 2021, such as the Kirby Hills property acquisition of almost $13 million. The road fund has a decrease overall of $12.5 million. Again, this is mostly related to the projects that road fund is undertaking, so large-scale bridge projects, overlays, and road maintenance projects that aren't going to be happening in fiscal year 2021. County Library Fund with a $687 decrease over the 1920 budget. This is mostly related to a capital expense that they had budgeted for that they weren't able to complete this year. Will likely come back sometime in 2021 as a rebudget item of almost $500,000 for technology upgrades there. A decrease in the Fire Protection Fund, and then all other county funds coming in $4,182,000 less than the 1920 adopted budget, for a total budget reduction from last year of $19.4 million. On the proprietary fund side, the recommended budget today is $4.6 million less than last year, or in current fiscal year. And as we show you annually, the revenue sources that come into the county, again, at $212.7 million, property taxes represents the largest portion of our revenue stream, followed by $26 million in sales taxes and almost $20 million in TOT or hotel taxes. On this chart, the intergovernmental revenues piece represents subvention in HHS for their realignment and other revenues, $44.7 million from federal and state funding sources for road and bridge projects, almost $73 million in federal and state public safety funding, which includes almost $51 million in public safety sales tax. There is $15.2 million in budgeted state funding for SB 863, SB 844 jail facility projects, and $7.3 million in federal and state child support services funding. The other financing sources on this pie chart represent general fund contributions between funds, which amounts to about $196 million of the $225. Miscellaneous revenues are the A87 charges that come back to the general fund from our operating departments. On the expenditure side, again, salaries and benefits make up the largest portion of the county operating budget of $368 million. Services and supplies, which is everything from office supplies to service contracts, consultant contracts, coming in at $215 million. And again, our transfers to other funds totaling $192.8 million. The 2021 recommended budget includes 5 position allocation changes. I just want to point out that all 5 of these position changes occurred during fiscal year 1920 and not as a product of the 2021 budget development process. So these were all approved previously during the fiscal year, and this is our time to update the allocation ordinance. So you can see some adjustments where the audit controller decreased their allocation by 3, and then conversely, the sheriff increased his by 3. That was the result of a coroner technician contract expiring or being dismissed, and then the county authorizing to hire 3 permanent FTE to fill those positions. And you can see miscellaneous increases and decreases across the county there. So general fund projections based on this recommended budget at the end of fiscal year represent about $77 million. There's this big decrease from fiscal year 1920 ending of $101 million down to 77. Most of that is due to the planned capital expenditure on the HHS admin building of almost $19 million that was approved by your board at some time in the past fiscal year. And that's a budgeted expense. It's not actually happened, but that would reflect in that fund balance decrease. And then the transition from fiscal year 2018-19 to 2019-20, that $125 million down to $101 million, reflects, again, mostly capital acquisitions. Again, the Kirby Hills facility, Atherton property in South Placer County, and other high-profile facilities projects like that. So overall, the ending fund balance or cumulative fund balance looks pretty good out in the fiscal years, $77 million at the end of fiscal year 2021, and then a slight decrease to 71, and then to 67 million as well.
Daniel, whereas talked about the COVID-related impact on a budget being dealt with in detail later for this year, do these outline numbers include your expectations with regards to current economic circumstances?
No, they do not. These numbers do reflect the recommended budget numbers that we were presenting tonight, the revenues and expenditures. Yep. So moving forward, the annual process for departments to submit additional requests, known as supplemental requests to your board for approval for new projects, new positions, was a lengthy process this year. When the departments submitted their budgets, we received 147 requests, totaled almost $52.2 million, 40 additional FTEs being requested. And we went through a process initially of absorbing most of those, or some of those, into the base budget, or recommending the departments complete those in fiscal year 1920. Post-COVID-19, departments were asked to review those same requests and delete or defer any that were not time sensitive or critical for a July 1st start, and others being deferred for consideration at a later point once the effects of pandemic were better understood. So what we've ended with, and what's presented for your board's approval tonight, is a revised number of requests of just 26 in an amount of $5.6 million, with no additional FTEs to the allocation ordinance. And all these deferred requests can be revisited throughout the new fiscal year, and any necessary budget amendments or adjustments can be presented to the board as needed. So the recommended supplemental requests total $5,647,121. These are offset by $2.4 million of revenue or other funding sources for a total general fund impact of $3.1 million. The governmental fund budget increase that you would see is $7.6 million, and the proprietary funds would increase by $720,000. So we make mention of that at this point because while the actual cost of the request is only $5.6, due to the process of transferring funds out of the general fund to the spending authority fund, they'll show some double counting of some of those monies due to the interfund transfers. So with the recommended supplemental requests, and if they are all approved as submitted tonight, the net change to the budget would be the $7.6 million, resulting in a new recommended budget amount of $1,021,461,044, still $11.8 million less than fiscal year 1920, and still representing a negative 1.1% change. On the proprietary funds, that $720,000 increase still shows them with a 2.8% decrease from fiscal year 1920. So touching on other post-employment obligations of the county. So based on our most current actuarial numbers, this chart shows our OPEB or other post-employment benefit summary. And you can see in the 2021 contribution year that our projected funded status is coming in just slightly under 97%, which is up from 2019-20. And that's a good position to be in. On the pension cost side, you'll see that we, against $1.9 million of liabilities, we're funded, our assets total almost $1.2 billion for a unfunded liability of $681 million, or 63% funded. Our contributions to the our normal contribution cost of $28 million, plus our unfunded liability contribution of $48.4 million. So that represents about 34% of our projected payroll for fiscal year 2021. So in terms of post-employment obligations, your board's fiscal planning in the past has led us to this position today, where we have two trust funds established, one for pension obligations and one for our OPEB obligations. And just want to mention the first, the Pension Rate Stabilization Program, currently carries a balance of almost $10 million. And our OPEB trust fund carries a balance as of June 3rd of just over $417 million. As a reminder, these accounts are not included in the calculation of our funded ratio. These are standalone trust funds that could be used to stabilize future rate increases if those come about due to PERS asset losses along the way. So the capital improvement plan is one item that's not coming before your board for approval tonight. That's coming to you on June 23rd. That will represent the fiscal year 2021 countywide 5-year CIP. This is a new idea or new plan to bring that all together in a 5-year CIP. Defines capital as equipment, software, roads infrastructure, etc., that exceeds $100,000 in value and has a useful life of longer than 1 year. At the same time, we'll see the 2021 facilities 5-year CIP, highlighting some of the major capital facility projects such as the coroner facility, jail housing unit expansions, SB 863 and 844, the Auburn jail retrofit, and HHS administration building planning as well. We also have for you tonight the 166 special districts and county service areas that are managed by the county, with a total recommended budget of $41.2 million. This is $13.7 million less than fiscal year 1920, due mainly to a reduction in capital project expenditures. So as new projects or finished projects complete, and there is slower growth of new projects coming in, or the scope and size of those decrease, that explains the $13.7 million change here. So with that, that concludes the presentation, and the next slide up would be the action items, the requested actions again, but we'd be happy to entertain any questions you have and also open for the public hearing.
Great. Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate it. Let's see. Questions from board members at this point. Supervisor Euler?
If we could, please, jumping back to the pension cost summary slide. Yes, thank you. So help me understand the difference between the ER normal cost and the unfunded liability contribution. Is that the ARC versus what we're contributing beyond the ARC? Or?
So we have the annual contribution, which is the ER normal cost. That's through payroll.
Okay.
Right. And then the unfunded liability contribution
What's ER stand for? I'm used to ARC. Is that the annual required contribution?
Employer required contribution.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. That's our ARC. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Sorry. I was looking at that going, we paying something new now? Okay. That's the only real question I think I have right at this minute. Thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson.
I wanted to go back a couple slides before that to the revenues and sources. I didn't write quickly enough when you broke down the local taxes. You said, I got the TOT, I know that one, but sales tax and property tax is the component of the local tax.
Yeah, property taxes of 212.7.
Uh-huh.
Sales taxes of 26.
Okay, and then the projections are estimated right now at sales tax decline of what?
About 18%.
Okay. And I had the TOT already. Okay, that was my only question right now.
Supervisor Euler?
Yeah, I do have one more. Going back to the OPEB slide, unless I'm overlooking it, when we look at the difference in the actuarial value of assets, it seems like the rather significant increase in the value of assets is what's driving our percentage up. How much of that is, when was that determination made? Was that prior to March?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So this is not reflective of the drop-off in the market?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Unless I'm looking for how much we paid in last year in OPEB, what our contribution was last year. We've got it.
I think it's 17 million for this current year budget.
I'm sorry?
I think the current year budget is $17 million.
17? Okay. So may I assume that a good chunk of what we are, because we were advance paying the OPEB and our board changed that policy, so a good chunk of the unfunded liability contribution is what we used to be paying on the OPEB, and now we're accelerating the payment on the. Okay. I just think it is so heartening for future boards to be able to look at that line of what we're spending on an annual basis above and beyond our ARC and know that there's a day not too distant in the future where we're going to free up a significant amount of general fund dollars by not having to make that additional advance payment because of the diligence in paying down these unfunded liabilities. I think that is definitely a positive thing for a future board to look forward to.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. No other questions right now. Do we have any public comment? All right, we'll move to the public, please. And it looks like we're starting with phone calls or Zoom?
With Zoom.
With Zoom, all right. So Zoom calls.
Tim, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. Tim, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Is he there? Tim, are you there?
We're going to go ahead and go to the next. Jeff, go ahead and unmute your mic and start your video to give your comments.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful, thank you. Thanks, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jeff Darlington. I reside in Loomis, and I'm speaking today as the Executive Director of Placer Land Trust. The county identifies 9 critical success factors in its strategic plan. One of those 9 factors is land use planning and environmental stewardship, which in part says the county will, quote, preserve our finite environmental resources. A specific strategic initiative called out in the plan to support this factor is to, quote, continue identifying potential properties for viable acquisition for open space preservation and community use and benefit. So the county has pledged to protect our environment through land acquisition projects that also provide economic and other public benefits. Placer Land Trust enthusiastically supports this pledge, and as you know, we've been working on it with you in partnership for decades now. Yet out of a $1 billion annual budget, it appears that the Placer Legacy Program would receive no more than $430,000. And this is a program tasked with land conservation. It's receiving just under 0.04% of the budget. $430,000 is not enough to move one single land conservation project to the finish line. Now, with the adoption of the PCCP, I think protection of wildlife habitat should see a real leap forward next year, and Placer Land Trust is a big supporter of the PCCP. But land conservation is about more than wildlife, as you know. It's about protecting the working landscapes where we farm and ranch for food, and it's about providing greater opportunities for people of all walks of life to enjoy outdoor recreation, including coming here to spend tourism dollars. So I think we can and should do better. As we've heard more than ever lately with this pandemic, our community values local food, values local business, local recreation, and local sustainability. I don't think we can provide that without funding land conservation. So I urge you to increase the Placer Legacy allocation to, say, 0.16% of the budget. This would provide a needed $1,845,000 to work with local land trusts and other partners, including willing landowners, to protect the natural, agricultural, and recreational lands that we need to ensure a healthy environment, economy, and quality of life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Next Zoom caller or Zoom participant.
Tim, go ahead and unmute your mic and start your video.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Tim Pauley. I live in Colfax, and what I wanted to bring attention to today is I wanted to bring in something that's happening all across the country, which is a rethinking of how we actually take care of our communities. And I noticed that public safety accounts for approximately 56% of the entire county budget. This is the budget that we use to arrest, try, and incarcerate people in our county. I also see in the capital improvement 5-year plan plans to spend more money on housing more people in jails at county expense. I think this is a time for the board to consider really rethinking things. You're at an opportunity to leave a mark in the historical record about whether you continue to fund programs that basically arrest, find, and house the people who we've already let down socially. The amount of the budget for social programs, supportive housing, healthcare are largely masked in categories like general fund and other funds. So even in the budget presentation, these really key parts of our spending are not enumerated so that we can see them clearly and so we can talk about them as alternatives to spending money arresting, trying, and incarcerating our own citizens. So I want the supervisors, my supervisor, it's India Gustafson. Hello, it's nice to see you face to face. And I would really like to encourage you to note the historical moment that we're having in this country around how we want to police our communities versus how we want to take care of them. 56% of our county budget is a ridiculous amount of money to spend to incarcerate our own citizens. Why do people commit crimes? Because they have not found the resources to take care of themselves and their family. They've devolved into mental illness, into drug addiction because we're not there for them. And in this budget, I don't see us being there for them. So my recommendation is that the board reconsider what percentage of the budget they're putting towards public safety and consider shifting a significant and increasing amount of that towards social services that would help us eliminate the need to incarcerate our own citizens. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have another caller, please? Or no more Zoom callers? All right, thank you. We will bring this back to the board, and there might be a few more questions. I know I've got a question or two. Supervisor Euler.
Would you clarify what percentage of our budget is public safety?
Supervisor Euler, 20%.
Okay, thank you. And that's 100% arresting and incarcerating people, right? We don't spend anything on anything other than just arresting and incarcerating.
The Public Safety Fund includes the Sheriff's Department, the Probation Department, and the District Attorney's Office, as well as a small CEO Criminal Justice Fund that's used to sponsor and support projects related to criminal justice throughout the county.
Doesn't that also include public defense?
The Public Defender is not included in the Public Safety Fund.
Oh, it's not? No. Okay. That's a general fund obligation?
Yes.
100%?
Yes.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Yeah, I wanted to talk, I'd heard this about Placer Legacy, and I wasn't sure in the past whether we had incorporated that into the budget or on a project-by-project available funds basis. So I wanted to understand kind of the history of our contributions there and in past practice.
Supervisor Gustafson, I think the past practice has been that the board would allocate additional funds to the Open Space Fund, not necessarily on a project-by-project basis, but just as a general $1 million or so contribution annually.
And so we cut it down in half this year to 18, is that right?
430.
430.
That number, Supervisor, is the base number that is always there. So the additional contribution would be additional contribution that would be approved by the board or directed by the board.
Is there a chance before the 23rd I could see kind of the history of our contributions, what we have done, and
Certainly.
then obviously I know we have a lot to think about in what we prioritize in budgeting, but I'd like to continue to consider that and see where the trend has changed. And
of course.
Do we happen to know how much we have set aside for open space or Placer Legacy over a period of however many years? Do you happen to know that, Todd or
Yeah,
Daniel?
I believe the number was right around $1 million or 1.1 million. I know the numbers kind of fluctuated a year.
Right,
Correct.
and how many years have we been setting it aside?
Probably started in 2000.
Yeah, it's probably
So for a
20
good
years.
20 years,
21
meaning we probably have set aside $20 million for open space.
Well,
Go ahead.
So we started out, I'm pretty sure, with $1 million. I think it was in 2020, excuse me, 2000, when I was a lot younger. During the 2008 downturn, we actually discontinued. What we would do is put the money into the open space reserve. And if I could just add editorial for what it's worth, but I've talked to Todd about this. Kirk and I have talked about it some. I've talked about it with staff, including Lauren Clark. But as we transition this year into the completion of the PCCP, one thing I think that would be really important for the board to do is have a discussion about what we want to do with those open space contributions in light of the PCCP kicking in. So I think of Placer Legacy as being this umbrella open space effort, a part of it being the PCCP, but not all of it. And strategically, the PCCP addresses the regulatory side of it, and Legacy started out dealing with non-regulatory open space acquisitions. And I think we really need to talk about what our vision for that is moving forward. And I obviously have my personal preferences, but I think what would be key is this year, maybe in the fall, as we get better definition, but there's short-term and long-term implications, of course, but with COVID, but I think the board really just needs to sit down and talk about what our vision now is after all those years, to have the completed vision in place, but what we may want to do with non-regulatory investments in open spaces for things like we've done 2 agricultural conservation easements, for example, that have nothing to do with regulatory requirements, and it's a real good time, I think, just to revisit all of that.
You know, I think the other piece is, and this was spoken to, Jeff mentioned it, is, you know, we're actually, in this budget includes the acquisition of that Markham property. And so there has been an investment in open space, and for twofold. One, as development increases, helps with the mitigation costs, but it's also about preservation of properties. And that one's a primary key property that we want to bring into the PCCP program. So I think, you know, kind of comes back to your point about a broader context around just open space properties, because as we continue and development occurs, we're going to be looking at acquiring other open space properties, and what do those look like, and how does that mesh with our overall open space strategy, and the land trust is an integral part of that as well. So.
Right. Well, as we look at it, as we look at that workshop, I'd be very interested in kind of looking at that trend, and then looking as we support new development, also setting aside funds to adequately acquire other properties.
And then there are things that should be gathered together. For example, like when we did the negotiations with the United Auburn Indian Community, resulting in the memorandum we have with them, they are contributing to our open space fund, I believe, $50,000 a year. So that's a part of the mix. Mm-hmm. So those kinds of details, I think, are just, the timing is really ripe for sitting down and walking through that.
Right. And then on the other, the second caller that we had, you know, I think it's always hard, and certainly I've learned a tremendous amount sitting in this seat, but when you look at Health and Human Services and the services that we provide there, are the largest part of our budget. And so when you look at, and I don't think the average citizen can begin to comprehend the level and the number of variety of programs, support programs we have for folks far above and beyond what our public safety is doing. So I think it's really important, and as we put out the budget, I would continue to urge us to try to find ways to communicate with the public about that variety of support services and programs that are available, so that people understand where their investments are going.
Yeah, I think, human services or public health operate the largest funded operation that we have in the county. Obviously, in a core function and core service of county government, public safety being one of those as well. But by and large, our HHS services and public services exceed any of the other things we have going.
Yes, and I just think in light of the last couple of weeks, there's been a lot of focus on defunding or changing funding for law enforcement, and I think we need to continue to educate the public on what we're doing in health and human services to help support people before they fall into the situations he was talking about. So, thank you.
Supervisor Wygant.
And I'd just amplify that last thing, noting that Kirk and Jim have long sat on our Criminal Justice Reform Committee, which includes HHS and articulates, I think, a lot of the concerns that were expressed in that one call. And perhaps we could do some press describing that a little bit more thoroughly.
Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, just two observations. I'll pick up on that. Yes, there is a percentage of the criminal population that is committing crimes as their sole source of sustenance. But we also know that there's a significant percentage of our population committing crimes because they can. And unless we have effective deterrence to crime and let people know that certain behaviors are not socially acceptable and there is a consequence, then those people will continue to behave that way and thereby infringing upon our right to live peacefully in our community. So I have no tolerance for engaging in this fantasy. Then as far as legacy is concerned, I view the board's ongoing commitment to things like creating additional opportunities for access to our park systems through Hidden Falls and all the rest, and the expenditures we made, because that was the point of legacy. It wasn't just to set land aside, but to create opportunities for us to enjoy the land that gets set aside. So I think it's important for us to look at the totality of what we do with creating new trails within our parks and creating access through things like the Twilight Ride acquisition and all the rest. So I would encourage people to look a little broader than what are we doing to take down more in fee title just to preserve it. What are we doing to create opportunities for us to enjoy it? That's the legacy that we're trying to leave.
Understanding the whole picture.
A comment that I have, which I think is part of the question about Plaster legacy and all the land that we have preserved over the last 20 years, which has been wonderful and terrific, and that there's been this strong support from the board over the last 20 years. And now we have a lot of encouragement for us to look at the issue of affordable housing. And I think that we need to look at that as well, as we've established a housing trust fund, as we have never enough dollars to address that. And I know it's not government's job to create affordable housing. We certainly cannot afford to create a whole bunch of affordable housing, but there are projects that we can work towards. We can provide funds for infrastructure to help promote housing projects or infill projects where we could put some of those projects. So I think that we need to also talk about what type of funds we use for affordable housing. And we did start this housing trust fund. So what are the dollars that we can use to move that effort forward so that that nonprofit can leverage those dollars and go after additional grant funds, which will benefit our community. So I want to make sure that we continue to talk about that topic as well, because we've done a great job on one area, but now we've got another area that I think needs some work by us as a board, and we've got to figure out how we want to do that, how we can partner with the Housing Trust Fund.
Let me, and as we're talking about this, I know Supervisor Gore, myself, received a letter yesterday from the Housing Trust fund, actually the Housing Trust, the 501c3. There's some money for some seed money that was requested from them through CEDRA. That amount, I believe we initially, they asked for $500,000. We had programmed in $250 into the budget. They'd like us to reconsider that. So what we're going to do for a couple different reasons, one for a matching component and a grant that they're looking for. We'll come back to you individually and talk to you about what that looks like leading up to the 23rd. So, as we get public comment, obviously we got some in-person ones tonight, but we may have some individual comments that people submit. We'll gather those up and then have an individual conversation and bring those forward on the 23rd. So if there are any revisions or adjustments you'd like to make at that time, we can do that as well.
And it looks like we have one more public comment that came in late, so I'm going to allow her to come in because we set up this meeting so we could have public comment for folks. So if you want to bring in our caller. So we're reopening this portion.
Good evening. Please state your name for the record.
Berkema, Granite Bay. I sent a letter into the board. It's just adding a little bit more information as the numbers are coming in. So I know that this time is, as the CEO said, 95% of businesses in Placer are small businesses. We have unknown costs and impacts with COVID-19 and residents' health and safety. In my opinion, if it's not one of those three things right now, California has over a $200 billion budget. Prior to COVID-19, fifth economy in the world, record growth, and reserves, huge reserves. Even with these reserves, the state budget for this year is over $54 billion short. The governor took an approach to reduce budgets by 5% across the board for all departments, reducing pay by 10% for all state staff, and prioritizing projects. No one's ever happy about extreme measures, and there's been pushback both from the state, assembly, but the reality is Placer County just produced a budget that's got a 1% cut. If you look holistically at the balanced budget, as the governor said, Placer County's just recently raised property taxes, had ballot measures to raise fire services, ballot measures to raise sewer costs, multiple ballot measures to raise educational funds, Pioneer Energy costs have been raised, park maintenance costs have been raised. Additionally, Placer plans 2 sales tax bond measures, one for Auburn and one for Roseville, Rockin, and Lincoln for road funding on the November ballot. These are indicators of a non-balanced budget, but rather deferred costs and asking taxpayers to borrow money. So Placer has been in spend mode for several years. Several very expensive initiatives, such as Sunset Area Plan, which we are carrying costs for huge developers, and we don't know when we're going to be reimbursed for that. There's a lot of money on the table, and I think I've asked for an audit because there's a lot of mitigation funds, a lot of permits, there's a lot of different funds such as the tree and housing fund that they go into a black hole, multiple year projects, and then what happens is those projects get renegotiated, so money kind of drifts around. And I think the time now is to look at the people, what their needs are, and to shift gears. As that previous resident has said, we have a time in history where we need reserves. If this were your personal account, you would be putting money in the bank, not spending it, because you don't know what emergency lies around the corner. And I think we're there. We don't know how much money we're going to need. And so since payroll is such a huge, huge part of the budget, I think that needs to be looked at. I think you need to say, should we be putting money into people raises and things at the rate we've been doing and pretending that the amount that we allocated at the beginning of the meeting today, and we can legally add more money, but is that really what we should be doing? Should we not be taking a much more conservative approach at the people, the money that we're spending on salaries, and the kinds of projects that we're choosing? If it's not essential and not going to help get small businesses, which is 95% of Placer County, back online, then why are we doing it? Nice to have isn't where we're at right now. I think we're at critical stage, and I hope you'll consider some of the big picture desperate times that we might be in. We don't know how serious it's going to be, so I hope you'll think about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. All right, any other calls? No. Supervisor Holmes, you had a question?
How much do we have in our general fund reserves?
Supervisor Holmes, we have about $28 million that are restricted for economic uncertainties and general reserves. The total fund balance is almost $100 million.
Okay, just wanted to point that out, that we do have some reserves.
And can somebody please just set the record straight? Money is not drifting around from fund to fund, so would one of you please address that, because that needs to go answered?
Chair Gore, the idea behind fund transfers is, money will accumulate, or revenue will come into the general fund. For example, the general fund supports many county operations which are in other funds, and so it takes a transfer of funds to them to give them the revenue they need to operate. So it's not floating money around between funds. It's actually appropriating a certain amount of general fund dollars to a specific department's operations.
And to clarify, funds that are in the OPEB, set aside for OPEB, are not being rated and taken out and moved to fund open space.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
And similarly, there's controls on any funds paid by developers for mitigations or housing, or any of those are separately accounted for and controlled, correct?
That is correct.
And we have our auditor sitting in the back of the room.
Nodding,
nodding, because the job he does is to assure that we are handling our funds appropriately as an organization, because these are taxpayer dollars and they have to be handled appropriately. Supervisor Holmes, did you
I was
have
just going to
anything else?
point out, Chair Gore and I sit on the Placer County Audit Committee, so we have internal audits all the time. If there's a department head leaves, that department is audited. We have outside auditors that come in and audit all our books, make sure we're doing, and we've always done pretty well. I haven't seen any. I've been sitting on it since we formed it, which was probably 10 years ago. And I think we're pretty well covered as far as auditing.
And I think there's an important part is that a good portion of our revenue as the county is our property tax revenues, which is the bulk of our funds, and our property taxes are not going to likely take a significant hit during this downturn. We will probably have some hits because of our businesses that go out of business, not so much our housing property taxes, and that's an area that we of course have to be concerned about, but we don't anticipate a big hit to property tax this next year, and we have to keep an eye on it for future years. Any other comments? Any other feedback to staff on the budget? Any other responses from our team?
I'll just weigh in right quick. I think, this team's been outstanding. Daniel's come in and really taken the lead and really jumped in since he started. And all the folks that are sitting in the back directly have been instrumental in putting this budget together. So I just want to give them a thank you for all the time and effort they do, because what you're seeing today is a culmination of many hours of blood, sweat, and tears in some cases. So I just want to appreciate them and thank them for being here tonight.
And thank you all. And we know that you're going to have to actually go back and sharpen pencils in a couple of months. And that may not be so easy, but we really do appreciate the work that you have all done. So with that, do we need to take it? We've have conducted a public hearing, and we've got a couple of motions here.
I'm prepared to move our intent to adopt the 2021 recommended budget, including the recommended budget for county operating funds for a total of $1 billion. Do I have to spell out all the amounts, Karen, or can I just say that particular budget item? Okay. So yes, I do have to spell it out, or no, I don't? Okay, thank you. Recommended budget for our operating funds, for our proprietary funds, for including the recommended supplemental request lists, and also the master fixed asset list.
Second. All right, motion by Euler, second by Gustafson.
You can give it to Wygant. It's his birthday.
I'll give it to Wygant. It's his birthday.
It's his birthday. Give it
Thank
to
you.
him.
Okay, there you go. Do we need to do a roll call? No. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
And then we also need the budgets for the lighting districts, the lighting landscape district, correct? That one, you need a separate action for that one. The sewer maintenance districts, all the special districts budgets. So I would move the motion of intent.
Second.
Second by Gustafson. So is that number 4, or did we do number 3?
Well, I skipped. I just realized I skipped.
Okay, so we'll do number 4. So all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All right.
And then
Opposed?
skip the ordinance approving the uncodified allocation positions, the motion of intent to approve the uncodified allocation of positions.
And just to clarify, that one is just actually an introduce the ordinance.
Oh, that one is? Okay, thank you.
I heard a second by Wygant. All right. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Great. Thank you very much. So we'll hear back from you in another 2 weeks.
Thank you.
And I really appreciate, I just want to make a comment that I know the supplemental request, that had to be a very painful process to go through for everybody, but I really appreciate coming in at these levels as we wait to see what happens in our recovery. So I think that's what the callers don't understand is we are trying to provide
That space to make sure we can, thank you, handle that.
All right. And with that, if there's no other work before our board, we are adjourning to our meeting on June 23rd, which will be here in Auburn, not in Lake Tahoe. And I know we made some changes on, I think, today's agenda. So we will be here next meeting in 2 weeks. We are adjourned, and happy birthday to Supervisor Wygant, and enjoy your couple of days off. All right.
Yes.